What up, what up, what up, YouTube? It's your girl DeeDee. Welcome back to another live stream, you guys. Happy Friday. It is Friday once again. I hope you guys are doing well. Thank y'all so much for tuning in once again. Listen, before we start, put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me perfectly fine. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me loud and clear. One's in the chat if y'all can hear me loud and clear. I definitely want to make sure that the audio is good. Also, if you are new to the channel and you like the content, make sure you go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Make sure that you are getting the full experience of this channel. So make sure you are subscribed to the channel. If you like the content, also turn on that notification bell to be notified when I upload new content. So make sure you guys are doing that. So y'all can hear me good. What's going on? How y'all been? I hope everybody is doing well. I hope y'all are having a great Friday. Happy Friday to y'all. I hope y'all are doing well. Shout out to everybody in the building, everybody watching, everybody who supports the channel. Thank y'all so much for being here once again. So I am back, y'all. So make sure you are ready to chime in the chat and give your thoughts on this particular live stream. I want to hear your thoughts, concerns, you know what I'm saying, your opinions. Make sure you leave them in the chat all throughout this live stream. Also, if you want to support the channel, make sure you are supporting via Cash App or Super Chat. At least $5 to support the channel, y'all. That is not going to break the bank. So $5 to support the channel. If you enjoy the content, make sure you're doing that as well. And of course, if you want your comments to be read, make sure you go ahead and Super Chat to support the channel, y'all. So make sure you're doing that. It definitely helps your girl out. Also, yeah, make sure you are liking the stream as well. Shout out to everybody. Am I too loud? Shout out to everybody in the building, y'all. I appreciate y'all for being here. Listen, y'all see the title. So, New York Times article proves men are officially done and women are begging them to come back plus more, child. So, we're going to talk about it. We've been talking about it for a minute. And we're going to continue to talk about it until things start to change. And then we'll talk about that as well. So y'all know how I feel about modern dating, modern women, and how, the dating scene is trash, as y'all would say, and how so many women are complaining about men, but not seeing themselves and not being accountable for their actions and how they've contributed to the downfall of marriages, the dating pool, and just relationships in general. So once again, this is not about bashing women and hating women and putting women down. It's more about being accountable, allowing women to look at themselves, to showing women that there are other alternatives and that the choices that they make have certain consequences, but a lot of women don't want to face up to the consequences of their own actions. That is my message, if nothing else, is to look at yourself. Stop pushing the blame onto all men and look at yourself and evaluate how you may have contributed to a bad relationship or multiple bad relationships that you've been in. You have to be willing to self-evaluate and look at you and see what you've contributed or the lack thereof into a specific relationship and the demise of that relationship as well. So that's my whole message. Look, it's not about, because I always say, listen, it's not all women who act in these entitled ways. It's not all women, but it's a lot of women, and women influence other women. And so when you have a culture of women who are unaccountable and don't see themselves and always pushing the narrative that the men have always been a problem and always is the problem, this is why, part of why there's so much of this divide, as I always would say, in the market and the dating pool and just relationships in general. And I always say, listen, all men aren't perfect. Men have a lot of things they could learn too from women or about women, and vice versa. Women need to learn about men. This is the disconnect, because women don't fully understand men and a lot of men don't fully understand women. On top of that, you have the entitled modern woman who don't need a man but want one. And then there's a lot of other things that are attributed to that mentality, which in my opinion is causing a rift in the dating market, because women are entitled. They think a man owe them the world and they owe him nothing. And I just don't think that is conducive to healthy, stable relationships moving forward. And so until women, and I'll say it 1,000 times, until these types of women realize that they have contributed negatively in this mess, nothing's going to change. You can't just expect all of the men to make this big change and do all this leveling up, making all the money and doing all this, and you do nothing. Because a lot of these women are speaking speaking from a financial aspect, and there's more to a relationship than just financials. It's not just the money that makes a relationship work. So even if the women do come find a man that actually have the money that they want him to make, that's not going to be, the end all be all of your issues when it comes to men in relationships. There's much more serious things that are needed for a relationship to thrive and grow, and it's not just money. So they're in for a rude awakening if you're just thinking that a man should just provide all this money and give you a lifestyle. No, if you want a real serious relationship. But once I will say, we all know, baby, that a lot of these modern women don't really want relationships. They want a provider. They want somebody to take care of them. So when I'm talking about relationships, I'm talking about the women out there who find themselves maybe in their 40s and they messed up a good marriage or they messed up a relationship. And baby, you might be a good woman in some capacity, and you looking for, a decent man. The women who are not just looking at money, but you want good qualities in a man. Maybe you haven't found that. Then this message will be for you, not for the modern hyenas. Shout out to Crim Secure, who who talks about the hyenas. She's the first person I heard talk about the hyenas. That's where I get it from. Shout out to Crim Secure. But she talks about how these women are out of order, and a lot of them don't care to be in order because they want something for nothing. They want a man who's going to provide them the world, and they could just be outside and do what they want. We talk about it all the time. They want to be 304s, traveling 304s, doing whatever they want, screwing Pookie and Ray Ray and the man providing for them here and there. And they just want a lifestyle. They don't want the relationship part. They don't want to put in the work that would make a relationship work. So relationships, this is for the few women who might be out there who still want a real committed, serious relationship with a good man, not just somebody with money that's going to buy you things and give you a lifestyle. This is what my message is for. And when these other women, modern hyenas, wake up and realize that they're going down the drain when they're 40, 50 years old, nobody don't want them. The men are already walking away, as we're going to point out in this video in a minute. But when they really realize, it's going to be too late. That's the thing. You realize when you're too old, too ran through, and now you really can't get what you want. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully we can get women to understand the importance of relationships. Hopefully we can get women and men who still want stable, committed relationships, because this is the message that you want to hear. You want to understand, you got to understand that it's not about a man just making money and giving you the world and doing everything for you, but it's about you giving and reciprocating that, or at least changing your mentality. Look, you're not going to change overnight. Change doesn't happen overnight, but if you got to be willing and open-minded to changing and making it work, if you keep thinking the way you're thinking, it's just going to just be a hot mess, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse. And then you're going to teach that to your daughters, teach that to your kids, and baby, we're going to just be in a real conundrum. So yeah, so I'm just saying, listen, if you want to build stable, happy relationships, you have to do something different. You have to have a different mentality. You can't keep on thinking like you're thinking. You can't let the other sisterhood hyenas tell you, girl, you don't need no man, girl, you got to give you $1,000 on the first date. You know what I'm saying? You can't think like that. That is not going to benefit you. So I just wanted to put that out there. Let's move on. I want to play this video that I have. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, you guys. Make sure you are hitting the like button. So I want to start with this particular video, and then we're going to move on to some other things. And I definitely want to get your input. So make sure you are chiming in the chat. Also, make sure you are supporting the channel via super chat to support the channel as we continue. Let's get into it, y'all. Here we go.
This article in the New York Times by Rachel Drucker, and she talks about her experience on the dating apps, kind of in relation to the male loneliness epidemic. It's about a very real modern dating experience that I feel like we have all had at one point or another, where either you get a guy's number or you're talking to him on the apps and you're texting, you're getting to know each other, maybe you follow each other on Instagram, maybe he swipes up on your story, and if the conversation is going really well, there's no movement or action on his part to set a date in person and get to know each other in real life. In the article, she labels this interaction as directionless orbiting, which I feel like is genius to label it. I've been in this situation and it's so confusing because you think like, oh, did I do something wrong? Should I be making the first move? What's going on? Does he like me? Does he not like me? Did I just waste a week of my life talking to this person? So hopefully labeling it as this directionless orbiting can help kind of take some of the mystery and the frustration out of it.
Nobody cares when a man finds his woman under a bridge.
No, I live for Stedman, but you know that Stedman has for many decades been the butt of jokes.
Yeah, because of gender rules.
Yes.
People feel like because she's Oprah Winfrey, who did y'all want her to be with, Barack Obama? That doesn't make sense, guys. I mean, I feel like that's the weird thing about powerful women, what we're left with. So I'm supposed to find love, but he's got to have a certain amount of money, and then, but at the same time, I got to still be like, guys, what's going on here? Why am I? Nobody cares when a man finds his woman under a bridge. No one cares.
No one
cares. And I frankly don't care. If that's who you love, that's who you love. Why do we have to deal with that?
Yes.
That to me makes no sense. I ain't never look. My daddy told me a man needs to treat you right. He needs to handle and service you in whatever way you need service. Let me tell you one thing that Kiki don't need.
Money.
From nobody. Now, if you want to give a little something and get my nails done, something cute,
but
I'm
shouldn't
fine
they
with
do
it.
that? But shouldn't they make that effort,
Yeah.
Kiki? But
you might still look like Stedman to the world, and that's a great role.
Because
if I was married to, I was with Oprah Winfrey,
right, you just be sitting up there waiting,
chilling.
Yeah,
and Stedman, by the way, Stedman's esteemed.
Yeah,
Stedman has a whole career. He's just not Oprah.
Yeah.
So the fact that how dare people compare you to your lover?
Yeah.
I hate that Oprah had to endure that.
Yeah, exactly.
I hate that she had to endure that.
It's
and I
true.
hate that Stedman had to endure that. And that's why I said what I said, because you had a good role. You were supposed to be my Stedman.
Yes.
Come on.
He was.
When I played that for my dad said, yeah, because why did he want to be Stedman?
Okay, so I'm reading this.
Now, you know what? And listen, we could say we want about Kiki, and Kiki, she ain't perfect. Okay, she ain't perfect. She got some issues, like we all got issues. Okay, but I think she was right in this clip. I think she made a very valid point. I think people are comparing finances. You're not comparing other aspects to a relationship. You compare. People have talked shit about Stedman for years. Because Oprah makes more money than him, but Oprah picked him for a reason. And I guess he picked her for a reason too. So, people don't fully know the dynamics of people's relationship. You're just looking at the surface level. It's part of it. And they're just looking at money. Oh, well, Oprah got all this money, so he ain't shit. No, he's something to her. That's why they've been together for all these years. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm just saying, I think there is a point to it. Everybody's just looking at everything from a financial aspect, and that is so far off the mark from what makes a relationship work. Now, I don't really care for Oprah and Stedman like that. I'm just saying, but I don't care for Oprah. I met Oprah, but that was before I realized certain things about Oprah. So I'm not really, a big fan of Oprah. But I mean, hell, her relationship with her man, that's her relationship. I don't know the ins and outs of their relationship or their agreements or whatever they're doing. So I stay clear of that. I don't know. But if it's working for them, why would I? What can I say about it? You know what I'm saying? But I think she has a point. Everybody's focused on money, and that's it. And I think that is a big problem. So I think she does have a point there. Now, I want to get back to this article, which I want to try to pull up the article and read a little bit from it, because this article from the New York Times, I want to point this out. I want to try to pull it up real quick because I think it's important. It speaks to how men are moving, and even the New York Times had to pull this up because it's a big deal. It's becoming a big deal all over the place of how men are moving, and the state of relationships and dating. And I just think that is very interesting. And I don't think a lot of Black women are paying attention to this, even though they're realizing that a lot of men are moving differently, and a lot of men are not focused on relationships and women anymore, but they're focused on themselves, because women have said they don't need them, they don't want them, they're this and that. So men like, okay, well, we need to level up, we need to do something. We're gonna go and do that, but we don't want to be bothered with y'all, because y'all expectations are too high, and I can't focus on y'all while I'm trying to build myself up and level myself up. So we gonna move on. We're not gonna really focus on that. We're gonna focus on ourselves, and that's it. I don't know why I can't pull the article up, but let's go ahead and listen to what this lady is saying, because she's going to read a little bit from this New York Times article that says, men, where have you gone? We miss you. So I'm just like, what? So they're saying that they miss men, and they basically want y'all to come back. So this is what you hear some women saying. So as men, where have you gone? Please come back, child. But let's listen to her kind of talk about it. Here we go.
New York Times modern love column called Men, Where Have You Gone? Please Come Back. I want to read part of this column because I think it just sums up, I think, where we are as a culture. And it's this idea that my friend and I talked about quite a bit, because she's on the dating apps and she is like a very direct, forward person, asks for what she wants, sets the boundaries, and what she's getting back in return from men is like silence, ghosting, avoidance, whatever. And she is like, what's going on? So that's basically the conceit of this article, and I really like the writing. So I encourage you to read the whole thing, but let me read you a couple paragraphs. So she writes about James, this man that she meets on Raya. There was just enough spark to wonder what might unfold, enough curiosity to imagine a doorway, but he didn't step through it. He hovered, flirting, retreating, offering warmth but no direction. Sexual tension and a spark aren't reason enough to sit still and hope there's substance behind the shimmer. So I named what I felt. I texted him clearly, with care, not simply to declare attraction, but to extend a real invitation to explore what was possible. I didn't chase, I invited, leaving the door open. He never replied. He still follows my Instagram stories, one of those small gestures of passive engagement that so many of us mistake for closeness. It looks like interest, it feels like silence. What I won't entertain is directionless orbiting, that thing so many men now seem to mistake for connection. Their perpetual maybe, the emoji check-ins, the casual seeing where it goes without ever going anywhere. There was a time not so long ago when even a one-night stand might end with tangled limbs and a shared breakfast, when the act of staying the night didn't announce a relationship, just a willingness to be human for a few more hours. This idea that vulnerability is a threat instead of an invitation has created a culture of hesitation, of men circling intimacy but never entering it. And the result is thousands of tiny silos, everyone performing closeness, but no one making a move that binds. Okay, I like this part. Maybe we're between paradigms, mourning what's fallen, not yet fluent in what comes next. Intimacy's infrastructures, slowness, curiosity, accountability, have been eroded by haste, convenience, and a kind of sanctioned emotional retreat. So I really like that, because it's talking about some of the common things that we talk about, of like male loneliness and male isolation and blah, blah, blah. But what's interesting is she's saying, I'm giving you invitations. I'm inviting you out. I'm opening the door, and you, meaning men, are not walking through it. And that feels like an interesting new angle to this. And I think the sharp part is around, like, they're still looking at your Instagram stories, and how it feels like that is almost a replacement for a relationship. Like, that sort of digital, weird, parasocial, keeping tabs on thing is enough, is sufficient.
Well, and I think part of the problem is, I think women, the funny thing about it is, and I'm a woman, and I might be talking like I'm not, but I am, but I understand it. But some things I just don't understand. It's like women created this. I think women created this narrative. You create the narrative, and then you act shocked and surprised when the outcome is outcoming. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you get the outcome based on something you've created, they act like they're shocked and appalled. And you got to do think pieces on why men are gone, why they're not on the dating scene, why all we're seeing is women eating with women having lunch with each other. Because you didn't pay attention to what the narrative you put out there. You didn't think that the men were listening. I said this before, and it sounds so harsh, but it's the truth. A lot of women think men are just stupid. They realizing that they're not now. They don't think men are paying attention because they're not very vocal or not emotional like us. They listening, they got ears, they seeing and they're hearing what y'all are putting out there, and they're responding. And these women act clueless and shocked, and they got to do articles and like I said, group sessions and all this about why men are moving away from women and dating and focusing on themselves. They got to do all this because they act like they're oblivious to why this is happening, because you didn't think that men were paying attention to you. You didn't think that you don't think that they could hear what you were saying. And now they're real shocked. Oh, come back. Oh my God, men aren't approaching. They're not. What are we going to do? Oh my God. But at the same time, you still don't want to let go of that boss chick, manly, masculine energy. You still want to hold on to your individual, independent mentality, but you still want a man. And while I do think that women want companionship and want men, I think the problem is really where, it's hitting their pockets. Because if you don't have a man who's paying for dinner, you don't have a man that's paying for your hair and your nails and doing all this stuff that men as gentlemen would normally do, wouldn't have a problem with. I don't think men have had a problem with taking a woman out on the date and paying for the date. They've been doing it for years. And doing things for women that they are interested in. But now that it's become an entitlement from a lot of women, and there's a super high expectation from these men on right off the rip, these men are retreating. It's like, wait a minute. I want to let me be in charge of doing this for the woman that I might want to do this for. I'm just not doing this for any and every woman that I meet. But these women have taken on this false, sense of entitlements that I don't know where they get it from, where they think out here, a man's supposed to just do all this for them on day one. Like, and it's just pushed men away. If I was a man, I would be like, you got to be out your goddamn mind. Look, hell no, baby, that's it. All right, I'm out. Like, I ain't paying shit for you. Like, who do you think I am? So, so I totally get it. I don't see the problem. I just find it weird that they're walking around acting like, why are men are really done with us? Why? Like something is not meant to all the way. You're not mentally stable, which we're gonna, touch on that as well. Like, come on, like y'all crazy. Like, y'all don't realize the impact that you have had on why, partly on why these men are moving away. They're moving and they're ghosting you and they're sleeping with you and ghosting you because they realize, hold up, this is turned into a shit show. This is a game. And we're going to either some going to play the game or some going to just remove themselves from the game. And that's what's happening. But let's continue.
Build my bed by myself, and I don't give a fuck what y'all say. We need men.
Women don't fall in love with you. They fall in love with the dream of marriage, what you can provide. Women marry a lifestyle, not the man.
One time, a guy looked me directly in the eyes and said, I could never date you. I didn't ask, nor was it the least bit relevant. I've thought about him every day since.
Rejected. I like nice guys.
What about your exes? Were they assholes?
No, they're both nice.
So why'd you break up with them?
Congratulations, you played yourself.
That's a good question. Wait, how'd you know I broke up?
Oh, I know.
Well,
people say, oh, girls don't shoot their shot. Yes, they do. If I look at you like this, like say you walking this way and I'm walking like this, and if I look at you like this,
get married.
That's me shooting my shot. Come say something.
We're gonna go on a date next week.
My number? Catch me on your way out. If you can find me, I'll give it to you. Okay. Sorry.
Oh my god, no!
Attractive people in the wild, man. Like, it can't happen.
I don't guys approach girls anymore.
Because all men. Because every day we wake up and we are constantly reminded that we're the perpetrators, we are the bad guys.
We're tired of your bad attitudes. We're tired of your entitled attitude.
The biggest misconception men have about women. You think we don't want to be approached.
So do you like it when guys approach you on the street?
no.
Why not?
Usually I get a little scared. Yeah, I feel like it's usually like with bad intentions. Yeah. I'm like on my own vibe. Like I don't want anyone messing with it.
And even if you were to come up and talk to me after that, like, I would be really rude, but then once you leave, get so excited. But that's just my way of like interacting.
What?
And this guy comes up to me and he goes, hey, I have a question. You seem like the perfect person to ask. And I was like, okay.
Why do men think they have the right to just come up and talk to you?
How many girls want the cat call to come back where guys just hit on you outside, somewhere like in the grocery store? But for some reason, human beings stopped. And I'll tell you right now, the feminine women really love the cat call.
I'm scared. Nope. See, that's what I'm saying. This is where they're delusional. This is where the delusion. Oh, it's like women want the chase. They want the chase because it makes them feel good. Do they really want the men that's chasing them? No, they don't. They don't want the men that's chasing them. They just like the chase. It builds their self-esteem. It builds their ego because women have a self-esteem issue. So a lot of women constantly need validation. They constantly need somebody making them feel like they're valid and they're worthy. So this is why they need attention. This is why the attention is, you need a lot of attention because you don't feel by yourself that you're worthy. So when you get that attention, like the men in the DMs, grand rising, beautiful, that's what they like. It builds, they need it in the morning, even though they complain about it. Oh, well, why you just DM and nothing else? They're giving you what you want because they know you're not really prepared for nothing much more. You want that validation, and that validation doesn't really turn into serious committed relationships for men. It's just them actually giving you the attention that you're seeking. But that's it. That's all they're doing. It's attention, giving you the attention you want, and that's it. No more. Just like women like the chase, they like you to chase, and then when men chase after them, they run the opposite way. But then when you stop chasing them, they'll if you've ever dated a woman, and then let me know if any of you have ever tried this. If you dated a woman, right? And you thought she was, oh my God, gorgeous. You like what you saw. And so you pursued her and you call her all the time. You call her like 2 times a day. I'm just saying, I don't know, whatever, every day. And you calling her, and then she'll answer it a couple of times, and y'all have a conversation, and because you like her, let her know and all of that. And she, seem cool, and she talking to you. And then you keep calling every day. Then all of a sudden she stopped answering your call, right away. She stopped answering as much, and you keep calling. I guarantee you she's on the other line saying, girl, this nigga, she telling her friends, girl, this nigga just be calling me every day, all goddamn day. I don't know why, girl. And then girlfriend, girl, he must be obsessed with you, girl, yeah. Girl, you nigga, you can use this nigga. That's what they be saying. So you keep calling her, She purposely not answering the phone. She's there. She know it. She's snickering and geeking like, oh, girl, this girl, he's just throwing me up. That they feel good about that. So you keep doing that, right? Then on occasion she'll answer because she got to answer at some point because she use you because she thinks you're obsessed with her. So she gonna answer, and she gonna answer, and then you like happy she answered, like, oh shit, she answered finally. You don't care that she took long. You're not thinking, oh, she's purposely not answering. Then when she do pick up, you happy to you just happy that she answered. Y'all have a good conversation, all that, right? And then when you catch on, if you catch on, and you just realize, okay, she playing the game. If you realize it, stop calling. Stop calling her. Just stop calling her. Just stop doing that routine every day calling her. Just stop. Then guess what's gonna happen? She gonna call you. Because this was a one-sided thing in the this how you know, because you calling her, she never calls you. You keep calling her. You keep trying to you try. And she's sitting there laughing and snickering with her girlfriends. But then when you stop calling. Don't call her. Break that routine. She's gonna call you. Where you been? What's going on? Why you stop calling? Why you ain't been calling? Not because she's that interested. It's because you broke that routine. You stopped feeding her ego. So now she's wondering what's wrong. This is why the men who don't chase always get what they want, because they're not chasing. They act like they don't give a damn. They just like whatever, nonchalant. All right, call me if you want to. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't. The men who don't do that, the women go to them. It's a game that these women play. So that's how you know, like, when you try to pursue a woman and then she don't seem that interested and she wants you to keep chasing her, it's because first off, she's not really into you, but she likes that. And when you stop, she gonna ask you why you doing. She just wants you to get back to your routine to make her feel good, and that's it. And that's not gonna go anywhere. But when they do that, it's okay. But when men, you know what I'm saying, just say grand rising queen and give you your boost for the day, they get mad. Like, that's all you're gonna do. Like, they always talk about men. Why are you just staring? You just stare from a distance and don't ever come talk. Maybe you don't know what they thinking. Maybe they're just looking in that direction. Maybe they don't really want to pursue nothing with you. They're just looking. Maybe they're just admiring you from a distance, but they don't really want you. Maybe it's that. Baby, it's crazy, but let's continue.
You definitely should not be.
Stop! Stop it! Stop it, okay?
Girl.
Enough! You stupid pieces of shit!
What's the lowest amount of money a guy should spend on a wedding ring for you?
Oh, it should be like for sure 30, 40K.
Yeah.
We have standards here.
Yeah, that's the standard. Would you have been a little upset if it was 10K?
Yeah, probably.
You have a boyfriend?
I do, yes.
Do you think it's possible to have guy friends when you're in a relationship?
I think it's possible, yes.
Stop the cap.
Do you make guys that you think are boyfriend material wait for sex?
Honestly, yes, but not because I don't think that they're good enough. It's because I want to show them that I'm serious about them.
Okay.
If I'm not serious about you, then like I might just like you whenever, but like if I'm really serious about you, I'm gonna wait.
What? What's the craziest thing you did this year?
Craziest thing. I think that's stupid. That is stupid. And I'm hearing women saying that they just don't know. They setting themselves up for failure. So if you serious about him, you're gonna make him wait. We talked about this before. This came up. But if you don't really like him, you're gonna give him something. That women, that's why I say women are confused, baby. And it's not just black women, it's all women. A lot of them are confused. For real. Like they ass backwards. It's backwards. It really is. Let's continue.
I did this year.
Well, the nastiest.
I think the nastiest thing I did this year is my chef at my restaurant.
She belongs to the streets.
He has a wife and 3 kids.
Hey, will you go out with me? You're really cute.
Me?
Yeah.
He has a boyfriend.
No, I don't have a boyfriend. And yes, I will.
All right.
Are you kidding me?
Pull over here. Pull over on this side.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
In China, if a woman is over 30 years old and she is not married, she will be called 剩女,剩女,剩女, which means leftover woman.
Men don't want to marry anymore because the risk outweighs the benefits. There's a risk that comes with marriage that essentially only benefits a woman. A man marries you and can only hope that one day you don't wake up and say, I feel like I don't love you anymore and I want to leave and you can't do anything about it. According to ASA, 70 to 80% of divorces are initiated by women. Among college-educated women, it jumps to 90%. You know what's crazy? I mean, a lot of us women don't have anything a man actually wants that we can bring to the table.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And we talk about it because we see it happening. It just doesn't make any sense. The more educated the women are, the less likely they'll get married or have a family, have a relationship, because there's more entitlements there. You know, the old way of, meeting up and establishing relationships and all of this is over. I believe the same standards for relationships and how to have valuable, stable relationships is the same, but the people are not the same. They don't think the same. The mentality is off. They don't want what their grandmothers had because they swear up and down their grandmothers was living in a horrible life. Oh my God, it was so bad. They stayed together because they had to. And now, or they couldn't have bank accounts and all, so they stayed in that marriage for 20, 30 years until Papa passed away. And now, and now she's free when she's old. Like if they had money and all, they would have left. They swear that was every situation back in the day. That all those, and I don't believe that was all, because there are some old couples who will tell you now they love their man. Their man was great. He provided. He did all these things, and she would, they loved each other. Every relationship is not horrible and bad because that's all you've seen. You know what I'm saying? So the narrative is still there. But they don't want, it's almost like they want certain aspects of traditional marriage, but then certain aspects of it they don't want. They want the aspect of traditional marriage where the man is the sole provider and protector. You want, spend all the, pay all the bills, no 50-50. But you don't want the aspect of it where you have to be. There was a reason why he was paying all them damn bills. If he was, there's a reason why she was at the household and he was paying the bills, because he was going out working, paying the bills. She was taking care of the household. They don't want that aspect of it. They want the traditional aspect from the men. But as modern women, they don't want to go back to being traditional women. Oh, because that was like being a slave and that was too much. So you want to be you, do you. Be independent, boss chicks and all that with a man that's just going to sit back and pay all. But no, baby, them days are over. It's over. This is why the men are done, because they're not dealing with that type of mentality. This is not the 50s and the 60s anymore. Y'all can work. Y'all got bank accounts, baby. Now you got to pay up. There's no need for a man to pay everything for you when you can do part of it for you. You can do it for yourself. Come on. That is part of the consequences of this independent, boss chick lifestyle. That is the consequences of this whole independent woman idea, that you don't need a man. You can do it all by yourself. So do it all by your goddamn self, because these men, you're independent. You boss. You can do it. You don't need them. So why would they come to the table doing all this for you when you already do it? You telling them they dusty, they can't afford you. So if you can go and make 100,000, 200,000, whatever you can make, kudos to you. I applaud that. But you can't expect a man to come in, even if he made that amount or whatever he made, to come in and pay all your $200,000 worth of bills. Because if you're making that amount of money, you're spending just as much. So you spending everything you're making, but you want him to come in and still level up to your independent status, but pay all that don't make no sense. That don't make no bit of sense, in my opinion. It really don't. I don't know. PHFJ 123. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm going to continue to check information on social media. It's like checking the weather before leaving the house, constantly gauge the climate. Right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, you can. Yeah, definitely. To see what's going on. It don't mean you want to be a part of it, but you can definitely know what is going on. I agree with that. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. Elam 5252. Thank you for the super chat. Says, unfortunately, no one promotes getting married early with true intentions of starting a family. Getting married at 20 is forbidden, and that's crazy. That is Elam. Yeah, and I think that's a mistake that they're making, and they're not going to really see the full consequences of this until till years later, how this is going to have a major effect in our communities because of this happening. And so yeah, I think those days are over. They're feeling, women who have been married in their 20s are divorcing. They're like Tia Mowry. They're in there waiting till they get in their 40s and 50s, and they realize, and they having these epiphanies. Oh my God, I can do so much better. I deserve more. Let me get out this goddamn marriage, and I don't care what the children think. I don't care how they feel, how this affects them. I don't care what he think. I love him, but who cares? You know what I mean? That's the mentality. Who cares? Like, I want what I want, and I deserve it. So they deserve to be for the streets, and you get out there for the streets, and you realize you just for the streets, baby. Ain't nothing of importance is out there for you. Ain't nothing out there waiting for you. Thank you, Elam. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much for the support. Ain't nothing waiting out there for you that's beneficial and more beneficial than what you had. Everything is downplayed. Marriage is downplayed. Getting married young is downplayed because, you missing out on something. You missing out on a whole bunch of you know what. That's all. All you missing out is a whole bunch of penises. You missing out on that. That's it. That's all you. There's nothing that you're really missing out on, but that's when you're young. That's what the young, we're seeing the consequences of the young and dumb and the young and having your fun and go to school. You don't need a man. You don't need to commit to nobody. We're seeing the consequences of that now, and they're complaining about it. So why would you continue to promote that? It's not benefiting the women out there now. They're all old and they all complaining. They all bitter. They mad about where the real men at. The real men, the real men are out everywhere, but they don't want you because you still think, I'm independent. I don't need you. I want you, but I don't need you. And I'm independent, pay all my bills. No, that's not, but the men ain't got time for that. Let's continue. Hit the like button.
Excuse me, what Uber is this?
This Uber's for the dumb bitches that keep going back to that one ex that fucks up every time.
Oh, that's me.
Oh my God.
All these women now act like it's so cool to be a whore. Everybody just wants to be a whore now.
Yeah, that's very popular.
It was like pushed on us. See, this is the conversation that I've been having with my friends.
Don't blame other people for you being a whore.
Nobody pushed you, any woman into being a whore.
There's this whole like narrative with guys where it's just like y'all just are out here doing whatever, and then we got all these rappers rapping about it.
True.
Now we got the girl rappers talking about we don't need, and we're all singing it.
True.
So now our brain thinks that this is what's going on.
Tell me, guys, if the girl in the middle is supposed to be at this game.
Do you think that women tend to lust after bad boys but want to settle down with nice guys?
Oh, we sure do. I love a bad boy.
What's attractive about a bad boy?
They just have that quality that just is so attractive. You know?
How do bad boys treat women?
Horrible.
So then why would you want to be with a bad boy when they treat you badly?
Because they do other things that the good ones don't.
Like what?
I don't want to go there.
We know. We know. How is it sexism when we have no barriers today? So we can pick what we want to pick.
Who doesn't have barriers?
Women don't have barriers? Women, yeah. What's
We have
stopping
no
you? You can do
barriers.
whatever you want.
I can or you can?
What's stopping you?
Gotcha, bitch.
What are you guys gonna do when you party?
Have fun. Use men for shots.
Hold on. She said she's gonna use men for shots.
I said no. I'm not saying right now. I'm saying during hot girl summer, you use men for shots.
Do not buy these girls drinks. Do not buy any girls drinks. These city girl shit has to stop. Do not fall for this.
But what is city boy shit? But men are the ones who are giving in.
I know, they're fucking losers. These guys are fucking losers.
Can you explain what city boy shit is?
These guys are fucking losers who are buying you drinks.
Explain what city boy shit is. They're attracted to us and they're giving us drinks.
Okay, so what are they getting from it?
Nothing.
Nothing. You just said it. They're getting fucking nothing.
Alexa, remind me that I don't need a man and men are useless. When should I remind you? Every damn day.
How it works is it is boundaries. My girl understands that she can go hang out with guys. There's a boundary though. She wants to go hang out with guy friends. The relationship's over immediately. That's all it is.
Boundary.
Yes, it is. That is a boundary. If you cross this line, yes, that is a boundary. If she wants to go to the club, that is a boundary. You want to go to the club?
That's a boundary he set.
Yes, that is a boundary. If you cross this boundary, the relationship is over. That's all it is.
Honey, you're broke. You don't buy a house when you're broke. You are broke and in debt. You make $35,000 a year and have a 3-year-old and you're 24 years old. You don't go buy a house right now. This house will be a curse to you.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. When they talk about the single black women are buying these houses and all that, no, child, they talking about Section 8 probably. Section 8 programs helping them women get these little houses or whatever with these high interest rates probably, and getting them in there, that whole listen, they struggling. A lot of them are struggling, child. They be pushing this narrative so hard to hype these women up, to make them think that they're better. And like that man said, you make $35,000 a year, and you talking about buying a house. You're broke and you got kids or whatever, something. It's just it. But see, this is what they don't want you to point out. They want you to just say, "Oh well, the sisterhood, the girls, we doing better than you ninjas, and we doing this and we doing that, and we hype, and y'all just mad." Like, stop with all that. Stop with all that. When they get to talking loud and screaming, just ignore it, because this is a bunch of bullshit coming out of their mouth. They don't want to own up to the truth. This is why you want men so much for their money. You don't want a relationship. You want finances. You want financial help, stability. But you want it from a man, and they know. And when these women talk about, oh, men are useless, I'm just like, y'all, baby, if the men are useless, then so are you. Okay, and so are y'all, because I feel like they bring more to the table than a lot of these women do. They can offer you more. That's why y'all want them, because you're useless without them. You're the one struggling in debt and need the financial backing of a man. That's why you want a rich man, because you know that could change your life. And without him, you're complaining, these bills are high, I'm having a hard time. Yeah, because you're struggling. Look at Joe Budden. No, not Joe Budden. What's his name? This girl, these people are from Love and Hip Hop or something. That Amina, I can't, what's this name? This girl, Amina, she's homeless now. She had to go back to Germany with her family, because she's homeless. And he helped her with her rent. She's like, she has no money. I think that was from what that show was, Love and Hip Hop. Y'all know what I'm talking about? This girl is homeless, and I'm not trying to, I understand that's difficult. She has kids and things, but she's homeless. She had to go live with her family because she has no money. She's broke. She has no help. She has nothing. But this is going to be the reality for a lot of women out here, single women out here with no, you're chasing the wrong things. And then there are consequences associated with it. I always say this. But this is going to be the reality for a lot of women. It's just going to be difficult for them to maintain what's going on. Look at what's her name? B. Simone. I posted a video. If y'all haven't watched that video, go watch that video of B. Simone that I did. Out here talking about her finances and talking about, she ain't seeing the liquid in her account like she used to. She's not making the amount of money that she was used to making. So now, she it's not what it was. Well, I mean, this is why I always say a lot of these women think that everything is going to be one way for their entire lives. Like, that is not realistic. Life is full of ebbs and flows, ups and downs. You go through some shit, you figure it out, you get it together. Finances might be a little low. Sometimes they're high. This you prepare, you save, you invest, whatever you do to make sure that you're good. But that happens. That's a part of life. Life happens. That's what it is. It's for a reason. But for some reason, they want this perfect laid out lifestyle where, a man's just there consistently providing, and you just want what you want, not understanding that, hey, that is not realistic, baby. That's not realistic. You can't just sit here and think that you got a money tree, that money just grow on trees and he could just go out in the back and pick thousands and thousands of dollars and just hand over to you for some bullshit. And that shit, no, money don't grow on trees. You got to work for this. And they just want to sit up and just take. And you want somebody stupid enough to sit there and do that. And I don't think that that's realistic, or no man should be doing that. Elam 52. Thank you once again for the super chat. It says, for the church, thank God your channel blowing up. Thank you. I appreciate that. You think it's blowing up? I appreciate it. Thank you. You the only married woman talking real square business. All love here from Galveston. Sis. There's Danica Marie. She's spitting the truth. She's married. You have Crimson Cure, who is married. You have who else? There's a few of us on here that they've been rocking and doing it way before me. So yeah, there's some others on here who are married who are really telling the truth about the and calling this out as well. So I'm not the only one. I'm just one of the recent ones. But I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate the support. Dwayne Jackson 4430. Thank you for the super chat. Says, with men getting passports and accelerating the Western single apocalypse, the men with means have checked out and catching flights. Traditionalism is dead in a Western society. Bad is good and good is bad. You're absolutely right. Thank you, Dwayne. I appreciate the super chat and for supporting the channel. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, it is. I mean, yeah, it's like, there's no, and then for the women who seem to get it, it's such a small percentage of them, and so men are just skeptical too. They're like, wait a minute, we don't want to really, they're just checked out. They don't know who to trust. They don't know who's a chameleon and who is not, because so much of the foolishness is out there. They don't know what men are just saying, fuck it, I'm just gonna move on. Dwayne, thank you once again for the super chat. Says men can't catch a broke chick. Right. So men can't catch a broke chick. Thank you once again, Dwayne. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's not looking good. That's all I say. These women are delusional, and social media has made it worse, in my opinion. Let's continue.
Had a man say to me once that the reason that he likes dating younger women is because they're not so angry. He literally was like, I like younger women because they're still so sweet. Nobody likes an angry woman, right? It's okay to be a little angry though.
If you could say something to your ex right now, what would it be?
I hope you're good. He was amazing, actually. He was an amazing guy.
He was amazing?
Yeah.
Then why you lost feelings?
He just wasn't it for me, but he's a really good guy. Amazing guy.
What can men do to avoid a situation like that? They're an amazing guy. They do everything right.
You can do. It's just like your feelings. There's absolutely nothing.
Yo, killing me with this.
He can treat you like a queen and be the best guy ever, but like you just, I don't know.
You can't do that?
There's nothing, yeah.
I think you're cute. Can I get your number?
No,
I have a boyfriend.
I actually asked her, but
Rejected.
have you ever
But see, and that proves my point even more. That's why I thought this video was that particular clip was interesting, because that is literally it. It's all about a feeling, a vibe. You could be doing everything right and she still don't want you. It's a feeling. And as long as women are operating their feelings, baby, they're gonna have a hard time. They're gonna have a hard time. And that's just what it is, because your feelings change throughout the day. 1 minute you can feel good, and next minute you can feel depressed. 1 minute you're happy, and next minute you're sad, you're crying, and you don't know why. 1 minute you want something, next minute you don't. You get a good man, he marry you, give you the world. You wake up, who said that? You just woke up and decided, I deserve more. I think that was Tina Knowles and several other women wake up and decide, I just want more. I'm out of here. It's a good man. He's put his life, he'll put his life on the line for me. He's giving me everything. He's committed to me. But my feelings told me I got to get, or a sign from God told me I need to leave this man alone. Not because he's abusing you, not because he's horrible. You're yearning for the streets. You want to be outside because you want to do something else. And you get out there and you don't fully know what you want. And you end up just putting that cooch on display. That's what it end up being. You end up being for the streets. That's what being for the streets is. And these women want to be for the streets, hoping and feeling like they're going to get something that's so much better than what they had. Like they don't know it until they feel it. Right. So, and typically when they feel it, it's with a pookie. It just, when they feeling the vibe, it's with a dude who don't give a shit about them. It's with a dude that could care less about them, but they into him. That's why we always say, hey, a woman don't care about your money. And I'm going to say it 1,000 times because it's the truth. She don't give a damn if you make a little bit of money. She don't care if you ain't got a place to stay, a car, none of that. You could be on the corner smoking, just leaning to the side with some swag, tall, handsome, like she like, and she is going to give him all the time in the world. It ain't about the money. That's what they telling you. It ain't about being a good man. It's about her attraction and her feelings for you. If she feeling you, if she vibing with you, you ain't got to have a goddamn thing. So if you don't have no swag, if you don't have that vibe, if she not vibing, feeling you, then it don't matter. And they let you know. This is why women, the women who are asking these men for all this money on a day one to date them, she don't like you. If a woman is requiring you to pay all her bills or pay this amount of money to date her, she don't like you. She don't like you. She's not attracted to you. Because if she's attracted to you, she's not going to ask you all that. She's not going to even want to do it because she's like, damn, he fine. I don't want to mess this up. She going to date you. She going to sleep with you. She going to do whatever. She's not going to make you wait. So that's how you know. The woman right now is asking you for all of this to date. She don't want you. She don't find you attractive. She just want whatever you're willing to give her. That's it. Because she'll take your money and go with the guy she really like and probably give it to him if he asks for it. Hell, if he asks, she'll give it to him. So that's how you know. So that's just how women are. A lot of these women are that way. Let's continue.
Oh my God, that's so wild. I should say that. Okay.
It's the wildest. Have you ever tried it?
Oh, I can't be answering these questions on camera.
Yes, you can.
No, I can't.
Why not?
Okay, yes, I have.
And do you like it?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Was that so hard?
When was the last time you got it?
Like maybe a year ago.
What? You've been long overdue.
Yes, overdue.
Oh, she's trying to live this things you see in Atlanta, bro. I gotta go. Oh my God.
I went to college, I was like, I need to go balls to the walls and all these men. But, it did get a little messy because guys would get mad at me being like, why did you hook up with my friends? And I was like, well, you didn't respond and your friend was here. But I was like kind of toxic when I was
Toxic or boring relationship?
Toxic.
Toxic. Oh, toxic, definitely. It just makes it more fun.
Just makes it more fun. It's more fun.
That's enough internet for me today.
Would it be my preference if a girl just didn't even have social media? Probably.
This is giving red flags. So I'm not gonna lie.
Here's the interesting thing is that men are not allowed to have preferences, standards, and boundaries. Nobody bats an eye when a woman says, I want XYZ in a partner. But the moment a guy says, here are my boundaries, preferences, and standards, oh, misogyny, red flag.
Right.
This, that. And the fact of the matter is, women are more picky than men are.
Yeah.
Women have far more standards for men than do men have standards for women. But if a guy says, I want XYZ, insecure, misogyny, blah, 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 it's always going to be met with some sort of shaming language. But go ahead.
There were men that I literally knew I had no future with this person. They were placeholders. And I would tell them anything. Yes, placeholders. And I would tell them anything to like reel them in, to get them to think that I liked them or cared for them more than I actually did, because it was like an ego boost to have a guy fiend for you.
How much do you guys make on?
It really fluctuates. Sometimes it depends on how much you actually promote your.
She spoke the truth. And see, this is why men are moving the way they move, because women have exposed themselves. And I don't think they realized that men were paying attention. They exposed themselves, men were listening, paying attention, and decided, hell no, we want no parts of this. Or we gonna move in a way that way it benefits us, and that's just it. And now they acting shocked, like, what? Who said that? Who did that? Like, what? Why they doing that? Why? Like, no, y'all expose yourselves. Y'all telling the truth. What she said, that lady she told the truth. That's what they do. That's it. That's it. Mr. Marcus, thank you for the super chat, says, in defense of women, if men had as many options as women have, we might act just like them. Brad Pitt can't compete with a 5. Thank you for the super chat, Mr. Marcus. I appreciate you. Sure. That's crazy. Thank you. I appreciate you for the super chat. Thank you for supporting the channel. Let's continue.
Yourself, so it can, for me, it goes between like probably 6 and 15K a month.
Between all of us, we make anywhere from about like 15 to 110K a month.
I make a roughly 10 to 15,000.
I make 80K
a month.
Wow.
Come on now, dog.
So a couple days ago, I attended an event at Tulum in Buckhead. Now, as you can see, as I walked in, what was obvious is that there were groups of women that were sitting together eating without any men present, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 here on dates. But that's become the new thing, fellas. So don't ever let women make you think that there's so many guys lined up to take them out on dates, because that's just not the truth. Right. Take a look around here. You even have women in there with their suitcases. It's crazy out here, guys. So don't ever think that it's just a bunch of guys just taking women out. It's the new thing now, guys. Ladies are going out in groups because they can't get dates. You're the prize, kings.
And I mean, that's just sad. But that is the reality. That is where we are. This is what's happening. These women be what's the word which I use? They be capping. They be capping, they be lying, they be on social media trying to gaslight y'all. They be on here trying to make you feel small, trying to make you think that they got all these options. Yeah, they got options, but the options don't want them. But do you really have all these options? You know, because it's more women, and more women are out here. There are more women than men from what we gather. And so all these women are looking for the same type of guys, but they're not getting them. They're not getting the men that they want. They're not getting the outcomes that they want. And it's showing. It's exposing them that they're out here going out. This is why all of these talking points about what men should do is so prevalent. Well, this is why we hear so much of it, because they're not getting it. Because if they were getting it, they wouldn't have anything to complain about, right? They'll be out there enjoying everything that they're getting. They will be enjoying. But the reason why it's such a big topic is because they're not getting what they want. They're not getting the outcomes that they want. And that's why they're complaining. That's why men are sassy if they have standards, and they have things that they want in return from women, or expect certain things from women. That's why it's a big deal, because they're not getting what they want. And so they're pissed about it. You know, women are complaining about their bills and complaining about why men ain't the way they used to be, because you're not benefiting from it. If you're benefiting from something, you learn to shut your mouth. You shut the hell up, because you're like, hell, I don't want to mess up what I got. I'm being quiet. It's working. What I got to talk about. But the conversations are major because they're not getting what they want. And so this video here was just, an example of what's really out there. And then they can't, the women's only clubs that didn't last, because it's only, who gonna buy the drinks? They all sitting around, ain't nobody buying no drinks. This is for the women who like to say men are useless. We don't need them. But who gonna go to these? Who gonna pay at the strip clubs? Who gonna pay for the OnlyFans? Who gonna pay for y'all drinks? Who gonna pay for y'all hair and nails and all this stuff? The ones you can still swindle to do that. Who gonna pay for that? If all the men are removing themselves from these places, this is why all of that's falling short. They're not making all that money in the sex work industry anymore because men are not, patronizing it the way they used to. So if men are useless now because y'all can't benefit from them because they're choosing to opt out to fall for your BS. See, I think the issue was back then is a lot of men were not privy to the nature of women. Social media has made the dating scene worse, but it's also opened the eyes of a lot of men. Red pill content, Kevin Samuels, all of this content that was out there that told men, hey, you should be expecting more. Hey, you need to level up, of course, but also put yourself in a position so that you can have more options and use your options wisely. So that has changed the game. Men didn't think like that. They just thought, oh, cater to a woman, do what a woman said, that's going to get me in. No, and they realized that these women are playing you for suckers, that these women don't really want you there. They're telling you the things that you want to hear so that you can feel good about doing what you're doing. And then you realize, oh, she sleeping with somebody else. She cheating on you with somebody else. She just telling you what you want to hear because you're providing for her. So all of this content has opened the eyes of these men and made them wiser. And now they're realizing that it's not, what all that is cracked up to be. And hey, we can do better. We don't need to be with you. We don't need to settle for this. We don't need to settle. As much as women like to say they're not going to settle, these men realize that they don't have to settle. So it's changed the game. And so now women are pissed. Just like anything. When a person, when the scandal, is exposed, people start moving their money. They say, oh, and I'm not going to put money into a scandal. They start moving away. And so now you lose out because your scandal has been exposed. So now you can no longer benefit from that. Either you're going to have to come up with a new scandal or you're going to just have to move on and find something else to do. And that is what's happening in the dating market. So yeah, it's just not looking good for these women. So their last, tactic is to try to shame you. Remember, shame, insults, and the guilt and need to be right. So now shame you. Sassy, they sassy. Oh my God, they want to be the women. They want pedicures and manicures. Okay, ain't nothing wrong with a man wanting his toes and his fingernails to look nice. Men get that. They get their nails cleaned and clear polished and trimmed. And what's wrong with that? If they want to look nice, but they shame them because they don't want you to get your stuff done because they want you to pay for them to get theirs done. You know what I'm saying? That's what they want to do. And so I just think it's interesting. And I want to show y'all this little thing because this brought me to this where, this woman, she went viral for posting her, her maintenance fees and what it would cost for her to maintain. And this is what a man should be doing. Look at this. So she's going viral for sharing a list of things women need for maintenance. So the first thing, so women's maintenance, wax. So you got to get the wax, $60, right? Nails and toes, $75 to $130. Yeah, that's kind of expensive in my opinion. Hair, $80 to $400. Facials, and they're talking about a month, honestly. This is every month they're supposed to have this done. Brows, $12 to $30. And her lashes, $80 to $120 for lashes. For them big lashes that the men say they don't want. A wax, nails and toes, $75 to $130. Hair, anywhere from $80 to $400. Facials, you need a facial, you need all this stuff. And men, and the thing is, men are the ones who are expected to pay for this. So men are expected to come in and make sure that you look good. On top of maintaining himself and making sure he's good and everything else he got to pay and everything else that he's responsible for. And this list here, this wasn't there was another list I saw that was much worse than that. So this is what they're expecting y'all to come in and pay. Then you have women out here talking about, oh, fellas, just date in your tax bracket. No, why don't y'all date in y'all tax bracket? And let's see how that goes. Because that's what they don't want to do. Just if a woman's, oh, well, you can't afford me. Well, baby, you can't afford yourself. Why are you looking for a man who makes way more than what you make? No, you date in your tax bracket. How about that? Because seeing as the majority of y'all make about $35,000 a year. So why don't you date in your tax bracket? You might find a man. Because then you would understand that if y'all making that, then y'all got to work together. Get what I'm saying? But they don't want to do that, see? They want y'all to take care of them while calling y'all broke and dusty. When in actuality, the women who think like this and are looking for this are usually the broken, dusty ones. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. So I'm just like, that's too much. It's too much. It's too much. It really don't make any sense, y'all. But this is where they are. Somebody done, city girls or somebody done hype these women up and told these women, girl, this is what y'all supposed to be expecting from men. If he don't want to give you that, do not settle. Do not settle. Wait for your king, your rich king who will come in and give you the world, give you this leisure, this life of leisure, and this. I don't know what these people aren't rich. All these people come from probably poor to average lifestyles. And now somebody told them that they should deserve and expect a man to come in and give them this rich lifestyle. I'm like, this, you can't make it up. It really is really sad. But anyway, y'all, let's move right along. I want to play this other clip, and I want to get y'all thoughts on it before we move on. Check this out. Let me know what y'all think of this, because I saw this and I just wanted to share it. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button.
Corny is
hit the like button.
Is my preference is not my women. Now, I thought it was I'm not dating my women, period, which is the corniest human being outside of a criminal to me, period. Those are your roots. Those women are reflected in your roots. So if you're saying, hey, I don't generally date them, but I have more space for it, even though I still think it's a little corny.
Akash only dates brown. Akash has been with one girl in his life who is his wife.
That's my wife. That's an Indian woman.
So this is like loyal through and through. Okay.
And I understand it's not as important for y'all, but as an Indian, there's not a lot of us who are famous. So whether you like it or not, people are looking at you as a role model. You guys have established yourselves as role models. From simps to pimps, which is another motto I find kind of corny, but I looked into what you guys are about. And a lot of the shit is just childish, which is fine if you want to be funny. We just talked about how doctors ain't shit for 45 minutes. Mm-hmm. We are not in any way life coaching. We are not in any way trying to help men outside of, hey, come have a laugh for a couple hours. Right. If you're going to paint yourself as life coaches and then say shit like, my preference is, which is honestly bullshit. It is, I don't want to date black girls. That's the way every black dude that fucks white girls says it. I've dated black girls in my life. All right, bro. Who the fuck hasn't except me? You know what I mean? Everybody gonna dabble in everything. It is the mentality that I have an issue with, and Alex is upset with the specific words, true, but underneath it, he's upset with the mentality. And a lot of stuff you guys say in general, I think is stuff that's kind of childish. I saw a clip where you were like, oh, the nuclear family's falling apart. What do? I don't get married. Just don't get married. You're actually trying to help men, or you talking to fucking incels who are 18 years old? That's some shit you say to college. I'm gonna turn you from a simp to a pimp. All right, bro. Can we grow up? You guys are self-help. Hey, we're trying to help men. So either we're funny or help men, and be real and be honest with yourselves, and don't have an ego like, no, I have a preference. Be honest. Let's just be mature about what we feel. And part of that maturity is, yeah, it was a bad joke. I don't actually feel exactly that way.
Listen, what do y'all think about what they had to say? I mean, that was interesting take, I will say, Now, while I think, look, Fresh and Fit Myron, and I forget what the other one name, I forget their names. They made when they, did their show and stuff and had the women on there and stuff, they were telling a lot of truth to those women. But at some point too, though, what do you think is really helpful for if you're saying you're a coach and you're trying to, what are you trying to push? And I think that's really what it boils down to. What is your message? What is your goal? Are you just trying to be funny and make money? Or do you really have a goal of what you're trying to push out there? Do you have something in mind that you think will be helpful for relationships and for people to build? Because that's where I'm at with it. But everybody's not the same, and I get it. But I guess what he was asking, like, what is your goal? Like, what do you really care about? What do you really think? Is this your true feelings about it, or is this just something that sounds good? Like, do you really, want to help people to build stable, happy family homes? Or do you want people to go from, or you don't want men to go from simps to pimps, which you was a simp at first part of your life, and you realize, oh, this simping shit ain't really working. So now I'm gonna be a pimp. Now I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna pimp hoes, and you know what I'm saying? And I'm just gonna do what I do. And how long do you do that though? Because just like I think there's a wall for women to hit, I think there is something similar for men as well. Y'all let me know what y'all think. But I do think that people act as if they're not aging. Women do this all the time. Oh, well, these men get old. They got problems. Y'all women getting old too. You got problems too. Like, I don't understand that. But anyway, that's for another day. But everybody got to age. Everybody get old. Everybody got to deal with what comes with age. It's not just one or the other. It's both. So, my thing is, I'm like, do you want to be pimping at 60? Like, is that what you want to do? It's your life. You can do what you want, but is that optimal? Is that you want to be pimping at 60? Do you ever want to settle down and maybe have something more stable and real at least at the end of your life? What's the goal? So it just really just depends on what your goal is. What are you trying to? What message? What's the message that you're trying to send to young impressionable men as it relates to relationships and all this? Do you want them to be pimps? Go from a simp to a pimp, or do you want them, because he called that corny, do you want them to establish something real and teach them how to do it and look out for the red flags in women? That way you can avoid, the pit stops, or avoid the things that other men have, fallen into, like really paying attention to the women, have certain tips that you can use to distinguish, a good woman from a hyena. Or you just tell them, just play them all. Don't get married. Don't ever have a serious relationship. Just play them all to the end. So I thought that was interesting. Mr. Marcus says they envy the freak off gals. That goes to almost all of them. That's stupid. Thank you for Mr. Marcus for super chat. I think that's so dumb. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. Yeah, that is crazy. Why would you envy? You envy that? That shows you how far off the mark they are. That's crazy. Why would you envy that nasty behavior? It doesn't make any sense though. That's stupid. But a lot of them do. I agree with you. They some of them would have loved to be in Cassie's position. Would have loved, even though you're talking about, oh my God, she was being mistreated and all that. Y'all, so you want to be in that position. A lot of them would love to be in a position of the high value man, which would be DeeDee, sitting up there, doing whatever they're doing. Some of them would have loved to be in a position because it's a lifestyle. Oh, she had a lifestyle. Oh, she probably was getting all the bags and the shoes. Who gives a shit about bags and shoes if you're getting your head bashed in between the washer and the dryer? Who gives a shit about? See, that's just my thoughts. But a lot of these women think like, well, I'd rather cry in the Bentley than the Honda. Like, you're so damn stupid. And then eventually you're crying to nothing because that ain't yours in the first place. When he's done with you, you ain't got a Honda or a Bentley. Now you crying, talking about all men ain't shit, and you can't find you a high value man who's gonna take you seriously and treat you right. So is that really a winning streak for you or no? It's not. It's not a winning recipe at all. And so, I just think that when you hear women like the sprinkle lady talking about, using men and doing this and doing that, a lot of women, they're defending that type of behavior. But then when they've hit the wall, because if you think you're a beautiful woman, right? You're young and you're beautiful and you're attractive and men are coming after you, and you think that you can play these men and get money from all these different men. Okay, some women might be able to do that, but how long you think that's gonna last? You gonna get traded out like that man. What's his name? When they hit 25, he walk up, he get him another 20, get another younger one. He don't go be up above 25, they say. So you're replaceable. So at some point, you're gonna be replaced. And women always like to talk about they don't want to be objectified and all these things. It's like, come on, no, I think you do. You do want to be objectified. Because I don't see how you don't. If you keep putting yourself in these positions to be objectified just to complain about it when you don't get what you thought you was going to get out of it, because they think these men going to eventually take them seriously, marry them, and they're going to be just, married up and sitting up in the mansion. No, you don't. If you in that mansion, it's like 10 or 15 other ones in there with you, honey. Y'all all on the roster. Y'all all getting the same thing. Ran through and thrown out. Shit. Eventually, look how Lil Wayne kicked out his fiance child and her daughter before her birthday. He's like, I ain't paying for this shit. Y'all gotta go. And had some new ones flown in. Like you switching out some furniture, child. Switching out old furniture. You old, you too old. Out. In with the new. Come on. The new bad bitches, come on in. The old ones got to go. Come on now. But that's what you set yourself up for. Trying to have a lifestyle and using these men for their resources. They can handle you. They got the resources, so they don't mind spending a little money on you. But then when they done with you, you got to go. or out with the old, in with the new. And if you don't see that as being objectified and that you don't care, don't complain. Just when you know your turn is up, move on in silence and just go to the next. What's going on, Successful MD? Thank you for the super chat. Says materialistic crash dummies have no value. Right. They don't. But always be the ones complaining. Thank you, Successful MD, for the super chat. I appreciate you. Always be the one complaining. Just shut the hell up. Just shut it. This what you chose. I saw Chris Brown outside of a venue and all of the chicks out there waiting in a big group with the most whatever skimpy outfit they put together, makeup on. They out there waiting on point for this man to come out, hoping he will choose them. And not choose you because he wants you for real. Choose you so you can get ran through by Chris Brown and hope and pray that he keep you around, that you're good enough that he keep you on his roster, that you're one of the few. But these are good women and they so respectful and all that, child, please. Come on now. Don't make no sense. Let's move on.
Here's my theory, and I could be completely wrong, and the internet probably gonna destroy me for this, but I think women that have more than 2 baby daddies usually have some sort of mental illness.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, because you're getting genetically modified too much. I think, okay, so this is what I know. Every time you get pregnant, right, there's stem cells that come from that baby, and them stem cells end up behind your eyes and your brain and your heart and your lungs and stuff and help your organs heal while the baby taken from you. And those stem cells will always stay with you, right? So that means that man is always in you. And that is why, the Bible says you will only desire your husband. Correct. This is why you gotta use condoms, because that baby better get up inside you, and the uterus is very porous, much like the mouth, right? So when anything goes up in there, it automatically the uterus starts to absorb it. It starts going through the vaginal walls and all that, and the blood, it gets into the bloodstream, right? And so it takes
get in there.
So it takes like 6 weeks to get a man out of your system if you have unprotected sex, and it's because he's starting to bind to your DNA, right? And that's why it's couples, when they be together too long, they start looking alike. You start looking like him.
Wow.
Like, it's not, the guy don't start looking like her. She start looking like him because he is genetically modifying her. And every time you get pregnant by him, you start to get modified, right? So if you get pregnant by multiple peoples, right, that's multiple spirits, multiple thoughts, multiple modifications from a different DNA strand to have mental stress. So, it's very evident, like what I'm saying is very evident and makes sense, because like you got all these dating apps, all these women like free sex, free this, whatever, I'm doing, but I'm living it, I'm exerting my sexuality and all this, and I don't care if I got 5 kids or 5 baby daddies, whatever. Usually those bitches are mentally, they're struggling in so many different ways, not just financially, but also just like on where to focus, how to whatever, because you got too many different bloodlines in your blood.
Too many kids. I mean, that'll do it,
you have mental illness. So that was my theory on sperm.
That makes sense. That's very
and that's why you can't just, that's why you have to use condoms, ladies. That's why you have to use condoms. We cannot genetically modify men. Now, women.
Listen, what do you think about what she's saying? Listen, I don't know about all that. Maybe there's some truth to it. I don't know. But I do know a lot of these women have mental illness and mental issues. I say it all the time. They definitely got mental issues, honey. And it's usually the ones with the more kids they have out of wedlock, the more crazier they become. So there may be some correlation between all of that. I don't know, but I do know. I say a lot of these women are walking around with mental illnesses, mental issues for sure. They crash out easily. They have no kind of they have no, they got bad tempers. They're easily triggered. They got attitudes. They mad all the time, pissed off, ready to fight. They have no decorum. They don't know how to control themselves. Like, a lot of them have issues, and they don't know how to resolve it, but they just blame a man. Oh, the men made them crazy. Y'all made them crazy. Y'all made them get attitudes. Y'all made them aggressive. Y'all made them, hard. All of that. No. Successful MD says, women become pukatized with condoms. She's dumb, child. Thank you, Successful MD. Baby, child. Yeah, and look, it's just a hot mess. Every excuse in the book as to why you have a nasty attitude, why your behavior sucks, why you are a horrible person. You know what I mean? It's just every excuse in the world. But baby, like I said, if I was a man child, I would be out too. I'll be like, child, deuces. I ain't got time for this shit. Because it's too much. It's too much. It's too much to have to deal with. You know, all you got, all these 4-5-time baby mamas, and you know what I'm saying, with the most highest expectations, want you to take care of them and they pay all the bills and all them damn kids. Who got money to do that? Even if you got money to do it, who gonna sign up for that? Who's signing up to take care of you and your 5 damn kids and pay all y'all goddamn bills? You know how expensive that is? You know how expensive children are? I know. They're expensive. They're always needing something. You know how much of the food bill is? With a lot of children who eat a lot? That's expensive. So why would a man want to come in, it's not even his kids, and come in and pay for all your damn children to eat, pay all the bills, and on top of that, you're not even just asking for a responsible man who will pay the bills, and that's it. No, you want a lifestyle on top of that. Add that list of the monthly maintenance fees for a woman. Girl, what happened to women polishing their own nails and doing their own nails? What happened to women doing their own hair? What happened to women doing their own makeup? And you could do your own manicures and your own toes. You really don't have to pay for that. You could do that yourself. There's ways to do it. You can do your own facials. Child, you can go to Amazon, buy all the stuff for your facials and do your own damn facial. They even got you can get the little thing to scrub your crusty feet. Scrub your crusty feet and moisturize them and have them nice and supple and soft. You don't gotta go pay $80 and $100 for that. You can do that yourself, and you can go get the equipment to do it, and you can do it whenever you want. You don't have to pay extra. The one-time fee for your facials and and that can last you for months and months and months. A lot of this stuff you can do yourself, but they want this lifestyle that they've seen on social media, and they want you to pay for it. So, it's up to you. And that's why I say, look, some things are reasonable and some things are not. All this stuff these women want is just a lifestyle of, it's a bunch of BS, a way for you to just spend all your money unnecessarily. And they know they don't have it to keep up, so they want you to do it. These aren't responsible women, in my opinion. These aren't women who are looking at the things that are most important in life and saying, hey, I just want a responsible man that works hard and we can build because you would want to build with the man if you were really looking for the things that made sense. No, anytime you hear women talk like this, child, y'all already know that's red flags. Run like the wind. Don't even go in their direction because it's just not going to work out. It's not going to work out. All right, y'all, let's move on. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Please hit the like button. Hit the like button. Also, support the channel, you guys. All I'm asking, $5 super chat to support the channel, you guys. If you are able to support the channel via Cash App or super chat, and I would really appreciate you guys for doing that. That would definitely help out. Let's move on, y'all, to this particular video because I want to, and then we're going to move on. This is the last clip of the evening. And then we're going to move on. I'll open the chat up if you want to come. I mean, not the chat, the panel up if you want to come up and give your thoughts on any of these topics. We're going to go ahead and do that, y'all. But let's go ahead and get into this one here. Here we go.
Yeah, I don't see you, though.
I can see you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you very well.
Okay, I can see you got a pink bonnet on your head.
Yeah, and I heard you talking to the other girl. Okay, my answer to the bonnet is like if I'm sitting in the comfort of my own house, you know what I'm saying? Or like if I go down the street like to a store that's like 5 minutes away from me, I might wear my bonnet. But if I'm going out like somewhere, even to the grocery store where I'm gonna be around a lot of people I don't know, I look, decent without the bonnet and everything. That's what I wanted to say about the bonnet.
Let me ask you a question. Would you go on a first date with your bonnet on your head?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
So here's the deal. So I'm happy you said that. So you should think, all ladies, be in this mindset. You're on your first date because this is the moment that a guy, if he's considering to date you, this is his first date impression. So right. I love, and I said this on Facebook, I love that y'all are so comfortable. Hello? Y'all so comfortable.
No, I was
with
just
me.
trying to get you on here. Because I still can't see you. But go ahead.
I was saying that I love that y'all so comfortable with me that y'all don't even realize that. And then also, hold on. My show is going to be viewed by thousands of people all around the world. So if there was ever a moment you want to put your best foot forward, it's when you call me.
Okay, but Kendra, I got a good response to that. Listen, you know we can barely catch you sometimes, so sometimes we might have to catch you when we got a bonnet on, you know.
Girl, no, you could take the bonnet off, ma'am. You got a wig on too, so why you need the bonnet? I don't understand. If you're gonna put the wig on, you don't need the bonnet. The wig is like the bonnet. You don't need both. You got a wig. I can see if your natural hair was messed up and you threw something on, but you got a wig on, so you don't need the bonnet. Damn, you don't need both of them. I'm just saying, child. Let's continue.
You know, like it just happens whenever it happens, you know. Like we don't know when you're gonna accept us. Sometimes we might not have it all together. You want to see my little nappy wig?
Okay, I do understand this is a pop-up show, so this wasn't a scheduled show. But sometimes the shows are scheduled.
Or just take
so
the
you
wig
know
off.
that.
Okay, listen. My thing is this. Do you have hair underneath the wig? Pull your hair back in the bun. A nice little bun always works for me. Ain't nothing wrong with a little pull back. It looks sleek, you know. Do your little edges, pull your hair back in a bun. Sometimes that's cute. I don't like it all the time, but yeah, push come to shove. That's what you gonna get. Pull it back in the bun and do a little light makeup and some lip gloss, and you look fine. Why? That wig that was matted up, and if you're gonna do a wig, make it look nice. Shit, Lord, but that's why she had the bonnet on. The wig was a hot matted mess. But God, you just can't put the pull your hair in the back ponytail. Come on. What's going on, Divine Photos? How you been? Thank you for the super chat. Says she looked like the Swedish chef from the Muppets. Oh shit. There y'all go. Okay. Thank you, Divine Photos, for the super chat. I appreciate you, baby. He said a Swedish chef from the Muppets, honey. I don't remember that, but child, I will never understand how you come on the show looking for a man looking like that. Come on now. Shit, you want to put your best foot forward. And if you're really serious about looking for a man, baby, when you go put on the request, press the button to request, you better go in and make sure you do everything you need to do to make sure you're good and stay ready. Stay ready. So every day you try and get ready. If it takes you to start early and have your stuff together, so when you go in there, you look good. I don't understand, but let's continue.
I'm about to go live then, but in this case, in this moment, this is a pop-up show. So do you want to proceed? You want to keep going?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Move back a little bit. Tell me your name.
And then you look like that, and then you be this close in the goddamn camera. Why you so close? You want people to see the bond? Like, why you so be like this in the camera? Like, and you ain't got it together. I'll be far back as I could possibly be. I'm just saying. Let's continue.
My name is Quantina Turner.
I need your first name. Quantina?
Yeah, Quantina Turner on Facebook.
Okay, I don't need your Facebook name. I just need your first name. And you have
Von
to
Trita.
And all you can do is share your
Jesus Christ, Lord. TS, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. I'm just saying TS for sure. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you.
Kendra G singles dating app info when we get there.
Oh man.
Quantina.
All right. So Quantina, how old are you?
Quantina, baby.
I'm 40, my love.
40. Do you have excuse me. Quantina, 40. Do you have any kids?
I have one son, he's 9.
You ever been married?
No, ma'am.
What do you do for a living?
I work at home for Sprint.
Okay.
Oh, she worked for Sprint. Okay.
And what's your zodiac sign?
Libra. 10/20, the same day as Kamala Harris, Snoop Dogg, and a couple more other people.
Okay.
Okay. So Quantina?
Yes, ma'am.
Quantina, 40 Libra, mom to a 9-year-old, never married, works for Sprint. What kind of man you looking for, girl?
Okay, So I just got out of a fatal attraction, a real life fatal attraction. Like it's kind of like I can't get this man away from me. I'm looking for someone affectionate. It's like I couldn't communicate with him. It's recent. I'm gonna let you know right now. Like
It's what?
it ain't even really recent. My last relationship, it's kind of like I can't get him away from me, so I'm still like in the place where I'm trying to get him like away from me. It's kind of like a fatal attraction.
Jeez.
Okay.
And
all right,
girl,
I'm basically
who a man gonna sign up to be with a woman who got a real live? What she say? A real live fatal attraction, child. That's a turn off right there. This ninja come rolling up when you try to hang out with her, and he come trying to do something like somebody gonna get hurt. Who wants to put themselves in a position where, for her dealing with a real live fatal attraction is a crazy dude? I don't think they think about that. I don't think they think, women don't think the way men think. Men think differently than women. And a lot of times men are more logical and make a lot of sense. Even though they try to say, oh, men, we're better than men. And you know what I mean? We're smarter than men. I don't think so. Honestly, I don't. And listen, I had to realize that myself, to be honest. You know what I mean? There was a point in my life where I thought I knew it all, even though I know I didn't know it all, but I would like to act like I knew it all, but then get mad when the truth comes out. Me and my husband used to go through this. Like, he used to be telling me stuff, and I'm like, is that true? He like, yeah. And I'm like, no, because I thought this is whatever. And I really don't be knowing, but I'm making it up as I go to sound smart, like I know much more. And knowing I didn't know. And then he's telling the truth, then they would get mad. I told you, it's the psyche of the women. It's a lot of the women who are crazy. They're batshit crazy. It's a mental, emotional thing going on with a lot of women, where it plays itself out in relationships and in life. And a lot of these men don't want to deal with the shit. It's like, come on now. And then I think the difference is if you are the type of person as a woman who could realize your BS and be like, and come off that high horse and be like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. I apologize. This is why it's hard for women to apologize, because they can't accept that they're wrong. It's like something wrong. No, you got to get past that, baby. If you want to be with a man for real, you got to accept when you're wrong. You got to accept to acknowledge. You got to accept some shit about yourself. You can't just keep saying the men are wrong. A lot of these women be dead wrong. And if you correct them, oh my God, they won't fight. They want to fight you. So I just think, once again, accountability, self-accountability, it's a real thing. And I know Red Pill and podcasters are always saying this, men are always saying, but it's the truth. It will change your life when you start, just stop, put your ego aside and start being accountable for your actions and acknowledge when you're wrong. Nobody's 100% right. You could be wrong sometimes. It's okay. Own up to it, though. Accept it, because you learn from it. You can't learn from your mistakes if you don't acknowledge that they're there. That goes for that's a universal statement. You can't learn and do better from your mistakes if you don't acknowledge that it's a mistake, because you're going to keep perpetuating that mistake, and then people don't want to fool with you. But at least if you can be accountable and you can acknowledge, you can go somewhere, you can grow. That's how you grow. But if you can't grow, and if you think you got it all together, then that's the entitlement that a lot of these people have, women and anybody. And you're going to just stay there. And eventually you're going to run everybody away. Nobody want to deal with the entitled, self-absorbed person who can't be accountable for their actions. So yeah, that's why it's very important. Christopher Jackson, thank you once again for the super chat. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much for being here and supporting the channel. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Please make sure you are hitting the like button, y'all. Let's continue.
Looking for somebody who's not like abusive, not domestic. I don't want somebody who real muscular or real skinny, but kind of in between that. I like dark, like black or either brown skin. I don't do too many light skinned dudes unless it's like Chris Brown or something. But
wait, real quick, the fatal attraction is you're in the moment of it now. He's still trying to be with you.
Yes, ma'am. That's why I wanted to come on here, because I know you're gonna tell me some good stuff about it.
Well, I would say this could be. Well, do you have a police report?
And I'm not even trying to be mean, but 40 years old, you haven't gotten this. I'm just saying, what y'all call it? Arrested development. Does this qualify for that? When you're 40 years old and you act like you're really still oblivious to life. I'm just saying, like, and like I said, I don't, you live and you learn, but there's a lot of things I learned by the time I got hit 40. I can understand if you're 18, you really don't know nothing, right? And you got some learning and some life experiences to go through, and that's how you learn. But at 40, don't you think you should have had enough life experiences to know a little bit better? A lot of these women are older. 40 is not super old, but it's old enough to where you would think that you have learned some things and you know better. To be going on another show, going on a dating show at 40, asking another woman about it's certain things you should already know, right? Yeah, because I'm just like, some stuff now. Like I say, I'm open. I think we all should be open to learning, no matter how old you are. But it just seemed like certain basic things you would think a 40-year-old asking another 40-something-year-old. It's like, come on, you should already know better with certain things. I don't know. Let's continue.
Is it that serious?
Yes, ma'am. All of that. Restraining order, warrants out, everything. He don't care nothing about none of that.
Okay, so let me just say this to you. And first of all, I want you to be safe. But any man watching, that information might turn him away, because why would he want to attach himself to a woman who's saying that she got a fatal attraction guy who don't even care about the police? He might come for your new man.
Right.
All right. Okay. So the answer to that question is he is the bitch when anyone else comes around. He only wants to harm me when no one else is around, no one's looking. When my mama or my sisters or even a cousin, anybody, it don't even have to be related to me. When they come around, he act like an angel. Like when I tell them he crazy and he doing this and he doing that, they don't believe me, because when they around him, he acts like an angel, like accordingly, like he make me look crazy.
So do you think he's gonna be upset if you find a new man?
He will be afraid. He's very short.
How
For one
short is
thing, I'm 5'3". He probably about 5'6", maybe.
Okay.
And
what did he do that made them honor your restraining order?
Is 5'6" really short for a man? I don't know. When she said really short, I thought she was talking like 5 feet or 4'9". 5'6" is average. Isn't that average height? Let me know. Let's continue.
Just name one. Has he probably done it?
No, you tell me. Like what was
everything, honey. Anything you can probably think of, except for kill me.
No, you can give me one example.
Choke.
He choked you?
That's just like the least little.
And when did all this happen?
Last time it was like the beginning of this month.
Of June? That's like 3 weeks ago.
I'm just trying to like get somebody who will like man up and get him like away from me, because he will not touch no man. I done seen him get tried by people who taken up for me, and he won't say nothing back. All that hardness that he do when nobody ain't around, he don't do it with anybody else around. Like if somebody else around, he acts like a totally different person. And all I need is somebody just be like, bruh, she don't want you no more. Stay the fuck away from her house. And he will do it.
What about like your child's father? Are you guys close?
Nah, we cool, but not close.
Okay.
It's like he buys school clothes, Christmas clothes. That's it. Things like that.
I mean, do you have any man, like a brother, father, uncle that could stand up?
Yeah, all of them. All of that.
So none of those men have checked him?
Yes, they have checked them. And he be like, yeah, you right. Yeah, I know, you right, man. My daddy done checked everything. And then as soon as they leave, he right back to the same.
How does he get in? Are you still allowing him in?
No, Kendra, you would not believe me if
I don't know. I don't believe her. And I'm just like, can you move? Can you, like, how is he able to keep finding you? Why is he messing with you? Is she, you know what I'm saying? Like, is he that crazy? Well, you really need to go to the police for real. She said she got restraining orders, so why he keep showing up? But I'm saying, like, this is the type of men that these women be dating, like these strange, crazy. Let's continue.
I tell you this man, I'm on like the second floor of these apartments. This man, I have no idea how he shimmy his way up to a window just to get in. To tell you the truth, I really think it's because he don't have a place to stay.
Oh, he's trying to stay there.
That could be a reason. But I will just say this. I got to be honest with you. I don't know what type of man is going to sign up for this kind of drama, honey. There's a lot of drama. And I don't think any man with sense wants to put himself in danger. And the way you're describing this guy, you have a restraining order. You don't even care what the police say. So this is a tough one.
Well, yeah, this is kind of like why I wanted to talk to you. I kind of figured that, but I wanted to tell you the truth. And if somebody reach out, you know, who about that life, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, but not to cut you off. But the good thing is you do have a restraining order. So if he violates that, he'll go to jail.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I got like 3 warrants on him and a restraining order.
And this happened.
But by the time I call the police, he be gone, honey. They don't get here fast enough.
But this all happened within the last 3 weeks because you said you was with him 3 weeks ago.
No, just the last time happened in the last 3 weeks where he had got into my house somehow. I think he be climbing through the window. I really don't have no idea how he really gets in my house, but the windows have been open, so I'm thinking it's by the window.
Okay.
Oh, right. Lord.
Well, that was the backstory of her last guy. So you're looking for, okay, we were talking about the kind of man you're looking for.
Someone to lift me up instead of tear me down. Like, he's the type that would tear you down, call you all types of names, even names that don't even apply to you. You know, like someone who lift me up. Like if they say, sweep the floor, wash the dish.
Oh my God.
I don't want him to say like, oh, you ain't even washing no dishes. You a dirty ass bitch or something like that. Be like, hey, them dishes need washed. Bam, they'll get washed. But he do it to where we got to get into a whole fight by the way he disrespected me.
But see, the thing about this is women complain about this stuff. Why do you keep dealing with it though? You got one time to call me out my name and disrespect me, and it's a wrap. Why do you keep dealing with and giving these men all this time if they disrespectful and stuff like that? And talking, I mean, if that's how they talk, you gonna notice that right away. He talk to you like that. Those are red flags. Those are signs to say, or reasons to say, oh hell no. You got to have more respect for yourself, more, you know, value of yourself to be to have standards where you don't put up with certain things. But a lot of these women deal with these types of men and put up with this type of behavior and then just go on social media to complain about it. You know, but ma'am, you and women, you got to understand that the onus is not on the man. The onus is on you. So if you allow yourself to deal with men who disrespect you and call you out your name, that says a lot about you. That means you don't have a lot of respect for yourself. And you don't have high standards yourself. This is why it's a joke to men when women talk about, oh, I will not settle and I know my worth now. You know, you done been ran through and everything possibly done to you. Now you know your worth, and now your what you think your worth is just not equal to the worth that men have for themselves. So that means the men that you're going after now, and for the life of me, why is it you knowing your worth? I say this all the time, meaning you require a whole bunch of money from a person. That don't make no sense. You knowing your worth and your value, meaning you won't allow people to take advantage of you, disrespect you, and things of that nature. You have standards that maybe you didn't have before, and you realized and you learned and you did better. I could understand that. But why does knowing your worth is always attached to a man making a whole bunch of money, and that's the only thing? You don't talk about standards and things you've learned and having respect for yourself. You talk about, oh, I know my worth now, so he need to make $100,000 because I gave Pookie every bit of me and I ain't get no money for it. I was selling myself short, you know? That's what they mean. They don't mean that they've learned, you know, some value and standards, and now they're going to, you know, respect themselves and they want to be treated with respect. And they just strictly go to money. I know my work now, so I will not accept the bare minimum. I will not accept the bare minimum. You know what I'm saying? And the bare minimum meaning he got to bring something to the table. You got to bring something to the table. You got to bring something. And you ain't really learned your worth for real. Like, that don't make no sense. I hear that all the time. That's just cringe. I'm like, wait a minute. You done been in abuse. All the relationships you've been in, they've been abusive. You have 3 baby daddies. One of them died, unfortunately. The other 2, they ain't in the children life. You don't know where they at. So you raising 2, 3 children by yourself. Or everybody you dealt with was a deadbeat. But you don't realize that you might be a deadbeat too for dealing with that type of character. And he only became abusive year 4 of the relationship when it was over and you had enough. Now you know your value, you know your worth, and you will not accept the bare minimum. That's how they sound. So now I need a man. He got to bring, okay, my baby dad is all 3 of them didn't make no money. They was, you know, street pharmacists. So they got caught, went to jail. One of them got shot up. Rest in peace to him. And then the other ones, they don't make no money. They make nowhere near it. But, you know, now you got to make 100,000. Yeah, because I got 3 kids. And I know my worth now and I know my value and I will not settle. I won't accept the bare minimum. Like, this is just an insane thing to me. You know your worth, so that requires the next man to take care of you and your kids. Make it make sense, y'all. Please. Let's continue.
By the way, he say certain things, and you know, somebody who will lift me up instead of like tear me down.
Therapy or something.
Okay.
Do you kind of get what I'm saying?
She needs some help.
I do.
You need a little therapy.
I do understand what you're saying. What are so basically somebody that's going to talk down on you is verbal abuse is what you're really describing.
Yeah.
So no verbal abusive men. Those are your deal breakers. Should the guy look a certain way?
Brown skin or dark skin? Oh goodness. Shoot. Don't have no fruity in him. Like, if you know what I mean.
No fruity. Your last guy had fruity in him?
No, he didn't. He didn't at all. I'm just like all these videos I watch on Facebook and on YouTube. It seems like everybody about like that now.
Ooh,
and I want one of the ones who ain't like nowhere near that.
All right, so no fruity men. What about, should he make a certain amount of money?
No, I mean, we can come up together long as you ain't sitting on your butt. You know what I'm saying? Or you can make however much you got or make more. I will boost you up. I will help you fly, honey. And you boost me up. I mean, we can get on together. I mean, just long as you like want to do it, like long as you want something instead of sitting on your ass. Long as you got like goals, you know?
Okay.
Like something that you want to do in life.
All right, let's do the Kendra Cam.
Oh, I'm skinny, y'all. I only weigh like 135 pounds. All right, how should I sit this? Oh, man. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Shoot, nah. Oh, that ain't gonna work. How about if I sit it right here?
Okay, I think I see you.
Well, at least she's not overweight. I will give her that.
Okay, look, you're in shape.
At least she's
so Quantine?
Quantina.
Quantina, when was your last relationship?
About a month ago.
Okay. You don't have. Oh yeah, you're in it. This guy, right?
It must be Quantina's.
Well, he in it. I'm not.
Okay. And you don't have to answer, but I'm gonna ask. When's the last time you was intimate with someone?
2 weeks ago.
This the guy we're talking about?
Yeah.
You had sex 2 weeks. So when did you get a restraining order?
I got a restraining order Thursday.
Oh. So you got a restraining order 2 days ago.
Yeah, I'm talking to Kendra, baby.
Who are you talking to?
My son.
Okay. So 2 weeks ago, so this is a real recent. Is he still calling you?
It's a long story, Kendra. Okay, like I told you, he don't have a place to stay. So even if we ain't doing nothing, instead of him wanting to go to a hotel, he might pay me $100 just to spend a night at my house for a night, and he'll leave the next day.
Got you. Okay. But you're done with that, right?
I'm trying to be. I need somebody like to, take his place, like.
But you need to be done, but you have a restraining order. So whether a man comes or not, you got to be done with it. I think, ladies, here's the deal. Sometimes you just got to leave a situation because you got to leave a situation.
Right.
It's not always about finding a better man. Sometimes it's all about finding a better you. And sometimes you don't even need to replace a toxic man with another man yet, because if you're not healed, all you're going to do is replace him with another toxic man. So I know a lot of times y'all always want a man's presence, and I get that desire, but sometimes God needs for you to be isolated so he can get you together. And I think 2 weeks ago you slept with this man who you got a restraining order with. Last 2 days ago you got the restraining order with him. 2 weeks ago you slept with him. You might need some single season time for yourself, to be quite honest, Quantine.
Thank you, sister. I knew you would tell me something I need to hear. Like I said, all I need to do is be lifted up.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a forever revolving door with just humans. And because loneliness can be a scary state, people run from that. So they're always trying to put somebody in. But if you're not a healed person, all you're going to do is attract another unhealed person. And then you'll be going through the drama again. And you're a mother, you have a 9-year-old. So you don't have the luxury to just think about yourself. You got somebody else's life at stake. You you have a child that you have to think about, and you need to live for your child. They tell me, are you lying? They're telling me that you're lying to me.
Lying about what?
They say you're trolling.
Okay, well, I don't care what they think. I mean,
okay,
like why would they think that? First of all, I really don't care, but what made them think that I'm lying about anything? What this is a serious subject, and I came on here to get advice from my sister, my cousin Kendra. So I don't give a F what y'all think that I'm lying about. She giving me what I need. I ain't reading none of y'all comments. So y'all can just say what the fuck you want to say. I know what the fuck I'm going through. Lord forgive me for all my cussing.
Ooh, girl.
But bruh, y'all can.
A voice came out. Y'all heard it? Did y'all hear it? I know what the F I'm going through. Oh, where my voice thing at? Hold on. Let me see. Where is it? Oh my God. That's how you know that aggression, it comes out.
I know what the fuck I'm going through. I don't give a F what y'all say. I know what the F I'm going through. Shit. That's how you know.
That's how you know. That's how you know, baby. That's the red flag. You trigger one thing and boom, it go from, talking kind of decent to Let's continue.
I mean, I don't give a fuck. I ain't here to sit here and entertain y'all. I ain't here to entertain nobody. I just wanted a little bit of advice from my big sis Kendra.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I apologize. I never know. Like, I really just be coming online and host my show and do stuff for my show. So I'm not as familiar with all the things. And I guess they thought
trolling about what? What part? I mean, I'm just curious to know what part they think I was trolling about.
I think, your story is a lot. So I think that they probably just weren't sure if it was true or not.
Oh, well, that's their problem.
Okay. Well, I mean, again, we can proceed, but my personal advice to you, I think you got a lot going on. And I just have to be honest. I'm not sure if it's even safe for a guy to align himself with you having a restraining order against your ex who 2 weeks ago choked you. Definitely stay in contact with all the male friends and your daddy, the male protectors in your life. If this guy is truly dangerous, but I think you got to do some self work, Quantine.
That sounds cute. You can call me Quantine, but it's Quantina.
Quantina.
Yeah, she's smoking a
So
cigarette.
I mean, why would a guy be lucky to be with you?
I'm humble. I'm blessed.
Okay.
I'm one of God's children. I'm an angel. I'm put here to test some people, and I got to go through the battles just to humble some people, and I will lift you up. I will never break you down. I will motivate you to get money. I mean, I will, whatever you want to do, I will motivate you to do it. I'm a very humble person, and I'm just looking for somebody.
At 40 years old, you can find somebody then if you are God's child, which we all is, the God's children. But I'm saying besides that, if you so humble and so great, why is it? I don't understand. Look, at 40 years old, you should have you a good man then. No man recognized that you was God's child and so great and wifed you up, and you should be sitting at home with your man at this point that appreciates you and loves you for you, Quantanita. I'm just saying, like, come on now. This is where the lack of accountability. Quantanita should have a husband at 40. If these women all like, I'm so great, I'm a catch because I'm that girl. Well, why you ain't got a man? Usually they say the women who are catches, they get caught quick. They get wifed up quick. Because these men realize they'll catch and get them. Well, what happened to these? Did the men not see them as a catch? I'm just saying. This is what happens when you're delusional and you think you're the catch, but all the men seem not to see you as catch. And the only thing that you're attracted is men who you got to put restraining orders out on. That's the only men you can get in your corner to even give you some type of attention, are the ones who call you out your name and you got to put restraining orders on, and they crazy and don't want to work and they homeless. So that don't sound like a catch to me. The catches get caught. That's all I'm saying. But you hear all the same, I'm a catch, I'm that girl, and I'm this, but somehow no man sees that in you. None of them see it in you. Irving Hunt, thank you for the super chat. Says, just tuned in. What we got here? Another bonnet, watering hair, hat hooligan. We all doomed. Shit, we ain't all doomed, Irvin. Just some, baby. Thank you for the super chat, Irvin, and thank you so much for being here. Child, this is, Lord have mercy. Irvin also says, meant to say, wearing also the classic black woman with the smoke alarm beeping. Right. I think it's Quantanita's it's the Quantanita Bonnet Crew alarm, child. Thank you, Irvin. I appreciate you. Child, Lord. Let's continue. This is over.
Like intelligent, very intelligent, like spiritually, like me. And somebody to talk to 3 hours, 4 hours all night long about some deep stuff, type of stuff.
Okay. Well, here's the deal. You have to download the Kendra G Singles dating app and set up your profile. And once you are healed, well, whenever you do it though, I'm gonna show you what it looks like. You have an iPhone or an Android phone?
I have the iPhone.
Okay, you would go to your app store and you would type in Kendra G Singles and create your profile.
Okay, my love.
Okay.
Go to Kendra G Singles.
Yes. I wish you the best, honey.
Thank you, my love. Have a great day.
She ain't going to that damn app. Watch. Quantina ain't going to that app, child. I don't know. Hit the like button, y'all. Please hit the like button. Listen, I'm gonna put the link if y'all want to come up and give y'all thoughts real quick on any of the topics, because I promised to open the chat up on Friday. If you want to come up and give your thoughts on any of the topics discussed today, go ahead and hit the link. I pinned it to the top of the chat. Go ahead and do it quickly, or we're going to wrap this up, but I'm going to leave it open for a few minutes, y'all. Listen, I just want women to understand what's important. Just understand what's important. Change your mentality, do better, and you might be able to get somebody. That's what I'm saying. I think a lot of men are pretty reasonable. Some of them have checked out and they don't care. There are a lot of men who ain't trying to, do what y'all are asking. But if y'all are reasonable and you're willing to work, maybe you might find somebody. But a lot of these men, you have to be really serious about it, because a lot of these men ain't playing. They're not trying to wife y'all up no more. They're like, hell, no, there's no reason. They don't want to lose what they work hard for. So they're not even, you have to be an exceptional woman, in my opinion, for these men to want to marry you for real. I think these women have to be exceptional. You have to really be about it. They have to really trust you in order to do that these days. They're not just doing it, like that now. And so these are the consequences of your actions and what you put out there. So you got to accept it or try to make some changes. And if more women start listening to men and start really trying to put in the work, maybe something could be done. Maybe they'll give you a chance. Maybe, just maybe. It's a possibility. But if you still thinking the way you thinking and you're independent boss chicks, I don't need no man, I got it in the bag, these dusters need level up, child, just go sit down some goddamn well. Because I don't think these men really care like that. They don't. They tell me all the time, we don't care. We don't care. Every day I get a comment saying we don't care. And I'm like, okay, well, damn. All right. It is what it is. Now, Bonnet Crew. Oh no, okay. I thought that was somebody calling themselves Bonnet Crew, because baby, you don't have no picture up there, but that's not. What's going on, y'all? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
How y'all doing? Y'all all right?
Hello, DeeDee. How's it going? TGIF.
Good. We're gonna start with you, Classy. What's your thoughts? Any thoughts on any of it?
Well, I'll go back to the Nigerian switch up queen in a minute. I'm going to start with the lady that was just the video you just did about Kendra G. That lady is basically, she's done for. Like, I tell men all the time, do not invite yourselves in situations with women like that, because I put too many men in the morgue because they've gotten themselves in situations with women that don't have their stuff situated with old exes and other men that they may be plowing in the sheets. They haven't cleared that up. So I advise you to stay away from these women. And secondly, I think that woman was either drunk or she's smoking on something, because she kept slurring her words. And I'm like, there is something past mentally wrong with her. But I'm like, you bid respects. Ladies, if it's my body, my choice, it's also your choice to choose the right man that you deem fit to have your children. You are the common denominator as why your life is messed up. I'm not saying the men don't have any responsibility with that, but all I'm saying, it starts with you first. You should be treating your VJ like Fort Knox in the U.S. Mint. It should be very difficult for me to get into just because you're attracted to me. But I'm going to be honest with you, DeeDee. The world that we live in today is not the world that we lived in during the Generation X. And those times, the marriage, all the messages that you give are probably going to be good for the younger generation coming up. They may see your videos and take advice, but these other women, they're doomed. And the dating prospects in America is doomed. It's all about hookup culture at this current moment. Now, I'm going to make this quick and let the other gentleman talk. The Nigerian switch up lady that was on Kendra G's show, once again, I say this all the time. Let's just hypothetically say that she did get with a guy that make $500K. We know the ending of this story. He probably liked you because your caboose was pretty large, and he probably found it more fascinating than your face. So he took you to the hotel. He did his thing, and that was it. You talking about, oh, things happen. Dear, no. A man that makes $500K is looking for the next Katniss Everdeen. This is the Hunger Games for you ladies. You ladies gonna have to battle for a man like that. And this is why I say Diddy need to be don't need to go to jail, because for one, you can't sex traffic grown men, for one. And number two, if you want that type of guy, you're gonna go do some crap to be with that type of guy. And you see what Cassie is going through. Do you think there aren't other men that make just as much as DeeDee or more that's not doing this to women. All right. I'll go ahead and I digress. Everybody else can go ahead.
Michael, you want to chime in?
Yeah, I know these. I want to say I know these conversations drain the daylights out of you, don't it, DeeDee? I know you get tired of me mentioning that to you, but it is what it is. I mean, I'm not gonna get into nothing spiritual today, but as time go on, the world's gonna get even worse than what it is now. So, um, we ain't got long, and if you know what I'm talking about. But on to get to the subject, women have got to understand that there are more of them than there are of us. And what the passport bro movement has shown us is that there are more of them than there are of us. A man that got money and got swag, he got opportunities. And we as a society, we got to get back. We can't shame these women no more. We can't talk to these women no more. Sometimes we just gotta let these women make their own decisions because that's the society that we have created. We created a society where the father can't check the dude that the girls date no more. We create a society that promotes hookup culture, gold digging culture, everything. So if we want to make a difference, then we just got to stand out from that culture. We got to, if there are young women that want to make a difference, then you just got to stand out from that culture. You got to be the type of woman that says, I'm not going to go out with a dude just because he got money, just because he got swag. I'm going to get to know this dude's character. If there's a young man that wants a wife, then he got to stand out. He can't be always flashing his money. He got to be like the dude on Gold Digger Prank. He got to be like, well, if you ain't want to talk to me then, don't talk to me now. We got to make a difference. Those of us who want to be saved and those of us who want to be helped. But as for the Western world, it's doomed. Like Classy said, it's doomed, and there's nothing that we can do to bring it back to the old days. The old days is over with. The world is getting even worse. It's time for those who want to be helped to just stand out. That's just my take on it.
Trey, what's your thoughts?
Where do I start? I'll start with the last video. I don't blame her. Somebody knocked her up, right? She said she got a 9-year-old, right? Somebody chasing her. At what point in time do men make better decisions? Somebody, she ain't doing it on her own, right? There's a man that's trying to get with her. Now, granted, she's not responsible. That's obvious, and she's still 14 years old. That's obvious. Anybody who can see that, right? She hasn't grown up. But where's the responsibility on the other end to realize that this woman hasn't fully matured, even at 40 years old? She's still acting like a child. So, yeah, it is what it is. My issues, though, are with Kendra G. Why are we not addressing Kendra G? These people come on the show, and she never tells them, this isn't for you. You're not in a space to be dating. I'm going to refer you to counseling instead. Why is that never happening? It's because it's good TV. And Kendra G doesn't really care. She don't care. She don't care at all. So this whole idea that we're going back to a time, that the world's going to end, no, it's always been this way. The problem is that guys like Mike don't realize that it's always been like this. The only difference is there was no cameras around, no social media. But if you think that the women were not doing this irresponsible and free nature 50 years ago, hell, let's even go back 30 years ago. Black Bike Week, Freaknik. This ain't nothing new. These women have been loose like this for years. The only difference is now is there is a hot white spotlight on them called social media now, and it's for everybody to see. Women have been behaving this way for a very, very long time. My question is to the men is why you keep choosing, right? Because if we could put it on the women and say, yeah, they choose bad men, and I completely agree. They do. But we gonna stop acting like the men don't choose trashy women too. This woman sitting up here with a bonnet and a bad wig on, but got a kid and a man who she got to put a restraining order on. So she's still getting action. She said she just got smashed 2 weeks ago, which I think is a lie. Probably more like last night. Somebody still hit it. But I know how this goes. The entire argument is going to be, well, it's her punani, so she's in charge of it. Don't disagree there either. But at what point in time do I have looked at women and said, nah, you're trouble. You're a headache. You're a problem. And then she gets on here and she says, well, I'm looking for a man to basically handle this problem for me. I said this a million times before. Women don't really like you. They just like your utility. The video that you had earlier about women missing men, they don't really miss us. They miss our utility. They miss what they can use us for. That's what she wanted. She wanted a man. She got on here to find a man and she can use him. She wanted to use him for his protection. And my issue again is, why didn't Kendra refer her to some sort of therapist or counselor? Because that's what she really needs. She don't need a man. She needs a battery for that smoke detector, and she needs a psychologist. That's what she needs. She needs a lot of help. She's still stuck. So we can blame both one side, but me, I'm gonna blame both. We also, as much as the women choose horrible men, the men got to stop choosing trashy women too.
Well, listen, if the men that are choosing the trashy women, what are they? They must be that's a certain caliber of men too. She got a man who she was dealing with, but look at the type of dude. She said he was homeless. He kept trying to break in the house because he had nowhere to stay. So that speaks to who he is, where he is in life. If you are a man who has your stuff together, right? You got your finance, you working, you taking care of yourself, you focus on what you need to, the things that you need to focus on. You think more than likely those men are going to go for that type of woman? Probably not. You, Trey, are you going to go for that bonnet lady we just saw? Would you don't, I know you wouldn't go for her.
She's too old for me.
But even, okay, what if she was a younger, but she could have been 25 and look like that with the bonnet? I mean, what? So it speaks to the type of men who are going after those types of women. They say you attract what you are. If that's the case, that would speak to that, wouldn't it?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that to me, when it comes to the attraction part, it's a two-way street. She's attracting trashy men. She's attracting obviously garbage men. She's attracting, but the guys that are choosing her, well, she trash too. She showed up on a TV show with a bonnet on and a bad wig. And let me make something else clear. I've also said this too. Women don't put any effort in. This is a clear observation. She's on a dating show. She's not actually there to date. She was there to get advice. She was there to get therapy, which is what she really needs. But if you see women, most of the time, I was talking about it today. These women don't put any effort into getting dressed. I saw a girl today. She had a 3XL t-shirt on, and I was like, they don't even try anymore. They just walk out the house. They don't even put any effort in. So she's trash too. So this is great for Kendra because it's going to get views, right? It's great for her. That's all she really, I think that's all she really cares about, right? Is to get the views. But listen, for men, that just because she's fine, this is what I'm really trying to get at. Just because she's fine and she looked good, not this particular woman, but I'm saying for those women that we come across, don't mean she can't be trash. She could be trash too.
Yeah, they say don't be blinded by the booty. That's what they say. Jay Tillman, what's going on? What's your thoughts?
Hey, DeeDee, what's going on, panel? What's up, chat? I'll address Kendra first. Kendra is in it for the money. She doesn't care about relationships. She doesn't care about marriage. She doesn't care about the sisterhood. She cares about her image and how she portrays that. And you can see that through how she addresses the women versus the men or women of other races on her platform. And I want to
interject 1 second, Jay. Let me ask you this though. Don't you think that most people on here are doing it for the money?
I would have to say most, but I mean, she comes off disingenuous when she says she's here for trying the connections. Yeah, trying to get people for these connections. She's pushing this app as if this app is supposed to bring people together. And the way you know it's not the truth, the way you know she cares about the craziness and the chaos on the show is because the first question isn't, do you have the app? Because that would alleviate the entire interview half the time, more than half the time. At the end, why go through a whole interview and say, okay, well, you've given us all your details. Do you have the app? No, I don't. What's that? What's the point? You just wasted your time. You're not going to get these people to join the app afterwards. Half of their app names would be their actual social media name anyway. That's why they do it. You can find me on Instagram. You can find me on Facebook, whatever, yada, yada, yada. So Kendra doesn't care about that. Another thing, I would have to ask, I always talk about this to people. Why, and I'll ask you, DeeDee, and I know you don't have this mindset, but coming from a woman's perspective, why do you think women would choose the life of a working man in lieu of the wife of a stay-at-home mother?
Why would they say that again? Why would they choose the
Why
life?
would women choose the life of a working man? Like the hustle and the bustle and the stress and the deadlines and the traffic and the physical labor and the grime and all that stuff versus staying at home and being able to raise a family and maybe even work a part-time job. Why do they choose that over? Why do you think? Just from a
I
woman's
think for
perspective.
control. I think for control. It's selfishness and control. I think it's a selfish thing. Because to be at home, in my opinion, to be at home and raise a family, that's not a selfish act. That takes a lot of humility. That takes a lot of work. And dedication. You got to be at home. I raised my kids at home. My husband, I was a stay-at-home wife for 20 years, really. Still basically that, but most of my kids are grown. But so it's a lot of work. It's a rewarding thing, but it's work. It's not glorified. You know what I mean? So and you can't just do what you want. You got to really, when I talk about stay-at-home moms, I'm talking about legit every day at home, getting up early, getting the kids breakfast, getting them to school, coming back. I had a few at a time. So it's work. You got to diapers, changing diapers, bottle feeding, cooking, cleaning, making sure I got things together before my husband comes home from work. That is a lot of work. And so I think for a lot of women, they don't really want to do all that. That's why they say cooking and cleaning and being at home is not a flex. They don't want to do that. They don't see it as something rewarding. Hell, my own mother and people in my family tried to tell me I wasn't, that was nothing, that I should go back. Because before I met my husband, I had a job. I didn't make a lot of money, but I did work at one point. And to me, that was stressful. That was stressful. But being at home, it's like it's like they don't see it as something that's rewarding, that you're able to be there and raise your kids. They think going to work is the flex, being this independent, whatever, is more important, because most women will tell you, go get your own, go take care of yourself. Even if you got a man, I was told, even having a man, my husband at the house, taking care of us, me being at the house, that was not it. I was made to believe that wasn't something to be happy about or proud of. That I should be proud to go out and get my own. I should have my own. So I don't know. I think it's selfish. I think it's control. I think it's what others expect of you. Is what society tells you is best. Go out and get your own money. Don't depend on the man, because somehow depending on your husband is, you just need to be afraid of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, he work, he make the money. I don't have, they don't look at it as his money is for the family, for all of us. They look at it as that's his money. You don't have anything. What if he cheat? What if he leave? Oh, you have nothing to a backup. So I just think society pushes this whole independent life, and as a woman, you don't depend on a man, go do it yourself. But then they still do it and still want to depend on a man, which don't make sense to me. So I just think it's a level of control. You make your own money, you call the shots, you do what you want to do, but you still want a man to come in after the fact and maintain all of it and pay all the bills. So I just think really control. So a man can't tell you what to do with your money. And so you can just do whatever you want. That's what I think. And selfishness in a sense.
Okay. I got one last thing. It's something Renaissance said in there. I think there's the men need to practice physical discipline a lot more. And we need to, it's gonna sound bad, we need to abandon those type of women. They need to be left behind. We need to act like, I don't know if y'all watch like Black Mirror or whatever. There's an episode where you get programmed to not see certain things over time, and you walking in public and it's augmented reality, somebody just looks blurred. You don't even see them. I think that's what we need to do. And we just need to let them fall on their face. Because we as men, we're not gonna, no matter what we say. I've seen it. I watch you all the time. I watch so many other channels all the time, panels and everything. You talk directly to women and explain things and lay it out logically. And then you just wait. And then they just say, but such and such. And you're like, it's no
I think it's
change.
an
It's no helping
indoctrination.
you.
They've been indoctrinated. They've been brainwashed for real. I think yeah, the idea of family, the family structure, a husband, a wife who's not outside twerking all over the place. You know, you actually are a woman who's handling your responsibilities at home. That idea is lost. You know, it's a totally different thing now. It's like, I don't get it, but you know, from what I'm hearing, it's a like, look, we're gonna be outside. Women want to have they want to feel empowered to do whatever it is they want to do, but they want men to be okay with that. But then they want men to come in and take care of the lifestyle and just accept them for who they are. And I think that's y'all speak to it, because that's part of the disconnect. They want you to, if you're not willing to come in and pay all the bills, let them do what they want to do, then somehow the problem is you. The problem is you, because you don't want to accept that from a woman. Y'all are sassy if you don't want to, you don't want to just shut up and pay all the bills and just accept her for who she is, flaws and all, is what they would say. Oh, she could just do whatever she want, be for the streets, dress how she want to dress, do what she want to do. But as men in today's society, y'all supposed to be traditional men financially, but accept the modern behavior from modern women at the same time. That's what it seems like to me. Like they want you to be certain aspects of being traditional from you, but they don't want to be traditional. Women don't want to be traditional women, but they still want you to be a traditional man when it comes to the financial aspect. And I don't think most men are okay with that.
Yeah, it's literally insanity from both sides. They're expecting to do the act the same way they want to act and expecting us to acquiesce, which is not going to happen. And then we're literally trying to get them to go back to a more traditional lifestyle over and over, and it's just not going to happen. So it's so
and I don't
leave.
think,
and this goes for men too. It goes for the bad. I'm not just talking about women. I'm talking about the bad men too.
Right.
They just need to be left behind. Yeah.
I don't think most women today are going to go back to the original tradition. I don't think that's happening. No. I think, but in this society, you're going to more than likely have two people, women, a man and a woman, who actually both work, and y'all have to bring them finances together. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of men are aware of that. You know, I think it's the women who still trying to push this wholeheartedly a traditional man aspect, because they want y'all to pay all the bills. You know, the traditional version of a man, just to pay all the bills. That's it. But they don't want to do anything that's traditional at all. So even if they work, because I think most men will accept a woman that works. I mean, if that, you know, most women will, that she got a job, but she has to contribute. I think it's foolish to have a woman and a woman and a man who lives in a same household, and you have a family, or you want to build a family, and y'all not working together. I think that's insane for women to think that that's what it should be in every situation. Like, everybody's relationship is different. Some men, look, like I said, some men can offer, hey, I want you to be at home, can afford to do that. But I always say too, because people ask me that, how did you do it? This was back in the day, you know. So it's like I always tell people, there was no fancy living. There was no trips all the time. I wasn't buying Birkin bags or whatever the popular expensive bags were back then. It was no materialistic stuff. It wasn't no expensive material. It wasn't all about that. It was about taking care of the kids, paying the bills, all the bills paid. What else? What more do you want? All the bills are paid. Things are good. We weren't living no extravagant lifestyle. So it was all about, look, the rent was paid, the lights was paid, everybody had what they needed, and that was that. But they don't want that. They want something more, but they don't want to put in anything. You want more from the men. You want a lifestyle, but you don't want to give the man the little bit he might want out of that. They don't want to be traditional women. You don't want to be a woman that the man would need, but you want him to be everything and more that you want and need. And I just think that's a problem. I just think that is not going to work. And so a lot of men who are out here playing the games that the women have played. They're not, they're ghosting the women. They're playing. Look, if they can be smooth enough to just, sleep with them and keep it moving, that's what some men are doing too. They're not taking them seriously. They're like, okay, child, I know your game, but anyway, you fine, you cute. I'm going to finesse you. I'm going to talk to you like you. I'm going to do you like you would do. You trying to get something out of me, so I'm going to get what I want out of you, and I'm going to keep it moving once I get it.
DeeDee, can I ask you a question? If I can sleep with her, does she take herself seriously?
No, they don't. We know they don't. They don't.
That's my whole angle. Why would I take you seriously? You don't take yourself seriously.
Yeah, exactly. And y'all, people aren't stupid. That's why I say at 40 years old, you got to have a little more sense. A lot of these women are older in their bodies, but they are like children. Who used to say it? Mr. Let Go used to say it all the time. They're like children. They're like children mentally. It's like you come on, you got to have a little sense. 40 years old, you got to have a little more sense in your head. And they've been to college and everything. College educated, always want to talk about that, but be real like slow in the head. Like, don't really be knowing what they're doing. I'm just saying, like, it just don't add up. And so I'm just saying, like, I just think the problem is going to continue unless, in me, I always put it, I think, and I have to make this disclaimer that, hey, I don't think that all men got it together. There are a lot of men who don't know what they're doing when it comes to relationships. The same with women, though. But women have this notion that all men are the problem, and somehow they're not. And that's the part I push back against, because I'm a woman and I know the nature of women, and I've known it for a long time. Even in women in my family, I've watched it. So you can't tell me, oh, women are perfect and they make no mistakes. That would be a bold-faced lie. So nobody could fool me with that and tell me, oh, we just all the niggas are the problem. No, women got a lot of issues and they need to work on them. But they like to push that it's y'all. Y'all somehow are all flawed, all just bad. Well, no, it takes two. So if you don't see yourself, you don't want to work on yourself, how you gonna make any relationship work? And so they're just in denial. So it's gonna always be a problem until the women get it together. That's what I think. Hustler, you want to chime in? Or anybody else? If Hustler,
sure. What's good,
go
DeeDee?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm all right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just listening in and everyone's talking points, and they all make good points. And that's why I always say, as far as, men choosing better, women choosing better, I agree straight up from my experiences. Have I chosen some trash women? Yes, I have. But unlike most of these men out here that I'm hearing stories about, I moved accordingly. I was of the mind of, I know she's not going to make a good wife for me, but overall, she's a good woman. She ain't on no shady BS, and she's not one of those type that be, thotting up in the streets, but I know you're not going to make a good wife for me in the long run. So I'm going to pick a different category for you. She's not complete trash, but she's like treasured trash. It is a such term. She's not complete garbage, but she's not a complete treasure either. So I move accordingly. We're not getting married. We're not starting a family, but you're fun to hang out with. So that's how I move. I don't fault men for that. But what I do fault men for is picking women that they know are garbage, know they belong to the street, know the homies and smashed them, and think you could change a hoe into a housewife. That's where I have the goddamn problem. And that's what pisses me off when I hear them kind of stories. I'm like, bruh, you knew what she was about, just like she knew what you was about. Come on, man. We got to do better than that.
But you can't change a hoe into a housewife. You can do it, Hustler.
The fuck you can't, sir. Come on, don't play.
Yes, you can.
Don't play them games with me, sir.
Yes,
don't play them games with me, sir. Come on, we not going to play these games on DeeDee's panel. Come on, we know we can't do that.
Yes, you can. You absolutely can. You cannot make her stay a housewife, but you can change her into a housewife. Don't mean she'll stay that.
I get what he's saying.
No, she got to change herself into a housewife.
It's not the same. It's not the same. It's a spectrum. I've talked about this a million times. There is a spectrum when it comes to women. You can get a woman who was a hoe. She can go move all the way down to the other side to be a great mother and wife. And then when the shit breaks down, she can come right back to being a hoe. It's on a spectrum. And when men start to understand this, that all women have the capability to work this spectrum at any choosing time, that's when it'll really click to y'all about women. But most guys think that most women are like this. Every woman has this ability. Now, some women she'll never get to this end of the spectrum. That's just not her. That's not how she is. But does she have the capabilities of doing it? Absolutely. It's there for her to do it if she so chooses. Joe Smith's wife is a prime example of this. She was a prom star when they met. They got married, had kids, had a lovely life. Things started to fall apart. right? And he ain't had no money. She went right back to being a prom star.
She never stopped. She never stopped though.
Before you say that, Jade, I want to
part of her.
Before he said that, what I'm saying is they don't. The key word.
I'm sorry, DeeDee, go ahead.
The key word is, Trey. They don't change. They just do what's necessary at the moment. That's how it's easier to go back.
But that's all women.
You're just if you are a hoe in the beginning, you're gonna always be a hoe. This is why I say you can't change them into a housewife, because you're not really changed. You just playing a role at the time that it needs to be played, and when you're done playing it, you just go back to what you already. It's not really changing them. They already what they are is what they are. They don't change.
The problem is that when we hear the word change, we think permanent. You hear change, you think permanent. You can change,
sir. And I remind you, when you're trying to marry somebody, when you're trying to get married, the change is supposed to be permanent. Come on, man.
Then hold on. Then nobody should ever get married, because ain't none of y'all marrying virgins. Exactly. So why are you getting married in the first place?
Because you got a virgin don't mean you a hoe.
Yeah, exactly.
What exactly does it mean?
Not a virgin. I mean, you a 304 for the streets.
If she's not a hoe, what exactly does it mean that she is?
Couple,
because she's having sex with a man who's not her husband. What exactly is she if she's not a hoe?
We all know what a hoe is, man. A hoe is not a girl who had a boyfriend in college and dated him throughout college, and then they fell out, and then she met you, and then y'all got together, got engaged, and got married. That's
okay. Can we not be disingenuous?
She's not
a
virgin. That's being honest.
I mean, let's be for real here. I'm pretty sure when DeeDee met her husband, they dated
other they are now. Hold on.
Just saying.
The average starting age for sex is not college. First of all,
it sure is.
It's 14. So what are we talking about?
I was going to say 15, but close enough.
You didn't ask me that though.
Okay.
You didn't ask me. Hey, Jay, what's the average age of sex?
Let me slow down let me slow down there. When you are dealing with a woman and you meet her at 25, what are the odds that she's only had sex with one man who was her boyfriend in college?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Come on. See, this is disingenuous. You know that, but that's not very low.
It's
very low.
Is there a number that makes a woman a whole, or is there a mentality, or is there a lifestyle?
For me, there is
all-encompassing for all three.
Can
a woman have 10 bodies in a year and not be a hoe?
No, she's a hoe.
Right? So it's a number thing, right? What if she has one guy in that same time period?
That's not realistic.
But she does all kinds. But it is possible though.
Well,
are we talking about possibilities? Or are we talking about reality?
Possibilities or
reality? That is a reality. There are there's no women who. Okay. There's no women who are.
If we're going to make the exception to the rule argument, then I can make some exception. That's an exception. Majority of these women today
what's the average
having
body count for? What's the average body count for these women now? By the age of 25, let's say.
Jesus Christ,
it's over 10.
Yeah, it's over 10.
So are all women hoes then?
No.
Yes, that's the point I'm making.
So you and Classy were saying the same thing, but now you're not saying the same thing.
Okay, come on.
You really make it.
Okay, let me say this real quick.
All women would have to be hoes then.
Exactly.
What I'm saying.
Yes, not the case.
I mean, clearly we don't.
Absolutely.
Well, that's what.
Hold on. Let me just say this real quick.
Hold on, hustler.
Clearly, you don't know the difference between a woman that's a hoe. You don't know the difference between a woman that's a hoe and a woman that's just, had her fair share of getting experiences. A woman that's been raised through is not the same as a woman that's
about. There's no such thing as a fair share.
I get what Trey is saying. He's talking about when it comes to survival.
Let me finish. Hold on. I'm saying.
Survival? Oh, go ahead, hustler. I'm listening.
A woman who's had a boyfriend in high school and a boyfriend in college. I'm sorry. A woman that's had a boyfriend in high school, dated for 2 years, they broke up, and now she meets this new guy, and now they're married. That's not the same thing as a chick that fuck this man in high school, fuck that man in college, fuck that dude. That's not the same dynamic.
You guys are going to such extremes to try to prove.
So you don't know the difference between.
It is absolutely.
Every female has been with somebody before you. We understand that, but not every woman is
and that's why I'm saying. So why would you marry her?
I didn't push the extreme. You did, sir. A woman that's been with 2 other men before me is not that bad compared to that's been with like 10 other men before me.
Why would you marry a woman who gave the best part of her to 2 other men before you?
I get the point. I get it.
I get the point too, but that's not what I'm getting at.
It's a simple question. Answer the question.
Wait, hold
a
on.
woman who gave the best part of
man has had.
Why would you marry her? I'm not asking why you wouldn't date her or why you wouldn't deal with her. I'm asking why would you marry her?
The best part of her.
She gave the best part of her.
Did she give them a?
It's the one thing that she was born with that she had absolutely all control over, and she gave it away.
Just like we do. It's the same thing for us too.
No, we're not. Men and women are not the same. We're not the same.
Can't we? Don't we still have the same control?
The best part of me is not swinging in between my legs, sir. That's crazy talk. No,
come on, man. A man doing all that is not the same as a woman doing it. Just saying. But go ahead.
Putting all of a woman's value in between her legs.
Most women are. Most men are. That's the only reason they get married. What do you think all these women are doing about?
No, it's not.
You think these? You think
we don't get married? You think
let me
explain something, Trey.
Because they
let me explain something. Hold on. I'm gonna let you know after I say this.
No.
Men want to
I know. I was on a panel. I was on a panel with a guy the other night. He's been married for over 30 years. He said it straight up. I got married because I thought I would have more sex, and that is the truth. If men were telling me honest truth,
that is true, Trey.
It's the truth.
Let me say this.
You guys are.
I gotta say this real quick.
Let me ask you this, was he a promiscuous man before he got married?
No, this is a holy roller sanctified dude.
No. So that's his truth. That's why he got married, because he thought he could get consistent.
That's the reason. That's the reason most guys, your grandpappy and your grandma, he proposed to her because he thought he was gonna get some more booty.
So you don't think it's for love?
Come on.
Let me just say this real quick.
All women
love.
Why would I have to get married?
You don't think men marry their wives because they love them and they want to build a family? It's not just sex. They want a family. They want to build a legacy.
You don't need to get married to do that.
But if that person believes in marriage, they want to get married. Everybody don't believe in marriage. So if you don't believe in marriage, then you don't get married, but you still could create a family. Is it just for sex, or you want a family?
And marriage ain't for everybody.
Most men
let me say this.
are getting with women because they want to have sex with them. That is it.
I disagree.
Let
me explain why I disagree.
And then they marry them because they think that what the lifestyle they had before they got married is going to continue into the marriage. And they soon find out that it's not like that, which is why a majority of these men are miserable. They just did a poll the other day, and the poll showed that almost 70% of men are miserable in their marriage, according to that poll, because they're not getting what they thought they were going to get.
What they thought they was going to get? The sex?
It's been an ongoing joke that married men
got married.
So we know that
one in three marriages are sexless marriages, DeeDee.
Right.
So why would
I want to say this real quick.
But hold on, because and then I want y'all go one at a time. But
let me say this. I don't believe.
Hold on. He must have.
Go ahead.
Hold on. So you say 1 in 3 men are getting married just because they want to have consistent sex. And that's the main reason. They don't love the women.
Yes.
They don't want to build a family. They just want consistent sex. Then they get with a woman and they don't get none of that. So they're miserable.
Yes.
But they stay
married
to the women then? They stay married to them?
Yes, because if you're a man if you're a man and you are successful or you have anything going for you, you've heard the phrase, it's cheaper to keep her.
Yeah.
You've heard this stuff.
Well, maybe they shouldn't go into it for just that reason then. Then maybe you won't be disappointed and miserable. Why? That's the same thing with women going into marriage with them just for the money. Then you're miserable if you're knocking your head between the washer and the dryer. Maybe that's something they need to learn. Stop thinking just like that. Oh, I'm gonna marry her just because I'm gonna have consistent sex. Because I couldn't.
Let me ask you this question, DeeDee. Let me ask you
a
question. An attractive man who's successful and is getting regular sex.
Right.
Would he get married?
More than likely they don't.
Why is that?
Because he's getting all the sex he needs.
He's getting what he wants. Exactly.
But also successful men who are attractive still want companionship in marriage. Some of them. They just can't find the woman that is the right woman for them. They still a successful, attractive men still get married. Well, some of them. And it's not just for that, because they've already had that. So they want something more. So when you can get all the sex that you want, and you still want commitment from a woman that really cares about you, is more than just the sex at that point. So I think all of it could be true. It just depends on the persons.
How are you wanting commitment and the marriage rate is over 50%? And that's just, I mean, excuse me, the divorce rate is over 50%. And that's just the ones we know about. We're not even talking about silent divorces. Look, you got a guy in the chat right now that just said my last marriage was sexless. He's not the only one. There's thousands, tens of thousands of guys. Then I'm not making an argument.
They gotta stop thinking about.
I'm not making all of them. I'm making an argument.
Going into a marriage, just focus on sex. Think about other things that are important.
Okay, let me say this.
There are guys who didn't go into marriages making it all about sex and ain't getting no sex.
But why they ain't getting none? I don't understand that part. I don't understand.
I don't either.
Why would you
let me
marry
say this
somebody
real quick.
and not? I don't understand that. But go ahead, Hustler.
Yeah, let me say that. As far as men getting married just for sex, I disagree with that. Why do I disagree with that? Because think about the world we live in now. We live in a world where men and women are having sex left and right, up and down. Some even kids out of wedlock becoming the aftermath of said sex. So with that being said, vagina is a dime a dozen. We don't need to marry. We don't need to get married anymore just to have access to women sexually. So I don't see men wanting to marry somebody just to get access to that sex. I mean, come on. As a woman, you ain't got nothing I ain't seen or had before we got married. So why would I want to marry you strictly just to get access to you sexually? That's the point I'm trying to make. We don't do it for sex anymore. It's a dime a dozen thanks to the sexual liberation.
That's not true. That's not true.
Sex has become a dime a dozen. We don't hold it to the highest bar like we did back in the day. We really don't.
You said it 4 times. That's not true. The statistics don't agree with you. The statistics don't agree with you about how many men out here are not having any sex.
But I'm open to opinions. Go ahead.
So who's having all the sex with? Okay, so yeah, just break this down. This is not a disagreement. This is honestly inquiry. You said that the average, up to 25, she's had at least 10 bodies. Are they sleeping with just the same guys?
No.
Said under 25. So where is she at majority of the time?
She's
in high school. She's in high school and college.
I just put up to that name up to the age of 25. I just threw that number out. I just came out.
Okay, and so majority of that time up to age of 25.
About,
where is she?
You said about 10
She's in high school and college. Eight of those years she's in high school and college.
So where are they
she's
getting?
Sleeping
where
with the
are
guys
the
in
women?
high school and college?
So so that means all these guys is getting sex then. So why would they have to marry to get sex?
If you think, that, okay, I don't know how else to explain this.
I'm seriously asking this question.
There's a reason why that guy. There's a reason why that guy in the last video with Kendra G, 5'6", is trying to break into that girl's apartment. There's a reason for that.
What's the reason?
He's 5'6", and that was probably the only access he had to some.
No, he has mental health issues.
Yeah, that sounds like mental health issues.
Okay, sure. No, sure. I agree with you.
If that was the case, all of us would be acting like that.
And so does she. However, that is the only access to Gucci he was getting.
He got sex from her.
Both things can be correct.
Trey, he got sex from her 2 weeks ago.
That's probably the only woman he was getting sex from.
But he was getting it nevertheless.
Because if he was getting sex from somebody else, we can say, why did he ain't go to them? Why didn't he go to the other women?
That's a good point.
Why just her?
Issues.
Why he had to get it? Why she had to get a restraining order against him?
But the other woman probably ain't let him he needed a place to stay. So she was the one who was letting him stay. She said he'd give her $100 to let him stay there. She probably the only one who would let him stay.
Yeah. Okay, we also established that 3 things can be correct in this scenario.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, a few things could be true. I just think, if they're getting sex, I do agree that the woman in 25 or whatever who had 10 bodies or whatever, she is getting it from more than likely different dudes. So those guys are getting sex. I mean, so even then it wouldn't make sense that I agree it wouldn't make sense for them to get married if it's just for sex because they're already getting it. So I'm just saying, like, I think personally, and the numbers probably what you're saying, Trey, I'm not going to argue with that. But what I'm saying is that's not the case for it doesn't make any sense to me in a sense, unless you just never had no women found you attractive and you just couldn't get nothing from nobody. And then the only person that would give you something is if you married them. When it's interesting that even when they get married, they still ain't get none. So that points to a whole different point. Like, a lot of these women are probably were never sexually attracted to these men in the first place. There was some other things that they could benefit from them, and then they married them, and then they turn around and say, I ain't giving you nothing. I got what I wanted, but I never was attracted to you. That points to a whole different subject. Like, these women aren't physically attracted to the men that they're marrying. Because I don't understand how you gonna have a whole man that you're attracted to and love, and you don't have sex with your husband. Like, that's crazy to me. So that means you're not attracted to him.
But this stuff, they did do statistics on this stuff. Okay. It does happen.
Shawnee O'Neal was married to Shaq, and she said, I never loved him. She told y'all that.
She did say that.
She had sex with him. Obviously, they had on
Well, they had sex.
DeeDee, you can have sex with somebody without loving them. Just saying.
Well, yeah, of course.
Do it all the time.
But she may. I mean, was she physically attracted to him? We don't know.
I guess if they're having sex, there must be some kind of attraction, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. They had right.
She wasn't attracted to him. She admitted in that book she was just in him for the money. That was it.
But she gave us a vagina on the side.
Well, no, okay. I'm just going by what she put in her book. I'm not saying.
Yeah, I get it, but that's cap. That's probably just taking a low.
Because if there was also, when that book came out, Shaq also said that was the reason he said he would never get married again after dealing with that. But I'm just going by what they said.
But obviously they were having sex.
From
it wasn't because of the sex. It was because he realized this woman, according to what they were saying about her, she was cheating allegedly the whole time.
Well, I mean, if you want to be honest, I live out here in Los Angeles. Shaq was banging everything in California. So,
but then they said she was cheating too.
Yeah, and Vancouver.
Yeah, he was up in Vancouver too.
DeeDee, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What's more likely, a 25-year-old male virgin, or a 25-year-old female virgin? Which one's more likely?
25-year-old male version.
I agree.
My argument that when a woman's having sex, because you guys say, well, she's obviously having sex, there could be 5 guys on a basketball team. If anybody's played football in college, those rosters can get up to 80, 90 guys on one team. Who knows who she's sleeping with? But the guys that y'all think of, these everyday guys, they're not. They're all sleeping with the same men. The statistics bear that out. Just in the Black community alone, over 50% of men don't even have kids. It bears it out.
I'm part of the Proud 54, just to say.
Yeah, like it bears it out. There's a small percentage of men that's sleeping with all the women. And then everybody else, all the other men are married. Go ahead, bro.
That's the question I asked you before. You looked at me like that. I was like, no, is it though? If all those women is having that abundance of sex at that young age before you even get to them, is it only a select portion of the men having sex with them? That's what I was just asking.
That's my argument. Yes, that there's a small portion of men that are sleeping with all the women, which is in fact turning them into hoes. And what's happening is that these guys who are marrying them, you're getting the remnants, you're getting the leftovers of what the guys that didn't want them, what they were left with. This is how you get all this resentment that's built up in these marriages. Yep. She doesn't really want you. You're not what she really wanted.
You wasn't the first choice.
Basically. You wasn't the first choice. Exactly.
Okay, so what's the okay? So like DeeDee said, the women are never gonna go back to how they were before. They're never gonna be in the house under their father's umbrella until they meet a guy and walk down the aisle and then break their virginity. That's never gonna happen. So what do we say to the fellas out here who are encountering these women late into their sexual exploitations? What do? You just go without?
No, you ain't got to go without, because I mean, there's ways around that.
I'm not talking about sex. I'm talking about like companionship in marriage. Like, do you just go without?
Definitely go without marriage for sure. Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
It just in
you
general,
definitely go without marriage,
and that's fantastic for society. Well, for us as a species.
I'm not one of these guys. I'm not one of these guys trying to save society anymore. That's not my stick. That's not my bag. That's not my bag to try to save and change society. I leave that for people who actually think they can really do it. I'll let you guys work on that, because it's not going to happen. At the end of the day, the fact of the matter is you don't marry women who have not done what was necessary for you to get married. And the one thing they have to do is just not let nobody touch that coochie. That's it.
How are we?
Men aren't really asking,
though, because they lie.
That's the thing. We can't. No. I agree with you.
So wouldn't you just? I mean, logically speaking, right? if I'm a single man on the market and I meet a nice young lady, and I can't, the Carfax, I'll say Carfax on her is, it appears to be clean. It appears to be clean. There's nothing, nobody I know has sniffed it. And I meet her and she treats me good. She carries herself accordingly. If you religious, you go to church, do all that. If not, you do something else. She keeps herself fit. She, cook up some good biscuits, and she does everything. I don't take that chance still, just on the chance that she could have had a bad history.
You can absolutely take that chance if that's what you want to do. But would my advice be to men to take that chance? No. But
because
individually,
that show that they not like that easily.
Where they at?
All you got to do. No, I'm saying all you got to do is go on their Instagram, and as soon as you see one exorcism picture, as soon as you see one of those, you can just write her off. It's I mean, seriously, it's
do you even, because y'all think they're gonna lie, which most women lie, but
they're gonna lie.
Yeah, they're gonna lie.
I've never asked that. I have never asked that question in my entire.
It's a waste of time to ask.
I'm 44.
Right. It's a waste of time to ask.
I do
She's not
think,
gonna tell. She's not gonna tell the truth.
too. Yeah, they're gonna lie, but I do think there's a mentality that comes with the woman who's been ran through. There definitely is a mentality. I don't care what I don't care what y'all say. There's a mentality.
And I honestly do
pay attention to it.
And I honestly do. People think Tiffany Haddish is crazy, which I do. But what she said, I think makes sense. I mean, you're sharing DNA with other different men. It's going to be hard for you to pair a bond. I'm not saying there aren't women that can't marry with 2 kids by different men. But like I said, you can kind of see the mentality in a lot of these women. They act different when you get with them. Not for the better either.
Yeah, I mean, Charleston White was talking about this, and he was saying you could tell how you could tell a 304 from a woman. Basically, he was like a hoe. When she goes somewhere, she gonna be looking and scanning. She gonna be scanning the room, trying to see who gonna give her that eye contact, and I let you know she body. The woman, she ain't gonna even be. She focused on the man she with, and she gonna be there for what they there for, and that's it. She's not gonna be scanning, trying to see what man she can get eye contact from, so to let them know, hey. If it's and I agree with him on that. I think that there is some truth to that. I think you could kind of tell, like women, because, also, looking at how women present themselves. And I'm just saying, and this could be detected and sometimes it could go undetectable. But for the most part, you could tell for the most part with women, because we all like attention. But you could tell the difference from a woman who's not satisfied in the situation that she's in, whether it's a marriage or relationship, because she is trying to, somebody said it a long time ago, they're trying to audition for to see what else is out there. So you kind of putting yourself on display and presenting yourself a certain way to try to get the attention of the person you might want to, seek out next, even if you married or even if you're in a serious committed relationship. There are women out there like that. And I mean, it's obvious too. Well, it's obvious. I know it's obvious to me. It's certain things. It's a certain mentality where they are trying to see who else might be trying to like holler. And all you got to do is approach. It could be a married woman. It could be a woman in a relationship. Approach her in that way and see what the response is. Some women be like, nigga, please, are you crazy? They'll cuss you out. And then others be like, okay, what you got? Like, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, look, there are some out there. I'm just saying.
I can tell you a story where I was trying to date this woman's daughter and she was trying to give it up to me the same time her daughter was trying to give it to me.
The mama and the daughter?
Yeah, she was like, you think you like my daughter's ASS? Won't you take a peek of this?
Oh shit. She was for the street.
Classy. If you don't mind my asking, how old was the mother?
Oh, the mother was 50.
Oh, 50. Boom.
Did you take a peek? Did you take a peek?
Did I take a peek?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, at her daughter's, but I actually took off running.
You said the daughters.
Her daughter was actually 25 years old.
Okay, you went for the youngin'.
Yeah, I don't want her mother.
Saying if mom's is looking like something, why not hit her?
The mother was good, but I just had this messed up picture in my head that she still had the vamptress bite marks in her cheeks from other men. I didn't want to look at it, so I was like, never mind.
What you mean?
You chose the woman that had the least bite marks. Makes sense to me.
She still got other men's bite marks in her butt, but I didn't want to look. I was just
bite
like, no,
marks. What the hell?
I'm trying to be funny, saying that it's been beaten, chewed on. I don't want to look at it.
Lord,
you got 30 years of chewed on, beaten on by other men. I don't want to look at it. Your daughter's hers. It's soft, supple, look like it's shaped like a, it's molded correctly. All I'm saying is the end of the day, but this stuff does happen. Go ahead, Trey. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. All I'm gonna say real quick. All I'm saying is that there's a lot of men out here that are settling. They are settling. They don't think of it that way, but what you're getting is the scrap, especially black men. Black men are got to be the scavengers of the dating world. Like we are literally getting the worst of the worst. And if these women were really honest and told you real stories about what they did in high school or in college or whatever, like I said before, most guys don't have the stomach. You don't have the stomach for the stuff that shit tell you. You ever see these street interviews with these girls and they ask them, what's the one thing your ex-boyfriend doesn't know? Or what's the one thing your dad doesn't know? Almost every single one of them says, I had a train ran on me. Almost every single one of them always say the same thing. I had a train. We ran a 2-man. We did this. Every single one. And I'm like, son got a whole boyfriend. He has no idea that his girl used to get down like this.
Right. Mm-hmm. I've seen them. So if you met a girl who was, fine, and she had all it, and she had a train ran on her, would that be somebody that you would consider for marriage?
Oh no.
I couldn't even.
She looked like Bernice. Does she look like Bernice?
She look like Bernice.
Hell no.
You gonna marry her, Trey?
No.
Trey, you gonna marry her if she look like Bernice?
That's tough.
You gonna marry her?
You better say.
Can I get a prenup? Can I get a prenup?
Yeah, of course. But no, she ain't gonna want no prenup. I don't know. them women like that, they don't want prenups because they know you might change your mind and they need to get some money out you.
No. The answer is no. The answer is obviously no. Right. You don't deal with those type of women at all. But I'm telling you, there are a lot of men, because again, we don't ask. A lot of men, remember we talked about this the last time. A lot of men don't ask the right questions. They don't ask questions because for real, you don't really got the stomach for the answer that she might give you. She might give you an answer, might blow you away, about her past sex life. And a lot of guys are falling in love and marrying these women. And then when they're reverting back to the woman that they really, truly are, these dudes are looking like, understand, like, this was you. It's like, bro, it's always been her. It's always been her.
That's why I say they don't change. They just evolve for a second. The street gonna keep calling them. If you've been for the streets for a long time, and then that's why it's difficult for them to take one man seriously. You gotta understand, if women are sleeping with all these different guys and have a past of sleeping with all these men, it's gonna be difficult for her to be with one man. You think, I don't care if she's 30, I don't care how old she is, it's gonna be difficult for her to just be with one man. She's gonna start craving all what she's used to. And that's why a lot of those women tend to dip it and do it and go off and cheat. And the only reason they with you is because either you can provide for them financially, you have something that they can benefit from. So they with you for the benefits, but what they really are about is not you. It's something else, and that's why those relationships don't really work. That's why I think it's more. It's and especially if you've been doing it for a long time. If you've been hoeing since you was a teenager and you've been hoeing all up until your 30s, and now you meet a man and now you want to get married, it's gonna be difficult for you to be with that one man. And I think there's a difference, because y'all talked about this a little earlier. I think it's a difference from a woman who's had several relationships or a couple of relationships, and of course she has sex with the guy she was in a relationship with, versus somebody who's been for the street sleeping with 10, 20 men or more, because it's usually more. That's a difference to me. I think it's a difference. I don't think, but if you're saying, if she got to be a virgin, which, she hasn't been with anybody. And if she hasn't been with anybody, she's good, but which I think most men would probably prefer that, I guess, versus her having a couple of relationships, or versus a woman who's really been for the streets. I think there's a difference in those three. I think there's a difference than somebody who's actually in a relationship, or, you know what I'm saying? Because you can't expect, especially, nowadays, and even back in the day, you can't expect a woman who's attractive and they're 25, 30 years old and she ain't been with nobody. If
that don't mean you gotta marry her, though.
Right. But I'm saying, okay, right. So it's all about whether you marry her or not. But I'm just saying, most of these
I'm talking about specifically for marriage.
For marriage, okay.
You should not be marrying a woman who's got thoughts and dreams and memories of her past sexual experiences. You shouldn't be marrying that woman. That's crazy. You're marrying a woman who's dreaming and thinking about another man, and it's your wife.
Yeah.
Right.
That's crazy.
You're going to be battling with her thoughts in the sack of how many people that has stretched out her pink umbrella.
And the truth is, a lot of dudes settle for this. They're cool with this. This is not an issue to them.
But is it working for them though?
No, because the divorce rates are through the roof. Black people barely even get married. Black men get married at 30% clip. Women get married at a 20% clip. It's not even working.
And it's the
but Trey, that's impossible. That's almost an impossibility, man. And it's not even about the volume that she's had. Say she's had one dude that's been touching the back of that oven for the last 5 years. It's just one guy. And then she'd been single for 7 years. And then now you meet her. It's like
I don't marry her.
No matter this, but I'm saying that's an impossibility. That means you just don't be with women then. That's insane.
No. It doesn't mean that you don't get married.
Ah, man. You just hard on that stance, that no marriage stance then.
Well, teach his own, Jay.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Jay,
I get it now.
Jay, this is what I'm hard on. I'm hard that when you get into a marriage, you're supposed to have certain things. You're not just supposed to show up and say, just take me as I am. I believe that there's supposed to be some sort of sacrifice. There's supposed to be some things in place before you get married. As a man, you're supposed to be stable. You're supposed to be able to provide for a family. You can't provide for a family, you have no business with a wife at all. I believe these things. But for a woman, I think oftentimes we don't often talk about what a woman needs to have in place before she gets married. But we know exactly what the men are supposed to do. But we never tell the women, what are you supposed to do before you get married? And one thing we're asking is, hey, look, don't come into this marriage with a whole bunch of sexual experience. I would prefer you to have zero sexual experience at all, but that's unrealistic in today's time. But we are meeting women who are saying by 18, they've already had 6, 7, 8 partners. By 18.
Yep.
There was a girl on another show. Her dad was on the show. She's a part of the show. I won't say the name of the show, but she's a part of the show. Her dad was on the show. She was 18. He asked her, what's her body count? She's like, I don't want to say it because it's in front of my dad. Her dad was like, no, it's cool. I want to know. She said 8. You can see her dad was like, damn.
Yeah.
It killed him. And it was 8. She's 18. So how are you going to marry these women?
Okay,
and
why the hell?
Well, let me ask you. Hold on.
Why the hell would you bring
Let me ask Trey this. I agree with you, Trey. By the way, because child, they be younger than that. They be way younger than that. With these girls out here, ooh, child, they be ran through before they turn 16. But what I'm saying is, so do you think if a woman is a virgin, should she expect a virgin man then?
If that's what she wants, absolutely. If that's what she wants, absolutely.
The only problem is based on what I see and hear, most virgin women don't want a virgin man. They expect you to have some kind of experience. A lot of times virgin men don't know what the hell they're doing. They don't know how to satisfy her. Then when she get around a guy that's been pumping and dumping every chick on the block, she'd rather be with him than be with this average dude. I've seen it happen.
I heard men who say that they wouldn't prefer virgins, that they wanted a woman with experience. I've heard men say that.
In other words, they want a hoe they can fuck around with. That's all. That's what I hear when men say that.
And when you find out that she has a work husband, don't be surprised.
That's point.
Don't be shocked.
But the other side of that is the Tia Mowry situation. The other side of that.
What'd you say, Jay?
The other side of that is the Tia Mowry situation, though. She's reportedly herself, says that she lost her virginity to him.
Yeah.
Those couple, that's who I do know personally. I can vouch. That is true. She did.
And then later in life, she's like, I didn't have enough.
Now she want that experience. Yeah.
She want the experience later in life.
Yep.
So now
she left her husband.
You can't win for losing, man.
Right.
And so she lost a good dude. Yeah. And now she dry begging now.
Yeah,
dry begging she dry begging for Corey to come back like crazy. But
Corey ain't going back. She just confirmed that
they got back together. I saw on Instagram post say they got back together.
That was a lie. That was something he made up.
Let me tell you something my uncle told me when I was growing up. My uncle said, don't ever give a woman a second chance to finish the job. He told me that I was 16. I'll never forget that.
Yeah.
Don't ever give her a second chance. Slim ran away. She went away. Let her go.
Yeah.
But I agree with you on this one, Jay. In that particular case, this didn't work out the way it should have. But in majority of the cases, if you get a woman who doesn't have any history, those relationships typically work a little bit better, right? Because she has nothing to compare it to, right? But if you get a woman,
friends.
Well, yes, but that's a part of the vetting, Jay. Right? When you vet a woman, you need to be asking with her friends. Like for me, for instance, I won't date a woman who has a gay friend. I'll never date a woman with a gay friend because when you go to confide in your gay friend, he's never dealt with a straight man. Never. He has no idea what it's like to date a straight man. Not at all.
That's not what he's going to tell you. He's going to be like, I get straight men all the time. Like,
of course, facts. Facts. And if you really just think about it logically, you've never dealt with a straight man in your life, bro.
Yeah, bro. No, you don't get straight man, bro.
So you're confiding in him, and he's giving you bad advice. And I do agree with you. Yes, between social media, friends, family,
it could be work too. It could be coworkers.
Co-workers, absolutely.
They can still get bad advice. And they like, yeah, girl, he did this tonight. You're like, oh, I never had that.
This is what you do, DeeDee. You buy a tower, you lock her ass in the tower, problem solved.
Wait, buy a what?
A Rapunzel. You go Rapunzeler.
You buy a tower, you lock her at the top of the tower, you keep her away from everybody, and then you ain't got to worry about that. Because I'm serious. Like even with the guys who are passport bros, right? Like, yeah, but you can't bring her back.
No.
You gotta leave her right there in her country. You better not bring her back. Because it's 6 months to 8 months before she's poisoned and indoctrinated, and she looking at you like I don't need you.
Yeah, it's easy too. Indoctrinate
Especially when she get that visa, it's over.
But a lot of them passport bros, man, because I was in the Navy, man. I had an opportunity to go over and see a lot of that stuff firsthand before I even knew it was just expats out there just doing their own thing. And a lot of them go out there not to just do the other weird stuff, but the ones that you see booed up and stuff, they girls was probably street workers or working girls, but they not now. So and they would never know it because you wasn't there when they were young and they were 16 and 17 doing it. But now that they're 20, they're doing it, and you over there, she the sweetest thing you ever met, but you would never know. You thought you taught her how to do those tricks. No, you didn't. But so it's like hey Trey, you can't win for losing, bro.
So let me ask you something.
So you might as well just jump in head first.
That's how you know too, Jay, because if they doing all this stuff when you meet them, come on, you should know. Like,
the saying, almost every guy has probably heard this at least once. I don't usually do this, or I've never done this before.
I've heard that crap, and I'm like, girl, you've done it,
and they do it well.
I'm gonna tell you the best lie.
They do it.
I'm gonna tell you the biggest lie, DeeDee. The biggest lie a woman tells is, "You're the best I ever had." Biggest lie you ever tell. Guarantee you're not the best. Guarantee you're not the best.
I fell for that when I was 6. After that, I was done. I was like, please.
6.
You said 6.
Say it again. Say it again.
Classy.
Well, I'm joking.
Oh, okay.
Bro.
It was I meant 16. When I heard that, I thought I was the most I thought I was the most special thing in the world. I thought I was the special thing in the world. I heard that my cheeks were all flared up, and then you find out it was just not real.
Let me hold on. C. Irvin, I want to read your super chat. He says, I agree with DeeDee on that one. Trey, she is cosplaying a wifey. That's not a wife. C. Irvin also says, fellas, I think it depends on the demographic. As far as women with high or low body counts, trust me on that. Thank you for the super chat. Rod, you want to go ahead and chime in? Let him chime in, and then we're going.
No, I had came on earlier. I was actually listening to the conversation. I was going to chime in a while ago, but I had kind of stepped away, and I was just trying to catch back up with what I was saying. But when old boy said something about the passport bros, I was thinking it's also a lot of cultural differences too. So not only, you trying to really find something, but you go to another country, now you have these cultural differences where you can't even get along with the person in certain aspects. So it's really still a waste of time to even do that, in my opinion.
Depends, man. Like it depends on the demographic of where you go. Like I'm a person, I can say, I live in Germany, so I can speak for living in the US for pretty much all my life, and then moving here. and well, this side of the world. And I will say, like, I've met women who've only been with one guy. I met a girl who's a virgin. I met a girl who's only been with 3. I just think it depends on the demographic of where you go and the mindset of where you're deciding to go to with the people. You know, I never believed it at first. When I met a girl and she was a virgin, I couldn't believe it because I was used to dealing with girls who have experiences, you know, and it threw me off, you know. But like I said, it just depends on where you go, fellas, you know. Like if you're passport broing in Brazil and Colombia, then, you know, you're going to meet women who entertain a lot of people. But if you go to places like, I'll just give you some examples, like Estonia, even Ukraine, Poland. Of course, they have their major cities as well. They have their major cities as well. And it's like, you know, like how it is back in the US. But there are towns like in the country, like smaller towns where the people are different. People are different.
Yeah.
I live in Berlin.
Why do we have to keep making the exception conversation?
It's not.
It is. It's the argument is, well, there's an exception to this, and if you get them in a small little country, the back home country of Colombia, then yeah, more than likely. Like, why we have to look how extreme you guys have to go to disprove it?
Because when people talk about passport bros, they often just talk about Colombia and South America and Central America. You know.
Yeah, because those are the hot spots.
Yeah, but that's the hot spots are there. But it's not the world, you know. Where do you think people in South America they move to Spain?
The black community has a real problem. One of the biggest issues that we have in our community is we always want to make the exception argument.
I'm not making an exception. I'm just saying.
It's not everybody. It's not everybody.
I know that.
It's not everybody.
But not everyone's.
There is no absolution. We know that there's no absolution. Everybody knows that. There's no need to make that argument. The issue here is that if I were to drop a dude off in Manila, what's he gonna come across? The average virgin or the woman who's had more sex? If I drop you off in Medellin, if I drop you off in Tokyo.
Cities, I get it. These are major cities, though. I get the exception doesn't make
most guys, but again, you're making an exception. Most guys don't fly. Most guys don't fly to the small countryside.
But this is what they need to do, though. I've been the guy who's been to the major places, and I've been the guy who's been to the smaller places, and I've seen the difference. I'm just saying, I've seen the difference.
Sierra, if you want to go to the countryside, I spent 8 years in
the Air Force. You don't have to go to the countryside.
I traveled a lot. Okay. I traveled a lot. If you want to go to the countryside, how good does your command of that language need to be?
It's not necessarily the countryside. Tallinn, Estonia is the capital city, and it's different. Kiev, Ukraine is the capital. It's different. Istanbul, Turkey. You've been there, right? It's different.
I lived in Turkey for 2 years.
Huh?
I lived in Turkey for 2 years. You think there's not some holes in Istanbul?
I know
Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I know Turkey very well. I know that.
Okay, and I was in Adana. You know where Adana is?
Is it near
Incirlik Air Base is?
No. Where is it near? Whatever city is it near to?
I guess that would be south of Mersin. It's south of Mersin.
Okay, is that near Lara? Do you know Lara?
That's not important. It's not important. There's no need to go into the logistics. The point I'm trying to make is, even in that small city, you think there's not holes in that city?
Of course there are. Of course.
So what are we telling men? We're telling men to go over.
No, I'm not telling men to go over, but I'm saying that if men decide that they want to do something like a passport bros thing, you should also dedicate some time to as well check a neighboring city as well. You don't have to go to the major city where all the other tourists are, who want one thing. You don't, because then you look just like them. I've done it.
I've actually
done it. I can speak from experience, man.
I agree with that. I've actually gotten tired. I go to Brazil a lot. I've gotten tired of going to Copacabana and all those places. I started moving outwards. Yeah, I've done it before.
It becomes too touristy, right?
I guess I feel bad for men who believe the things that come out of a woman's mouth. I guess I feel bad for you. I really do. I feel bad for you. DeeDee, you're not included in this conversation because you're married.
Thank
So it's like
God.
you good. Yeah, you good. But a lot of guys, it's almost like they run a game. Like they telling you what you want to hear.
Yeah.
Like you don't know if that girl's a virgin. You have no clue. You don't know if she only had one or three. You have no idea. You have no idea. And so then the thought process is, well then screw it then. Just go for it. What? That's insane. You wouldn't do that with anything else. If I brought you a business deal and said this is on paper, this is a bad business deal, you would not say, just go for it anyway. Let me invest my money in it anyway. That's crazy. And if you do, you're a bad businessman. It's terrible.
But just like Trey, you've talked about this before about the state of women and how they are not going to change and all of this kind of stuff. So is it wise to just completely opt out if you meet a woman who is not a virgin, but she's not a hoe? Because I think, Trey, you say all women are hoes. That's what you said. So I mean, if she had one partner that she's been with for 3 years, they dated, thought it was going to be something serious. Of course, they're having sex and they break up. You consider her a hoe, so she's off the table. Like that. If every man thought like that, and I'm big on talking about the hoes. I'm talking about hoes. They out here the big, and they proud of it, and they've been with hundreds and some of them thousands of men. But I'm talking about not that. A woman who's been in a relationship with a man or two, and you mean she's having sex with her man who they had a serious relationship, she's considered a hoe to you. So she's off the market, even though she's a good woman. She has all the qualities that you're looking for, but she's off the table. Like, come on. Like, that don't make sense to me, that part. Because, I mean, she could look at a man and be like, he's a hoe. I don't want a hoe. I ain't been with a 1,000 men and all 10, 20 men. But he has. But women are not supposed to look at it like that and say, which most women don't really care about a man's body count anyway. That's just a fact. But I'm saying, what if she did say, well, damn, how many, I was in 2 relationships before I met you. Oh, she's no good, but she's a good woman. So do you just take that? If every man did that, I guess there ain't nobody gonna have no relationship at all. Because now you put her in the category of women who are real hoes. Like you're talking about a hoe, like a real hoes, and who probably won't even be really interested in you because she'll marry you, but she don't want to have sex with you because all these men in these sexless marriages. So she's a hoe. She really for the street. She's cosplaying because you a good dude and you falling for her if you fall for her. And whether y'all get married or not, I'm just saying, if you're in a relationship, who wants to be in a relationship with a person still, even if you're not married, but somebody that you think y'all could work something out and she really don't want you. She's just using you. And then she ended up sleeping with somebody else because she's a real hoe versus a woman who was actually in a relationship and was with that person, committed to them, but it just didn't work out. So how is that the same? I don't see it as the same.
It's the same because what she's bringing is the same. She's not bringing anything new. Here's the thing. I don't know how to explain
what you wanted to bring besides sex, though, because if you're talking about sex,
it's not just the sex. I want her to bring the discipline. She didn't do it.
Well, what's the discipline? What does that entail?
Like
discipline how? Like being a virgin?
Yes, that's a discipline.
So we're
talking about for marriage, right?
Right. So you would only marry a woman who was a virgin.
Absolutely.
That's it.
Here's the thing.
So you never come in contact with a woman.
You ain't getting married.
A woman that you think is a virgin.
I know that. Right, Jay. The woman that I think is a
So what if you think she was a virgin and marry her and she really wasn't? Because that happens.
You have the protections in place. I'm big on that.
But you just
so
don't
I can walk. So I can walk away. So I can walk away scot free. You're right.
But that's
why you have the protections in place. If she's a liar,
want to be married. That's it. That's why you're strong on that.
No. It's not about whether. It's not about whether or not I want to be married. I said this before. There's an expectation that when you step to this, if you want to take it seriously, you have to come correct. We got guys out here marrying women that are on their second marriages, on their third marriages. Why would you ever do that? That's a setup.
Right. So you just don't want marriage. That's your preference. You've said it
No,
before.
that's not what I'm. That's not the point I'm making in this. The point I'm making in this is that we are giving a pass to women when it comes to what's supposed to be the ultimate connection, which is marriage. You're giving a pass to them, and they shouldn't get a pass because men are getting a pass.
But that goes back to, you know, but then that would, but if you gonna, but and of course your preference is your preference. I'm not pushing back on that. I'm just saying then that would mean then men would have to be virgins too. Because if we really want to go,
if that's what she wants, yes.
What I'm saying, no, not just what if she wants. I mean, if we're going to take that stance, then men should be. If a woman has to be a virgin, which I agree, the man should be a virgin too. So that way, y'all experience. You don't have no demons and trauma from past relationships with women who messed you over, and you coming into it with a clean slate, just like she is. Because we already established that even if the woman is not a virgin, it doesn't mean that the marriage is going to be secure and she going to stay with you. She still might leave. Because apparently, I mean, it's not the end all be all to a good relationship. Now, if we're dealing with women who I would consider hoes, because I don't consider a woman, that's just me, who was in a solid relationship with somebody and she was just with that person and it didn't work out. I consider hoes who sleep with anybody and that body count is high, and she gonna keep doing it because there's a level of trauma that goes with that, because it's not a relationship, it's just a transactional situationship, and that caused trauma and issues beyond just the sex. So yeah, that's why I don't think that those particular women can actually be in a stable relationship with the man, because it's a lot of trauma there. So that's how I understand that. I wouldn't say marrying a woman like that. But what I'm saying is there's other traumas beyond just the sexual aspect. People have other issues in their life that they've been through that could cause trauma, that could still, so she could be a virgin and she still leave you. So it's not a guarantee one way or another. That's just one aspect of it, in my opinion. That's all. Can I
say something as well too?
Yeah.
And I excuse me. I don't want to be a downer on this, but May 15th, I lost my mom, and her and my dad had been together for 52 years. Oh, wow. Right. So I don't know if my dad was my mom's first.
Right.
And I don't know if my mom was my dad's first. Never asked, really don't care.
Mm-hmm.
But in life, they had two children that was there to be there for her in her last days. If you're not getting married to someone, if you're not establishing those lifelong memories and bonds with somebody and building something over time, later in life, what do you have? You can have all the money in the world. You can't make people take care of you. You can pay them. You don't know the quality of care you're going to get. There's no love there. So later in life, what legacy do you have to leave behind? And what love do you have in your last days? And what do you have to reflect on? Just bodies? If you're a dude and you never get married, you got to take that risk.
So accept a woman who's had partners before you, just so you can make it to 50 some odd years and have somebody to take care of you when you old.
Yeah.
That's not even
crazy. That's crazy.
Because 50 years later, what difference does it make? Oh man, she slept with seven dudes before. She slept with 7 dudes before me, Trey. But we're never going to get to 50 years later.
We're never going to get to 50 years later.
Why not?
That's the point I'm making. Because she slept with 7 dudes. That's why.
And can we be honest?
Listen. I get it. I'm strong on this point. I'm perfectly fine not being married ever, right? I get it that a lot of dudes out here, a lot of y'all either terrified or scared or have societal pressures to get married. So y'all just do it. Many of y'all, that's the way y'all was raised. You had your daddy was married, your grandpapa was married, and that's what y'all do. But I know that when y'all get around y'all boys and y'all go out, you ain't talking about your wife, because I'm in those circles. You ain't talking about your wife. And if you are talking about it, you ain't talking about all the great things that's happening. A lot of dudes out here are miserable. The only best part of their marriage is the kids. And if it wasn't for them damn kids, they would leave. They'd find a way out of it.
Yeah.
They don't want to be honest. I'm not talking about good marriages. There are good marriages. That's it, again, another exception.
I was going to ask that question.
But there are so many people. There's so many people, and the statistics bear this. They show people getting married. People been married for the average length of marriage in America is only 7 to 8 years anyway. That should tell you all you need to know right there. No, it's 7 to 8 years. It's all to tell. Just She'll tell you all you need to know right there. But what we have is we have a thought process, and a lot of you guys have an ego issue. Not my wife. It's not going to be me, and then it's you.
That's funny. But my question is, why are they so miserable in their marriage? Only because they're not having sex? What else? There got to be something else. What else? What's going on? Who did they marry?
She done got fat. She got a bad attitude.
Did he get fat?
He has to work more. The stress of working more.
Yeah, but
the money ain't the same.
But that's okay. I don't understand.
That's life, though. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. This is how. Look, I'm not saying, Trey. I'm not. What I'm about to say is not. Don't take it wrong. I'm just saying this is what women complain about too. Like, oh, like they think that life is just gonna be this one straight line. Like, like shit ain't gonna go up and down. And that's the problem. Why people don't want to commit, because they looking for some perfection or some type of. If when we get together, you got to have all the money, and you better keep all that money, because if your money fall a little short, I'm out. If it don't serve me, I'm out. Like, what y'all think? Relationships in life is a bunch of, my husband says, ebbs and flows, ups and downs. Shit changes. Things change. Sometimes the money is high, sometimes the money is low. The whole point of it is that you have somebody, look, whether you're in a committed relationship or marriage, whatever one you choose, to have somebody that you can go through life with together. That's all it's about. That you can build a family and have somebody to lean on while y'all go through these ebbs and flows. Ain't nothing gonna stay the same all the time. But the commitment is, whether you want it or not, it's up to you. But if you want commitment, it's the commitment to another person that says, we're gonna go through this thing together. No matter how rocky it gets, we're gonna weather the storms together. We together, as opposed to being by yourself. We're gonna have good times, we're gonna have bad times. But we committed to each other to say, you know what? I love you enough, and I want to be committed because I love you enough to go through this with you, even if it's crazy sometimes. We're gonna get through it. As opposed to making a choice, because everybody can make a choice. Hey, I'm gonna just live my life by myself. I'm just gonna have random experiences with women, but nothing real serious. I'd rather just do it all by myself. This is what women say. Then they be complaining about it after the fact. Like, I didn't think I would be single this long. Oh, I just wanted it for a time. Now I'm ready. This is how women do, though. They don't, because they be lying. Women be lying about this because they really want commitment. They just don't want what it takes to build it. It's like everybody want everything so easy and just all that's why I say relationships are work. The only thing that, to me, I don't think men should marry hoes. When I talk about hoes, I'm talking about hoes sleeping with anybody. You're not selective. You didn't have a boyfriend. You just was screwing everybody. That's a hoe. I think that's a problem. But when it comes, I don't think a healthy relationship is makes a difference if a woman was a virgin, whether she had been in a relationship with somebody that she had sex with. I don't think that makes much. It depends on her mentality, other things about her. That is not the main thing that causes a relationship to fail, in my opinion. I think there are so many more things that people have that could cause a relationship to break up. It's just not that. It's more than just that. That could be a part of it, but I think it's more than just that.
DeeDee, it's her circle. It's who she was raised around.
It's a multitude of things. It's not just that one thing, especially if she's not what I would consider a hoe. Just saying.
You got a point.
Hey, I get you your personal preference. I'm not taking that away. I'm just saying, I think sometimes the focus could be on the wrong things, and then people get so caught up into specifics, like specific things, and there's no leeway, and that could be, sometimes it's not even the thing that would really, make the difference. It could be she just got a bad attitude. She could be a virgin and got a bad attitude, and she walk around and cuss you the hell out and treat you bad all day. But she a virgin. I'm just gonna sit here and take with the disrespect because she a virgin, but she treats me like shit. And she got an attitude because she was raised by a single mother, but she end up somehow not sleeping around. But she's a horrible person. That's not the only thing that makes a person a good candidate for marriage. Because to me, optimally, it would mean that, hey, if I'm a virgin, I need a virgin. We're gonna do this thing the right way to make sure we both, because just because you could be the problem. You could have a bad attitude. She walk away because you ain't got your stuff together. Because you traumatized or something from whatever. It's like, it's a lot. I'm just saying there's no one specific thing, I don't think. I think it's a lot of things that play a part in relationships failing. It's not just that. Is all I'm saying.
Well, I will.
Well, I guess other people don't value marriage the way I do. I guess I see it differently then, because if this is the last relationship I'm going to be in, then yeah, that's going to have to come with some responsibilities. This is it. If I'm going to make a covenant and a promise with God that I'm going to take care of this woman and that I'm going to provide for this woman and I'm going to take care of a family, I'm going to protect this woman. Yeah. You're not coming in with all that baggage.
So she would have
and
to be
all
a
that stuff
virgin,
from
right?
to get married, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, she got to get married, yeah.
That's the
But to
only
hang out, to kick it, she ain't gotta be all that. But to get married,
But as you get older, how likely do you think it's gonna be for you to find a virgin as you get older?
I'm not looking for it.
What's the point, Trey? You're not looking for it. What's the point?
Because again, I'm not speaking for me. I'm speaking to younger men. You guys, they don't have any standards. They don't have any. These women are loud, crass, obnoxious, disrespectful, rude. They wear somebody else's hair. They wear somebody else's lashes. They overweight. Like they don't have any. Yeah, they don't have any standards. And all I'm saying is that we got to teach these young guys. Hey, it's okay to say, bruh, she don't fit. She not what I'm looking for. We got a lot of guys who take it because why? They want to get their little, wet. They want to get some. And so how does that work? Because at some point in time, she's gonna be 35. And then what you gonna do?
I think some of those guys, Trey, are just afraid to be alone. Like some of those guys, they don't know how to set boundaries for themselves. So they just feel like, okay, I need to be with someone, so I'm going to put up with whatever. Like I do think there are still a lot of guys who are moving that way,
But I think if you're gonna say, not you, Trey, I'm just saying in general, you should have standards for sure, 100%. But I mean, so if a woman who has, kept herself, intact and she ain't out here sleeping, that means she has standards. So she would want a man that has standards too. I would like to think she don't want somebody. I think it's counterproductive to tell men, oh, go and just, get that thing wet, with somebody, because you got to do that with some woman, some young woman. So it's almost counterproductive to say, oh, young men, if you just want to play around, I'm just saying, because I hear that too, play around and you just want to get some, go ahead and get some. You're getting that from a woman. So you're going out trying to get sex from a woman, but then want women to be virgins. So I would think that men have to have more discipline too, if we really want this to work. Like have men where you don't just go out and get that thing wet when you're young because you got the urge. No, go jerk off somewhere and save yourself too. So you're not going and putting a body on a woman who's out there, and then that would be less women with bodies. So if you're gonna promote that, I think it should be promoted on both ends. Promote being disciplined as young men and control your urges, and being disciplined as young women, so the next generation of young women and men are not ran through, and young men aren't expecting that from the young women. That way the young women will have standards as well, and then y'all both have this idea, hey, we're not gonna do this till we get married. How about that? Would that work?
We're not going to find 20-year-old women that want 20-year-old virgin men. That's the problem.
You're not going to find that. And as far as men who are afraid to be alone, I can't lie. I used to feel like that at one point. Like I got to get me a girlfriend, so I don't have to be single. I got to get me a wife, so I don't have to be single, a virgin, or whatever the hell. So people don't shame me or make me and all that stuff. But at the same time, I had to come out that because it wasn't doing me any justice.
Yeah, me too.
Somebody got to act. I got more to say, but somebody got to act.
Somebody just needs to mute up when they ain't talking.
I just think it's interesting because I think it's never going to be balanced at all. Men want virgins. I understand it, but men also want sex, and men want young, attractive women.
Yeah.
So if you want young, attractive women, you want to have sex with them. If you're attracted, so if you take them out on a date, you're expecting sex. But if the women, that's why I say that. That's just why I say the court is in the women's hands. Because if women start to deny men sex, say no, I'm not doing it till marriage, then there's gonna be a lot of sexless men. So once again, that will go to your point, Trey, that then they will be forced to get married if they want to have sex because the women are declining. The problem is the women are not declining; they're giving sex because they know men want it. So if men want it and they're pursuing it. But y'all don't, I mean, I would like to think if you're pursuing sex, you don't want the women to say no. You're out here trying to get it. So you're going to get it from somebody. So she could be a virgin, but she meet a man who take her out and be like, you know, you look good. I want you. And she attracted him. So it's not pushed to say, the men ain't going to start saying, girl, you a virgin. Don't have sex with me. Hold yourself to marriage. You're not going to tell. You're going to try to get some. So it's like the men want sex from young, attractive, beautiful women, but you also want these women to be virgins in order to marry them. And if these women don't have any standards or any background of being taught to keep yourself, because most of them aren't, then that's how they end up. You sleeping with one person. You're not a virgin anymore. Then next thing, once you do it, it's hard to stop. So now you get urges too. So now you're going to meet another guy. He wants sex. Now you want sex. Now that's your second body. And it continues. So if she meet a third guy and she like, you know what, I'm not doing that no more. I want to be married. Oh, how many men you been with? Oh, 2. Oh, you know good. I can't marry you. Oh, okay, then what? Okay, she don't get married. So the men don't want to commit because of that. So now what's she gonna do? She gonna go meet somebody else. She's gonna end up getting another body because she likes sex just as much as y'all do. So how do you combat this? It's never gonna be like that. It's never gonna be like that. You know, I just think it's because it's all out of order. Nobody is doing the right thing. If the right thing in my mind would be you're not having sex till you're married on both ends, men and women. Both of y'all should be virgins before you get married. And that's not happening. That's not happening. A lot of men, you want the women to be virgins, but y'all done been had all kind of women doing all kind of shit. So it ain't gonna work out because the women feel like, hey, if you could do it, I could do it too. That's how they think. What's good for you is good for me. If y'all gonna be with all the women, we should be able to be with all the men we want to be with. Because remember, they like sex just as much as y'all do. So it's never gonna be balanced. You're never gonna get exactly that. Not now. It's too late.
Well, I'll go ahead and say this, DeeDee. I kind of agree with you a little bit. The women want to do what they want, go ahead. But however, the emotional is going to affect them a lot more than it will us. I'm going to say that. Mental and emotional. But
of course. And that's why I kind of agree with what you call it said. When women have all these different baby daddies, they have mental issues because it's not meant for you to do it like that. It's not meant for any of us to do it the way we're doing, in my opinion. I mean, if I feel like if you want a virgin, you should be a virgin.
That's fair.
Well, then this is how I see it. If she's not a virgin, then she need to be 50-50. she need to be 50-50. I'm not pulling the whole 100% for a woman who gave it up to a bunch of dudes before me. I ain't doing that. That's crazy.
The majority of the population need to be 50-50 the way the economy
is.
At
this point,
exactly. Again, I don't work in exceptions. If that's the way it need to be, then that's the way it need to be. My last relationship, we was 50-50. Yeah. And she knew from jump because I told her straight up, I'm not looking to get married at all. I didn't lie to her. Told her straight up.
Want to get married though, Trey?
Nope. Neither one of us wanted to get married. Now she eventually changed her mind. Because I keep telling her to explain to you guys, it's a spectrum. Just because she feel this way or act this way one day, don't mean she can't change her mind later on down the road. Even when you're having sex with a woman, you know what I did for a living, DeeDee? Retroactive consent is a real thing. It is not a joke. I took police reports on it. I'm telling you, I know it for a fact. Retroactive consent is a real thing. Women have been given the right to change their mind whenever they want. That's why the divorce rates are as high as they are. That's why 80% of divorces that are filed by women, and 90% if she got a degree, and all the other statistics that I can rattle off. I'm trying to tell men, are you really, really willing to take that chance knowing what's coming in front of you? And if you are, great, but you can't complain about it later. Because at this point, with all the red pill knowledge, with all the manosphere knowledge, with all this stuff that everybody know, you cannot complain if this thing goes south. Because we all know now.
Yeah, that's true.
Go ahead. What's your name? Family of God. You want to go ahead and chime in?
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the big problem nowadays is the idea that and I was in the comment section. I was saying this, that there's this lie that we have to be, especially for young men, we have to be established as a young person. We have to be established before we go into a marriage, before we go into a relationship, and that is a complete lie. I take it, my life. I was not established when I got married. I got married at 29 as a virgin to a 24-old virgin, and we were not even close to established. We grew together. We were poor. We didn't have much money, but we grew together. I think this idea that you have to be established. Oh yeah, once I'm established, once I have that career, once I have that job, once I have that kind of money, then I'll settle, then I'll get married, then I'll build my family. Well, most people don't really settle. They don't get where they want to be until they reach maybe 35 or it, I mean, it all depends on the kind of job that you have. But I mean, there's a big group of things. There's a lot of things that people are taking in, and I think they're giving their ears to a lot of voices, a lot of opinions on how to how to do life, how to go into a marriage, how to go to a relationship, and um, it's a lot of deception, a lot of lies, and so you really don't have to be. I wasn't established. I didn't have a lot of money. My wife, she just had finished college and she didn't have any money, but we came together, we got married poor, and we grew together. And I think that when you put yourself in a position, unless you had a relationship before and that didn't work out, and then you're already established and you want to get into another relationship and you want to get married, that's different. But I'm talking to young adults that a lot of them think I have to get this certain amount of money for me to, get my own place, and then find that one, and then you know get married and have kids. It's a lie. It's a lie. You have a better chance of growing with somebody that both of you are growing. You have no money. You're struggling, both of you. But when you have somebody that one of you or one of the two have a lot of money, then it can create a lot of problems. It can. But at the same time, I'm not talking about men that are already 35, 40. I'm talking about young adults that are planning or dreaming of having a family, getting married. um, that's how I did it. That's how I had the idea of doing my life, and I'm 9 years married, together with my wife 14 years, and got two children. And I think that's the best way, of course.
Nice, man. Congrats.
I
My
agree.
cousin actually, my cousin is married as well, and he's 25, and his girlfriend is 22, and they don't have. I mean, they were just was studying. They don't have any money, you know. And this is something I was telling my cousin, because he looks up to me, and I'm telling him, there's no pressure. You guys came together, and you guys are working together, and you have family that supports you. This is also important too. I don't know the situation with your girl and her parents and your parents, but the support system is there from the family as well. And I think it's beautiful, that my cousin actually made that step, and he did it like after like a year. It was quite fast as well. You know, um,
Yeah,
yeah.
it gets hard if you don't have that family
If
system.
we're telling anecdotal stories, then I'll tell you. Because we love to do this. We love to come on these streams and tell an anecdotal story, and then that makes it true for the majority. First of all, the number one reason for divorce, as written down on the pieces of paper, is financial issues. It ain't cheating. It ain't abuse. It's money. That's one of the number one reasons. So why would I ever, as a father, allow my daughter to marry a man who's broke? Doesn't make any sense.
Is she broke too?
Doesn't matter if she's broke. It's irrelevant. You came to me and you asked me to marry my daughter. My requirement is that you not be broke, that you be capable of doing for her what I'm doing for her.
What's your definition
And
of
if
broke?
you can't do that, then why would I let you marry her?
What's your
Doesn't make
definition
any
of broke?
sense.
What is your
I just
definition of?
explained it. Literally just explained
He's
it.
pretty much saying he expects no drop in her lifestyle as he transfers from his hands to the other dude's hands. That's what he's saying.
That's your responsibility when you go and go ask. If I went up to a woman's father, and I asked the woman's father if I could marry her, he has to know for a fact I got her. Nothing's going to happen to her. She's going to be well taken care of. I would never allow my daughter to go into that type of situation. He can't take care of you. And whether she decides to elope or do it on her own, there's nothing I can do about that. She's grown. But if he came to me and asked me, I tell him no. You're not ready yet. You're not ready.
Well,
and here's the anecdote. Hang on, let me give the anecdotal story because you gave your anecdotal story. I have a cousin. She wanted a guy. They were not together. They waited. She did her life. He had his life until he got to a certain point where he had a job, he had a career, and he was ready to provide. Then they went and got married and had kids.
Well,
hold on. They've been married for over 15 years. So it's the same way it works for you. Doesn't mean that it can't work the other way either. And this is the way it was actually done. You just didn't put two people together and say, y'all go figure it out. No, you had to come to a father and say, hey, look, this is what I can do. Your daughter's not going to be, we're not going to be living out in the street and in the cold. I got her.
Yeah, but that's not what I mean, though. You're
Yeah,
taking
that's
it
what I
to
was
the
about to say.
extreme. You're taking it to
Family
the
of God.
extreme. That's not what I mean.
That's not the extreme.
Yeah, it is because
You
nobody
said
goes.
I had no money and you said she had no money.
But wait,
Is that
let
what
me
you
say
said?
this real quick. Because I look, y'all know I tell my husband worked and I stayed at home and I was a housewife. But did he make a whole lot of money? I wouldn't say a whole lot, but enough to take care of a household, medium, income. But I wouldn't. But some would say what he was making was considered broke. I think when he said, I would say you got to determine what is considered broke because we're not talking about a bum on the streets who can't even provide a basic shelter.
That's the extreme.
Yeah, I think that's why I say too when I tell people this, we lived in an apartment, basic apartment, 2 bedrooms at the time. That's not a fancy. It wasn't fancy. It wasn't over the top. There was no trips. There was not all of this stuff. We were a regular.
You're not
life.
middle class. You're not middle
Right.
class.
So
You're below middle
some would
class.
say, okay, yeah, there's one income coming in. So there was really no room, extra room with us having kids and bringing the kids in like we did. We brought in, every year or so another child. So we got to focus on what's important. I think I get what he was saying. And I think that's what's missing is when people say broke, they mean, oh, you living on the streets and you can't provide the basic necessities for your wife and possible kids. I don't think that's
not what I
he's
mean.
saying.
That's not what I mean by saying.
Yeah,
And that's not what I said either.
But I think Trey,
I didn't make an extreme case.
The example, your anecdote that you gave, sound like a job. He got a job in a career. Like my husband had a job in a career too. But that's what I'm saying. But how much? He probably wasn't making $100,000 a year.
How many
Probably
22-year-olds have a
saying, like, he
career?
probably making a medium average salary that he could take care of them, but it wasn't fancy.
No, it was above average.
I'm saying when we
He was
think
in law
about it
enforcement, so it was above
nowadays,
average.
if you make $50,000 a year, they call you broke.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think, in my honest opinion, I think a man could take care of a wife and a child on $50,000 starting for sure. Yeah. I think some people do it with less. And then the thing about it, most people have done it with less.
Mm-hmm.
Alabama, DeeDee.
All that money. I'm just saying.
In Alabama.
Is it Pitt? Huh? Say that again.
In Alabama, yeah.
Well, I mean, we'll move
but
to Alabama.
if you
Texas.
I live in a DMV.
I think
you are not supporting no family on $50K here.
Well, I'm just saying, if he made $50K, right, and he's starting out, he's young. That's a good start, in my opinion, because you're not gonna, if you're starting with $50K, you could grow, right? So that ain't that, and then but I think really, honestly, to be honest, I think that's the problem, and I think that's where a lot of women are coming from, and I think honestly, a lot of women who actually have fathers, and I'm not saying that because you want the best for your child, I want the best for my children too, but I also want them to understand what's most important. And I think money plays a big factor. And I've said this before in trade, I'm very clear. You've said this many times. I get it. But I'm saying too, I think that's what the women get it twisted. And then they grow up thinking the man got to have, women think differently from men. Even if it's my daughter, she's, you know, they're going to think like women. So they're thinking, I need a man to have it all together. Like these women are saying, on day one, he got to make the money so he can take care of me, which makes it difficult for women to build with a man. They don't understand how to do it because they want him at the, which I say at the finish line right then. So they're looking for a man who has all the money and they're not focused on the other qualities of the man.
Yeah.
So you miss out on a good man focusing only on the money and not understanding that, hey, listen, when that, for the most part, if he's a good man and he wants a family and he wants that, to me, the things, it get better. This man is motivated to take it. I don't think men are creating families just to leave them hanging. I think these men want to build and take care of their family, so they're not going to stay stagnant. They actually do better because they know that, you know, you start in an apartment, then what happens? Over the years, you move into a house, you buy a house, you gradually move up, you gradually progress. That's what building looks like. It's not all at the front, you know. I don't know. I just, maybe that's an old school.
Yeah, and if you look at the interviews on the street,
Mm-hmm.
if you look at the interviews on the street where guys or even women, they go ask other women how much money he has to make to marry you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what they say? 100, starting off, 100 to
Right.
200 to $300,000 a year.
Yeah.
What 22-year-old, 23,
Not many.
24-year-old makes 100,000, 200,000 a year?
Yeah, they don't.
And I want to speak
That
to that.
doesn't matter. What do you mean that doesn't matter?
You shouldn't be getting married. You should be getting married at 22 anyway. But you shouldn't be getting
What do you
married.
mean? You shouldn't get married.
Yeah, that's
You should
crazy.
get married at 30.
You should get married when you're prepared to support a family. That's when you should get married.
No, you
Whatever
should- you
age
should
that might
start
be.
a family when you're ready to support a family. But two
Yeah,
people,
you know what my issue is? We keep allowing parents to bring kids into poverty and wonder why they so fucked up. We don't
No, no.
understand why.
you don't
We don't
have to have
understand
kids
why.
right away.
No,
though.
Why they are the way they are.
I disagree with that because I had a family. I started off, I was 22. My girlfriend was 19, you know, and we didn't have much, but I had a good job. I started leveling up till I got to a point where, you know, she didn't ever go to work until finally she kind of bought into that idea that I guess she wanted to have her own. So she wanted to go to school. I let her go to school and do her own thing. But now that we broken up, and it's everything is busted up now, she's starting to realize that she really made a mistake, but I'm not going back. You know what I mean? So I get what they talking about. I fully understand exactly what they're saying. She realized that she made a mistake, but I'm just telling you, in the beginning, it wasn't bad. We didn't have much, but she was happy. I was happy. And every time we increased and then leveled up, she was good with that until the point where she feel like she wasn't bringing enough to the table. So for whatever reason, like I say, she bought into that whole idea and tried to do her own thing and left. So, but she realized
So
she made a
money.
mistake.
So money was the issue.
Unfortunate.
Yeah,
That's the point I'm trying-
it was enough, but in her mind, it wasn't enough.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
But my point is now she realizes that it's not all about the money.
It don't matter now. It's too late.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not
Right,
going
but-
back.
Right, that's because probably she bought into the idea of what other women are saying. Like in the street interviews, 100,000. If they say 50,000, all the women are gonna say 50,000.
Exactly.
They just follow whatever is trending. Trey, women love trends. Like we know this from shopping. They like to shop, right? Whatever the trend is, they follow it. It doesn't matter what the trend is.
Even if it kills them.
Right. And then when they realize, you know, the trend ain't all that, then they come back and they come to this realization and like, okay, like in your case, you know, it wasn't all about the money.
But
You know,
then
but
also, money is subjective because you could start out with the money, and then that's like I say, that's no guarantee she's still gonna stay because you got the money. I mean, she might, if she finds somebody else with bigger pockets, then she on to that too.
Right.
It's just
Who's in a better position as a man? As a man, who's in a better position? The man who has the leverage and the options. And see, Irvin, you got to mute up, bro. I can hear myself.
Go ahead.
The man who's in a better position? The man who's already got the money, or the man who's building up with her and she decides to leave? Because the guy who built it with her, she's going to have some say into that. I guarantee. She's going to walk away from that marriage with probably more than half. I told y'all the stories about these women taking almost 70% of it. They know that. Versus a man who's already built himself up and can protect his assets because he had them before. See, I'm in the business of protecting men. I don't really give a shit about men. I understand that. That's fine. But I would tell a man, these are the things you need to do to put yourself in the best position. Getting married at 22 is not the best situation to put yourself in unless you're going to do a post-nuptial that you re-up every 2 years. And more than likely, you ain't going to be able to do that. If you're going to go out here and you're going to be successful, you do not get married and then work your way up and give her the keys to that. And hope and pray and say, oh, not my wife. My wife wouldn't do me like that. You know how many dudes is out here right now paying spousal support and don't have kids because you cooked. After that, if you had kids, you done. Tell me, I know. I've been a child support.
What about like all of our parents? I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all parents, just like mine, were like high school sweethearts and stuff. And my parents are still married to this day. And when I was a kid, they didn't have nothing, bro.
Nothing. Right.
Yeah, we're doing the anecdotal. Why do we keep doing the anecdotal?
That's not anecdotal. All of my friends' parents was like high school sweethearts or got married young.
Still married.
And still married.
Honestly, you just gave us anecdotal experience as well. So we can't.
No. I was giving anecdotal to his anecdotal. I was giving it to him. The guy at the bottom.
Even
I was giving it to
statistics
his.
are anecdotal. Even statistics are anecdotal.
They're not statistics. Can't be what? Statistics
they can be skewed to however
because
you
they take from small groups of people. That's why they
it's not everybody.
How many people do you know? How many women do you know that married a already established man with a career? He's got his money, he's got everything going. How many women do you know that married that man and because she saw how much money he was making, she left?
We see more of that.
I don't understand the question.
That's my point.
The question doesn't make any sense.
Why would you want
that a man builds
question doesn't make any
you got to
sense.
protect yourself.
You didn't ask a question.
No, I did.
What he has financially. So when you build yourself up, you have to be concerned about the woman taking it because you know she more than likely wants you for what you got. When you both start out with nothing much and you build it together, more than likely
with you because of you.
Because
that's not true.
For you, not
that's not true. You're getting with
no.
That's not true. You're getting with the man because he has potential. You're getting with him because he has potential.
No, because potential to do what? When he got a good job already, what you would call a career. It's not all the money that they expected now, but he's able to take care of a household and a family.
So you mean to tell me if you met your man and he was making 40,000 and 20 years later he was still making 40,000, you're good with that?
No, that's not the point. That don't usually. I mean, that's not the point. As long as he's taking care of the family and we're provided for. But you go to a woman
it's impossible for him to take care of a family.
We're talking about
DeeDee, come on, y'all not being rational.
No, because the expectations for women nowadays is lavish lifestyles. I don't give a shit about a lavish lifestyle. I just want a stable household and the kids and the family is taken care of. That is what's most important. The stuff that people are looking for now.
Can't do that on $40,000.
Well, look, okay, we're talking now time.
You can.
Okay, we talk about right now. Okay.
No, you cannot. Where?
The majority of the world, the majority of people make
all around America, people are making that now.
Right.
So you can't,
exactly. People doing it now.
Right. They're doing it.
And that's anecdotal.
They have egregious amounts of debt. Egregious amounts of debt to do it.
That's not
true. Yeah, but
some people just happy with what they have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Show me.
Also
show me. Give me a state.
Do it off of that.
Give me a state that you can live comfortably on $40,000 a year.
Wyoming,
Texas.
Wyoming.
Yeah, and I'm in Texas.
Come on, dog. Y'all are so extreme with this. Okay, give me
you just asked me a question. I answered you.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be two salaries?
The answer of Wyoming tells me everything I need to know. The answer of Wyoming tells me everything I know. Here's the problem. We are okay, and I've said this before, we are okay with telling men it's perfectly okay to be broke and then get a woman and be broke. That's a huge issue. Oh, just get her in while you're broke. I don't agree with that. I think that men need to be established. Established doesn't mean rich. I didn't say you need to be rich. I say you need to be established. And I'm talking about for marriage. I'm being very clear about what I'm saying. He needs to be established. If you can't afford a 3-bedroom home, you have no business getting married. None.
Wyoming taking shots though.
I just
Ain't
think
shit
it's
in
just crazy because
Wyoming.
we know, like I said, my
But you
parents,
asked me, brother. You
my
asked me.
grandparents and other relatives who started off with nothing and they still like that just seems
They're not living in today's time, sir. Have
Yeah,
you
but
have you taken a look at the
today you make
economics?
more money than you did 50 years ago.
Right.
No, you don't,
Exactly.
sir.
Yes,
It's
you
called
Yes, you
do.
do.
no, it's not. It's
Yes,
called
you do.
inflation. What are you talking
Not
about?
no,
It's called
he's right on
inflation.
that, y'all. We make a little bit more, but relative to the cost of living, it is not gone up at all. I mean, he's
Thank
right on that
you.
point. But Wyoming,
He's sticking to it.
you don't like
Oh,
fresh air?
again,
You don't like fresh air, Trey?
look, I've been to F.E. Warren a few times, and I did not like Wyoming at all. No, I
Okay.
didn't like it. But the point I'm trying to
Wyoming
make,
hurts
the
me.
point I'm trying to make is that I don't see the problem in telling men to wait 5, 6, 7, 8 years and get yourself established. There's no rush for men.
Sure.
Just
I
to get
agree.
to a point where you can afford to actually do this. You need to have an emergency fund. How you got an emergency fund? You got a wife that ain't working and she got a baby. You need an emergency fund,
If you
sir.
wait until you're like 30,
Don't have a baby right
Russian?
away. Don't have a baby right away. I was married 3
Yeah.
years before we got pregnant.
Right.
And we
Okay,
enjoyed
fine.
ourselves.
I don't see this trade like men just rushing and running to get married and racing to the finish. Like I don't see all of that. So
Telling a
I'm a
man to
bit
get married at
confused.
22, that is rushing. If you tell him to get
Yeah,
married at
but how
22,
long?
that is
No,
rushing.
wait.
He just
How long
graduated
has been
college. What are you talking about? He
But
just
he could have been
graduated
in
college.
Trey.
He has
could have been in
no
a
money.
relationship. But Trey, he could have been in a relationship with her since he was 17
He
or 18.
has no money.
So
He's
maybe he's got
broke.
a job enough that pays enough for both of them to live in a
There's
one
not
bedroom
enough.
apartment.
But
Most
Trey,
people don't
speaking
even
to
have
your point,
$1,000 in their bank account.
I got
It's
you.
not
But
Like I
you
enough.
said,
might
my
not have to
cousin,
get
look,
married
my
right away,
cousin
though,
is
Trey.
25, Trey. He works for his father. So money's coming in. Now I would understand, like I wouldn't tell him to rush and get married if the situation wasn't like that.
Hell,
But
you know what?
you
They
know,
got people
he's
who's
a
supposed
support
to be
system.
established and still broke. A lot of
And
them who's so-called established still broke, still got debt up to their
Right.
eyeballs. It
Yeah.
end up
That
still
too.
being the same thing. They still be in debt, still broke, trying to live this above their means, and still end up broke anyway. They be 40, 50 years old, in debt, broke, and then a woman still leave you. So, I mean, either way, it could happen to you. Either way, either you start off with nothing, you build with somebody, you build up, y'all grow together. To me, those relationships, I'll just say this. For young men and women who get together younger when they don't have much and they build together, those relationships usually last. People always like to point out, and I don't like to point out celebrities, but LeBron and his wife, they always point them out. They were what, high school sweethearts or something like that before he got all the money. I think a woman who you could tell a woman who is more loyal or really wants to be with you or care about you when you have nothing. So the problem is the men. I'm not saying you can't build yourself up or make money when you're young and focus on that. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. But those are the ones who usually run into the issues, because when the women who see what you have and they notice you got something going on, they there for the bag. They didn't see you start without anything and saw you build it up. They just catching you on the finish line. And that's why you have to protect your assets even more, because these women aren't loyal. They're not there for the right reasons. The woman who's with you when you had nothing is usually more loyal because she loves you enough when you didn't have much and watched it grow, and now she reaped the benefits of all of that because she was there from the beginning. That's the only thing I will say as far as that. Why I think it's better that way. So yeah, when you become successful by yourself, you got to be worried about the gold diggers.
Statistics don't back you on this, because even people who have a higher net worth, their marriages last longer too. So the statistics don't back you on this.
Well,
People with high marriages that have a high net worth,
the statistics show that
again, you guys are only talking.
No, I'm asking. So the statistics show that young women and men divorce more than the other way. Does it show that?
No, people who divorce the most are like the ones that are in between, like are broke in between. But people who have high net worths, if you look at the statistic, they don't get divorced like that.
You know, I
think
think
I don't know about that.
I think that stat on divorce, the financial being the major issue of divorce, I think that's an easy way out. I think those people just aren't willing to do the things that they have to do to make it work. and they blame it on the finances because finances was maybe the straw that or the catalyst that started the argument. Because it's poor. I see, bro. I go downtown. I see two crackheads love each other. They live on the street. So it's obviously not the money. It's the people. I mean, it can't be just the money.
No,
Yeah,
it's
it
not
might be.
just the money.
It might
It's
be
not
a
just
hard
the
time
money.
you're going through
I don't
and
want it
starting
to be
arguments.
just the money.
Because
That's
the
what
money
you
didn't
want it
break
to
you
be
up.
that.
The money didn't break you up. It's
No.
your lack of communication with each other and agreement and the way you want to proceed with what money you do have. A lot of people live outside their means, man.
Oh
We
yeah.
got all this technology around us. Everybody
sure.
dresses nice and buys clothes and goes on vacations and does all this stuff. Nobody saves. And you said it self-admittedly. People are they're in debt because they overextend themselves. The money didn't make them break up. Their bad choices made them break up. The
Yeah,
disagreements and lack of communication made them
I
break
think the
up.
separations is a mixture. It's like a box full of stuff, and money is in there.
Yeah.
It's a box full of stuff that over time has accumulated, and it got to a point that money is there, and money is maybe the one thing that triggers the most out of all of those things inside of that box. And so they say, yeah, it was because of money. But in reality, when you sit them both together and you talk to them, you find out that money wasn't really the reason for the separation, but it was maybe a lack of communication. Maybe it was there was no intimacy in there. Maybe it was. I mean, I don't know what it is, but because money is in there, and it's the one thing that actually moves the family forward because we need money, right? Maybe that's the thing that they were like, yeah, well, we argued a lot about money, but in reality, maybe what you're lacking is communication. Maybe you're
Yeah.
lacking attention. Maybe you're lacking whatever it is, whatever it is. Because
And
if
respect for
money
the
wasn't an
process.
issue, if money, if you're saying that a family that if he makes good money and that is enough for the relationship to succeed and for the marriage to succeed, then you wouldn't have all of these divorces because a lot of people make good money. They're making 60, 70,000 a year. Most people.
Sir, the average salary in America is 50 grand. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. Okay. When I say most people, okay, maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit. Okay.
Hey, can I
But
jump in real quick? Can I just say
Yeah.
I got to run, but I
Okay.
appreciate you letting me come up here and talk, and
Yeah,
I
no
appreciate the
problem.
rest of y'all guys.
Mhm.
I enjoy talking to y'all, but I'll catch y'all next time. Appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Let me say this though. I just think, I don't know. Well, I agree that it's not just the money. I think the money may play a part because the problem that the ones who do make all this money is running into the fact that the women still leave. You have the money you can provide and they still leave and then try to take all of your said money. So having that, it's just not the only way that happens. All these men complaining about women, the reason why they don't want to get married is because like, I don't want her to come and take my money. I don't want the woman to come in and take my money. Why would she want to come in and take your money? The money is the catalyst behind everything. You make the money, somebody come and use you for it and take it all. So you got to have all these protections. And we talk about having prenuptials and how that may not work, that she could still come in and take it all. So it's all focused on money. So if you make the money, you're gonna have a problem because the women gonna only want your money. If you don't have the money, it's a problem. Because apparently you're too broke if you make $40,000 a year and that's all you got, and you 23 years old, or you ain't making us. You know what I'm saying? Are you 20 young? Just say young, and you ain't making the money. So she shouldn't date you or be with you. Y'all shouldn't get married when you're broke together. Because remember, the women are broke too. So the man is broke, she's broke. They broke together. You have women out here who are saying in other cultures and with white people, they don't do that, which that's a lie. There's like shit, they're like,
huge
oh,
lie.
white people, they don't marry at the finish line. No, they come out of college. I work with college girls who were engaged, and the next thing you know, they was married. She was gonna be a school teacher, and he was gonna do whatever he was doing. And they put their resources together. Next thing you know, oh, we done bought a house. They bought a house, but they built that up. They didn't just come in. She was living with her parents. He was living with his parents. They were getting married. The parents helped them with the wedding. They got married. Boom. They come out of college doing that. And why it works for other people when it comes to the Black community, mostly it's not that, oh, you got to be at the finish line. And this is partly why I think the situation is where it's at now, where that's what women are saying. They're saying, I need you to have all this money now, or I'm not dealing with you. They don't care about the man, if he's a good dude, his personality, nothing about him. Just, you ain't got the money, I can't talk. That's the problem, I think, for the most part. I think a lot of women are looking for that. And I do think, Trey, and I'm just saying, not just you, but I'm just saying, I think that's the information they're getting from their fathers, the ones who do have fathers. The fathers are telling their daughters, don't you mess with a broke dude. Don't you mess with a broke. And she taking it as, she don't even know, they probably don't even know what is considered broke. Instead of thinking of it, how do we want to live our life? What are the expectations for the type of life you want to live? Because that has everything to do with it. Like, how do you want to live? What type of house you want to live in? Do you want a mansion? Do you want a normal house? How much you want to spend on it? What is it going to take for us to have a decent life? Or are you looking for a lifestyle, jet setting and traveling all the time and being a wife of a woman of leisure where you don't have to do anything? Does he want a housewife? Do you want that's the conversations they should have, and not so much on the amount of money, but what type of life y'all want to have together? Because I think that will make the difference and determine.
We're expecting a 19 to 22-year-old woman to know that.
Well, I mean, look, if you want a relationship, you want marriage, y'all supposed to build and grow together. Nobody's saying you have to get married at 19, but don't you start somewhere? You start with the relationship and you build upon it, and y'all have the conversations. You could date somebody at 19 and then y'all get married later, but that's how you get to know what it is that you want. What do you want? What do you want?
If you got married as a man at 22 and you married a woman and she needed a procedure and she got sick, where's a 22-year-old man going to come up with that money?
You don't have insurance.
You know what she's going to do? She's going to run to daddy.
Probably.
That's what's going to happen.
No insurance.
Which means that she should have never been married in the first place, because she can't rely on her husband, who's supposed to take the place of her dad.
So that's what I'm saying. So what age do you think would be appropriate to get married?
I didn't give an age, DeeDee. I said the man should be stable. There's no age.
How long do you think it takes for him to get stable?
So until he's stable, he's not getting
however long it takes.
So
he can't support a family. He can't do it.
Yeah. Well.
But what I don't understand is what is stable for you? What is stable for you? What are you talking about?
It's not about what it is for me.
No, in general.
It's not about what it is for me.
No. What you say stable, what is that in general?
I can give you a general answer, but that you need to be able to afford. I said it before. You need to be able to afford a 3-bedroom home. If you can't afford a 3-bedroom home, yes, and that's going to vary depending on your location. Where I'm at, it's going to be a little bit more expensive than it would be in Mississippi.
So you're saying get married at 30, 35. That's what you're saying.
Again, you guys, it's like I'm saying it, but you're not hearing me. I'm not putting an age on this.
Because if you look at it, there's no 23, 24-year-olds that can afford to buy a 3-4.
You got to be anecdotal. You got to be anecdotal, right? I had a 3-bedroom home when I was 24. You got to be anecdotal, so let me be anecdotal. Sure. You talked about your wife, right? You and your wife, 29 and 24, right? Mm-hmm. So let me be anecdotal.
But Trey, let me add to that. But when you was 24, that's still kind of back there. That's not in this time now. So like you pointed out before, you talking about now.
How old was I when I was 24?
24, that's not now. That
was 2008.
So that was a good time to buy a house.
No, the house. What are you talking about? DeeDee, the housing crisis. What are you talking about? 2008 was a housing crisis.
Did that affect you if you had the money to buy a house? You still could buy a house, right? Am I
2008 was literally the worst time ever to buy a house.
Didn't the house market go down in 2008?
Yeah.
It crashed.
Then that gives you a better chance to buy a house than today.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Not in New Jersey, sir. Have you ever been to New Jersey?
Out here, you could get a house.
So you're saying that in 2008,
either way, my point remains the same. My point remains the same.
In 2008 was the same as
he needs to be able to afford. You need to be able to afford a 3-bedroom home. If you're going to have kids, the kids need somewhere to sleep.
And get a 1-bedroom apartment or two.
Because where I come from, the woman's salary is irrelevant. I don't care how much money she's making. I don't care.
But starting off, that's the thing. Starting off, if both of you work, you are more than capable of getting a 1-bedroom apartment with the kitchen and the living room. once you have kids, let's say you wait 2 years or
Yeah,
3
you got
years
to
to have
move
kids
anyway.
after
You gotta
marriage,
get the
you
house.
build that wealth, you save some money, you're responsible with your cash, and then you upgrade because you have kids. Now you don't have a 1-bedroom apartment, you have a 2, maybe 3-bedroom apartment. And then
How are you doing this? How are you doing this upgrading with kids? These
what do you
kids must be
mean?
going to public school.
Because
And these
you're
kids, hold on,
making
these
as
kids, hold on. Are these kids going to a public school? And are these kids going to daycare?
Well,
like
I know
my
my
kids
kids were homeschooled. So
homeschooled.
homeschool.
Yeah,
I'm at the
my
house with
kids are
them. They were
homeschooled.
homeschooled.
Yeah, my wife don't work.
Okay, so that's again, that's why I'm asking, where is this money coming from?
Working and
From
saving.
working.
You can
Look,
save
I
with
make
children.
about 60,000 a year. I got
You
2
can
kids.
save
My
with
wife don't
children.
work, and I got a 2-bedroom apartment. And we're
What
we're
state?
saving. Look, we're saving. We're paying all the bills, and we're investing. How does that work?
State.
Texas. How does that work?
First, the cost of living is cheaper.
No, it's not cheaper. You know how we do it?
Yeah,
We
Texas
don't buy
is not
everything
Compared
that
to
we
where
want.
I live,
We
sir,
don't buy
compared to
everything
where
that we
I
want.
live, the cost of living is cheaper. You go ask somebody in New York if the cost of living is cheaper. Go ask Californians if the cost of living is cheaper. You're living in a cheaper place than some of us.
It's
Because
not much,
I
not much
60,000
cheaper.
60,000 would not cut it. And I'm telling you, I noticed because I was in a relationship when I was a police officer and my salary was $71,000 a year. And I had to work a bunch of overtime every year to push that up to get it closer to 95 to 100,000 just to make it. So again, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Where's this money coming from?
From working.
I don't want my kids in public school if I don't have to put them in public school. I don't want my kids to have to go to daycare if I don't have to put them in daycare. I want my kids to be able to go to soccer and gymnastics and all this extra stuff. I want them to be able to play instruments and do all this stuff. You guys are just talking like, oh yeah, 60 grand more than enough. No, it's not. It's not
I
enough.
agree with you. I agree with you that it's not enough in every state. I agree with you because every state, each state got their own. I get it, but in Texas, in other states, as Texas, it is you can do it in 60,000, 65,000 a year with 2 kids, and my wife stays home. She doesn't work, and I pay for everything, and we still have enough. We still have enough to invest and to save. How does that work? I'll
24
tell you
months
how
of an
that works.
emergency
I'll
fund.
tell you how that works. I bought my first car. We lived broke. I paid the car in 2 years. I didn't buy anything else. We're not buying extra stuff to make other people look at us and be like, "Hey, look at them. They're making it." No, we're doing things for the family. The problem is that people don't know. First of all, school doesn't teach them how to save. They don't teach them how to invest. They don't teach them how to be financially stable. They don't do that. And maybe a lot of people don't have parents as well to teach them because maybe they didn't know how. I don't know. But if you have more people being financially responsible, you can make if I can make it at $60,000 a year with 2 kids and my wife stays home.
But you're not making it. You're surviving, according to you.
Wait.
Do you have the
How
car
am
you
I
want?
surviving if I can
Do you have the
invest
car?
and I can save?
Hang on. Do you
How
have
am
the
I
car you want?
surviving?
Are you have the car you want? Your
Yes,
dream
I
car. Do
do.
you have
Yes,
it?
I
You
do.
don't. You have your dream car.
I have a car that gets me from point A to point
That's
B.
not what I asked you, sir. I asked you, do you
I
have your
don't want
dream
the
car?
dream car. That's the
That's not what I
thing.
asked you, sir.
You
Again,
want
I'm
the
asking
dream
simple.
car, maybe. I don't.
No, I have my dream car because I didn't get married. That's why.
Okay. Now we're talking about 2 different things. I don't want a dream car. I just want to
Okay,
have a car
cool.
that takes
Do you
me
have
and my
do you have
family
the
to point
home?
A to
Do
point
you have
B.
the home that you want?
I have the
No.
place that no, I have the
Again, you're
place.
not answering the question.
But I
I'm
don't
asking
want a
a simple
home.
question. Do you
I
have the
don't want
home
a
that you
home.
want?
I don't want a house.
So you
Me and
telling
my
me you want to
wife,
spend
we don't want to buy a house.
the rest of your life in a 2-bedroom apartment? Come on, dog.
Perhaps.
That don't even make sense. We're men. We want our own space. I want my grass to cut. I want my
Okay.
own lawn.
If in
Like,
the
let's be honest. You're
future,
not being
look,
real.
listen, if in the future the house market goes down and becomes cheaper, then we think about buying a house. But right now, buying a house,
You said you've been married for 10 years, right? 8 years.
9 years.
9 years. Okay. The housing market wasn't this bad 9 years ago. Why y'all ain't
Yeah,
buy
but
one
I
when you
wasn't
9 years ago?
listen, but I was I listen. I didn't
Because you wasn't what?
I was in a different country. I'm from.
You ain't had the money.
Country. No. I'm from a different country.
How long ago did you get to America?
4 years ago.
So did you have the money?
Oh yes, I did. And you know how much I was making in my country? Hold on. Do you know how much I was making in my country?
I asked when you got to America.
4 years ago.
Okay, when you got to America, 4 years. Why didn't you buy a house?
We didn't have the money to do that.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
Wait, so you have to have the money to do that to be happy and support your family? Because I'm doing that now.
Kids, if you have kids, you have a responsibility to give them the best life you possibly can.
Wait, I'm giving
them
the best life.
By whose definition? What's
whose
best?
Definition? By your definition? Because my kids have everything that they want. They're lacking nothing, and they're homeschooled.
Have the best education. They go to the best school. They go to the best school in Texas.
No, they don't. But that's not.
No, they don't. So they don't have the best. Don't say they have the best. They don't have the best.
To your standard.
Trey, this is a disingenuous conversation, man.
It's not. I'm making the point.
Trey, it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm making the point.
In my opinion,
that we are encouraging men. We're encouraging men to take on lifetime responsibilities when they are not ready. That's the point I'm trying to make to you guys.
You'll never
marriage is
ready then.
When are you ready? Let me ask
you.
When are you ready?
You'll never
be
ready.
I can get married. I can get married right now. I'm ready. I got everything I need to provide for a family.
You're not.
I got everything I need to provide for a family.
It's just about the money, right? That's what you're saying.
No, it's
How many virgins do you know?
No. That's what you guys want to make it about. That's the conversation we're having. I'm not making it about that. I've been on here many times. DeeDee, do I say that marriage is all just about money? No, I talk about a lot of other things. Tons of other things. I'm talking about this particular conversation. This particular conversation, yes, there are plenty of men that are out here. They are not prepared to be husbands financially. They can't tell you how to invest. They don't know nothing about investment. They don't know anything about taxes. They don't know anything about credit. And y'all are telling them to go get married. That's insane to me.
Yeah. Okay. But at the same time,
anecdotal.
But at the same time, we haven't talked about the support system as well, because I'm not saying I got a boy and a girl. I'm not going to send my boy and my girl to get married to somebody and then just leave them. No, we as parents will be the support system until they can be completely on their own. And I know that a lot of kids growing up, a lot of 22, 23-year-old may not have the support from the families to help them in the beginning. I get it. But I mean, that is important as well, that we should talk about, that we don't just send the kids. I'm not saying just send you kids to marry and goodbye, good luck. No, I'm not saying that. As their parents, we will be eventually. I mean, my son is 6, my daughter is 3. By the time that they leave home and they're ready to build their family, me and my wife, we will be more established, a lot more than we are today. And when that day comes, when our boy and our girl comes up to us and be like, "Hey, we are struggling this month. You know, we're paying everything, but we're struggling this month." We say what? We got you, because we know that you're not going to be making 100,000, 200,000 a year starting off at 22, 23-year-old.
You wouldn't have to have this conversation. You wouldn't have to have this conversation if your daughter didn't get married to a man who couldn't afford it.
But I don't want my daughter to get married at 40.
Who said again with the extremes? Why does it have to be 40?
Okay.
Why you mean to tell me that when she's 27, she can't meet a guy who's 33?
Look, maybe, yeah, she can, and he can be really good financially. He can
career.
He
can be good, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But he can also be an asshole. That's
my thing. Why? And there we go. Okay, so can a 22-year-old can be an asshole too?
Yeah, sure. But
so not only is he an asshole, he's an asshole and he's broke.
But you know what you see what I mean is
no, because you keep trying to add on a negative. So I say, why can't she wait till she's 27? She married 33. Well, he could be an asshole. You keep adding on stuff. All I'm saying is, as a man, why are we rushing men? Why aren't we telling men, hey, make sure you get your feet underneath you first? And then, go out and go. If you want to get married, go ahead. At least you have your feet underneath you. Instead, we're telling men, oh, well, hey, as soon as you come out of college, hop right in that game. That's crazy. He just
that...
graduated college. His parents been paying for everything, most of everything. We tell him to get married. He's prepared for a family at 22. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I don't think you should say to young adults, establish yourself, because it takes the average young adult to be making $100,000 a year or more. It takes years. It may not take years. You might find a good job right away after college, but at the same time, let's say you went to college, you finished college, and now you found a good job, but guess what? You're full of college debt. You're full of debt. Okay. Now, okay, you make a lot of money, you got a good job, but you have all this debt to pay. So what do you say?
You have more debt? When you have more debt at 22?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So you saying get established, right? Get established. And then you build your families. That's what you're saying.
For men, yes. Yes, for men,
So
yes.
established for you is for you to have the capital for you to be able to support your family. That's what you're saying. So let's say you do make the capital. You make that money. Okay? You make that money. But because you're so much in debt because of school, you can't. You can't get married. You can't. Okay? So what? You're going to wait 20 years, 30 years after to build your family?
That's what you have to do.
Free? To be,
that's what you have to do.
Come on.
No, man.
Here's the thing.
I met my wife at.
I wouldn't do that.
There's no way in the world I would ever accept a woman's debt. That's crazy.
I wouldn't do that.
That's crazy. You come into a marriage with tens of thousands of dollars of debt. It's insanity. You are literally starting from the bottom there. You are literally
millions of people are doing that right now,
and the millions of people are broke.
According to
when Trump said he wanted, we need that money back, people was online crying because they can't afford it, because they got silly ass sociology degrees and arts humanities degrees for no reason.
That's because of choices, not because of the finance.
Right.
Okay. So again, is it not a better choice to wait until you are in a financial position to where these things can't creep up on you? I don't understand how the argument is go have nothing and go get married and be prepared for a family versus taking a few years to get yourself in a position to where you can actually provide for a family correctly. I'm confused by this.
I understand what you're saying, Trey, but it's like you like kind of making it like that's the only solution to doing it. And it's more than one way to skin a cat. I never went to college, man. I was in the military. I met my wife in the military, right? I met at 25. We got married when I was 26. We went overseas together. We lived in a small 2-bedroom apartment, right? We left from overseas. We moved to a townhouse in Charleston. We saved up money, got a loan, bought a house in Charleston, made money on that house in Charleston, moved up here to Vancouver. Now we bought it's been 10 years. Our house has equity in it. Now we're about to move back to the States. We made money. And now this is a 5-bedroom house, 3,200 square feet. Now we're about to move back to the States to a house whose 2 floors is bigger than this entire house. It took time. We did it together, and we were in our 20s. That's what they're saying. So both can be true. We didn't all of a sudden just I didn't say, you know what, man, you're the right person to marry.
You protected in
until
any
I'm
of that.
established.
If your wife decided to leave you tomorrow, would you have to give her half of all of it?
That's beside the point. That didn't happen.
No, it's to my point about protecting men.
But
would you have to give her half
happen.
of it? The answer to the question is yes.
If she decided to
get married, you're going to have to give half of it.
Don't get married then.
What if we could say
that's
anything.
exactly what I'm saying.
What if I got mad at her and took her out this world? Then
so you're saying don't get married at all?
Then you go to prison. Then you go to prison. That's the answer to that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's none of those.
So y'all are telling me that telling men to protect themselves is wrong.
No, we're not. We're just saying you can't be so absolute about it.
Absolutely, you can be absolute about this.
You can't
this
be
is the best
absolute
way to
about it
do it.
because he's
This is
telling
the
you his
best.
story.
This is the best way to do
That's
it.
not an absolute. I'm telling you my
He's not
story
even
is
being
absolute.
honest about his
And
answers.
DeeDee
He's
has
telling me
said
that,
her
that a
point.
2-bedroom apartment is where he wants to be. He's not being honest.
No, that's what I want to be.
Everybody
now.
don't want a 3-bedroom. Everybody don't want a big house.
Right
man.
now, that's where I
I
want to
didn't say
be.
the house had to be big.
I really don't want a big house. I really don't want to move to a big
I didn't
house.
say the house
That's
had
just
to
the
be big.
trend of the things,
I
the
said
way
a
the things are
3-bedroom
going.
home. That's what I said.
But you asked the question, do you want to be, that's where you want to be now? And yes, this is where I want to be now. Do I want to be?
That's where you have to be now.
And I don't care about dream cars either.
So you can buy a house. You can buy a house right now.
If we can. If we want to, we
So
can
why
buy it
haven't you?
right now. Huh? Because we're
Why
happy
haven't
with
you?
what we have. We're happy with what we have. We don't.
Your wife's
listen,
happy. Your wife's happy with that.
She is. She loves this place. She loves this place. Our kids love this place.
I just think
And having a house, a big house for us is
I
too
never
much.
said the house had to be big. Stop doing that.
This is too
I never
much,
said the
man.
house had to be big.
said
I said 3-bedroom house. That could be any. That can be any size. That could be as small as 2,000 square feet. It could be as large as 5,000 square feet.
Yeah, but how?
Never said it had to be
now
big.
are
You guys are putting. You guys are like to put words in my mouth. You don't.
Why does it
you
have?
don't
I'm
agree
curious
with me
about the 3. Why does it have to be 3-bedroom?
because you have a family. So
What
you
if
need
you only
space for
want
the
to have one?
kids.
What if you only want to have one kid because of the way the finances are
You
these
don't.
days?
You don't believe in a guest room. You don't have in-laws that come over.
Hotel.
All right. Well, again, I can't speak for how y'all treat other people. I didn't do that. When I was with my girl, we had a 4-bedroom home so that her family could come, and if they wanted to stay, they had a place. When they came down there, especially when we had our daughter, so she had a place to stay while she was doing it. If you say they got to stay at a hotel, that's on you. That's
for some
on you.
people, that's a
That's fine.
necessity. For some people, that's a necessity because of their culture or their family or whatever. Some people, it's not a necessity.
Yeah.
It might not be a necessity for some people. They're like, hey, when your parents come, they can go stay. The hotel is right down the way. They can stay there because they're not going to come but once a year.
I'm not disagreeing with that. You want to put your family in a hotel? That's fine. That's not what we do.
I'm not saying
my
my
mom
family
wanted to come
stays in
stay
the hotel.
over.
I'm just saying it's not a necessity for everyone. So
No,
it's
you
not
just
an
said you had a
absolute.
5-bedroom home. I would imagine that they don't. But
Sir, let me ask
when my family comes over, we have a room for them.
You were married before?
It's not the motel.
No, I will never get married.
Oh, okay. So
Why would I get married?
But you do have you said you have a daughter? Yeah, you have 3 daughters?
2 kids.
2 kids. Okay. So you don't want to get married, period?
There's no benefit to me getting married. What am I getting married for?
No,
I'm serious. What am I getting in a marriage that I'm not getting right now?
No, it's just a question. I understand that not everybody wants to get married, and that's fine. I mean, I'm not pushing marriage to everybody as a requirement for success. It's like
I'm not pushing non-marriage. I'm pushing preparation, being prepared and being ready. If you're going to go down this path, put yourself in the best position. Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
And I don't see anything wrong with that, Trey. I get it, but I also think the best position is just not financial. I think there are other ways to prepare for it, and even still, when you think you're the most prepared, shit still happens. So it's still not you know what I mean? You could be prepared financially. I know people who've been super financially prepared and got married and it fell apart. So it's a gamble. That's all I'm saying. Like it's still a gamble either way. But I just think, my personal opinion on it, and I already know how you feel, Trey. I'm just saying my personal thoughts is I think, there are many ways you should prepare for marriage, and finances is one part, but I think there are other things that will give you more of a benefit to making a marriage last more than just the financial part. Because we already know people who have money still divorce. And then that's the thing, once again, that a lot of men have to be concerned about. Of course you should be, because there are women out here who are getting involved, having babies with these men, not even all married to them, just having a child and then taking them for all their money. So I just think there's a lot of other things to consider. That's all I'm saying, than just the money. I think money is important. You need to be stable, but what my definition of stable may be different from yours or somebody else's. Because I don't think you need to have a whole lot. That's just my opinion, and once again, I do agree that with what he was saying and what both of them were saying is, you know, we started off with not a whole lot, and we were married and we had our children, and y'all know we kept having children. So, you know, and we expanded. We bought a house eventually. It didn't take us that long either. Bought a house, you know, it had 2 houses actually, and built up on it. It wasn't all just there in the beginning. So, you know, and you know, so I just think it's all good. It just depends on what you want. Whatever you want and how you see your life and how you want to go about your life is what you do. That's why I say whatever you want to do, because we all have a choice to do it. Do what works for you. But I think I'm speaking from a place because of what works for me and what has worked for my husband and our family. And that's what worked. But I do understand that's not everybody's not gonna go about it that way. You know what I'm saying? So you know, a few things could be true at the same time. I mean, just it depends on, and also I will say too, you know, because I don't have a dream car. I've never cared
Most
about
people
cars.
don't.
I never cared about cars, and I could go get an expensive car, but I don't care about expensive car. My sister does. We're the opposite. She like expensive stuff. I don't care about expensive cars. I could care less, baby. I don't care. It's just not something that phases me, but I know everybody's different. I like a nice house now. I like a nice big house and it to be nice, but I don't care about cars. So a car wouldn't be a thing that I put money into like that. So I think everybody is different. Some people might be comfortable in an apartment and live townhouses. I know people who love their townhouses, not that big, but they love it. I'm not gonna say, you know, what your standard of living is different from somebody else's, and we can't think that, oh, just because your standard of a certain living, it has to be somebody else's. No, some people are happy with us making a certain amount of money and comfortable in their lifestyle, and they happy there. Everybody don't have the dreams to be a millionaire and live this like I don't care about a fancy life. I just care about a stable life, you know, and I like nice things, but I'm not going for the most expensive and thinking that because it's the most expensive that's the best, because the most expensive is always not the best either. And then that's subjective. That depends on what I like. You know, I don't need a $500,000 ring. Some people think if my man don't give me a $300,000 ring, you don't want it. I could care less about a $300,000 ring. I don't think like that. Everybody is different, but I think once again, it's an influence, especially what I see with women too, who try to tell other women, girl, if he can't get you this, if he can't get you this amount of money, he can't get this, he ain't shit. That's not right. I don't agree with that, because I don't agree. But that's the standard that they feel is best for them, and they impose that on everybody else, and everybody else don't want the same thing. So that's where the difference comes in.
Absolutely.
So that's how I see it. It's not the same. It's not for everybody. Whatever your standards are for your life, your family, whatever, that's what you go for. That's what you do. I'm like, kudos to that. Do what is best for you. But just because I don't want that, or I have a different standard of what I want and what I like, it shouldn't be looked at as, oh, you don't really want that. No, everybody is not the same. Everybody's definition of success is not the same. Everybody's definition of what's stable an amount of money is not the same. Because if you make a certain amount and it's working for you and you have what you want, then that's your stability. Somebody else, it is all subjective in my opinion. I don't think everybody's the same. I don't think one is less or more. I think it just depends on your standards and what you want, and you go after what you want and let people do what they want. That's it. Is that fair? That's fair to me. I mean, because everybody's not the same. So that's how I see it.
I think there's a level of objectivity. I think, yes, there's some subjectivity, but I think there's a level of objectivity. I mean, we know, like, for instance, me saying dream car didn't necessarily mean the most expensive car. That's not what I said. I said dream car. The dream car could be anything. I don't know. That's why I asked him, do you have your dream car? I didn't say, did you have a Bentley? I would ask you.
Yes, I do have my dream
when
car.
people say dream car,
okay, but that's all I asked you was, did you have your dream car? I asked you, do you have your dream car?
My dream car is just I have a car that gets me from point A to point B. That's my dream car.
Right. If that's the way you want to live, but the thing is you can't put a bunch of complaints behind it. And what I hear a lot of the time from people who don't have the mentality of wanting better things or having better things, there's a bunch of complaining that comes behind it. If we get to breaking it down and finding out what are you actually doing with your life, typically there's a lot of laziness, there's a lot of complacency. I'm good where I'm at. Okay, then you're going to get where you at. Yeah. Plain and simple. That's how it works.
Yeah,
When I was in
I
the Air
have what
Force,
I have
when
not
I was in the
because
Air Force, I wanted to be the best airman in the Air Force. I worked my ass off to get there. I want to be Airman of the Year. I had to work to get there. If I would have just went in there and took my little E4, E5, E6 salary, I could have done that. But I couldn't complain that I got the worst assignments. You can't complain about that. You can't have both. We got a lot of men out here that want the top tier women. You want top tier women, but you broke. How that work?
But I think that's a lot. I don't know. I think it's a lot of talking points on social media because in real life,
It really is.
Everybody ain't saying I want the top tier this or some people they want. It depends on what you want. If you want to be a certain thing or a certain level, you work hard at it and you achieve it. Everybody may not want that. That's all I'm saying. Everybody's what they want is different. So how your life is going to reflect what you want. I don't think it's necessary. I think, and then I think for the people who are complaining, yes, you are spot on. Like for people who complain about their life and you ain't doing nothing about it, well, of course, you just can't expect something for nothing. But there are also people who have a lifestyle that is not like somebody else's, and they're completely fine with it. They're completely fine with it. That's what they want. If you want to live, if an apartment is suitable for you and that's what you like, it don't mean you're lazy or you don't want more. That's just what you're comfortable with. Everybody don't aspire to have certain things. Your aspirations is not the same as somebody else's. Your level of success is not the same or less than or better than somebody else's. It doesn't mean somebody is lazy if they don't aspire to have millions and millions of dollars. They might be comfortable making $200,000 or $80,000, whether you like it or not, or whether you think that's successful or not. That ain't got nothing to do with them or you. That's what they want. They comfortable. They living their life. That's all that matters. But if you're making less or doing lower and you're complaining, and then that makes sense because you're complaining about something and you're not trying to do anything more to get where you want to be. But if I'm talking about people who are comfortable in a certain lifestyle, they're fine where they are and it works for them and their dynamics. They're not complaining. Everybody's not complaining about where they are. Even if it's not where somebody else deems better or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody is not.
You can always have more.
Say that again.
You can always have more. Mm-hmm. So what's the ceiling for how do I put this? What's the ceiling for saying you're being complacent? Because we're from where I came from to where I am now is night and day. So if I'm comfortable living the way I'm living now and I don't want more, is that me being complacent?
Or just you being comfortable?
What about like how far out of poverty or do you have to be like, I'm good where I am. I like my job. I make 50K. I'm good right here. I don't want more. I don't want more responsibility. I like the time I get off to spend with my family. I don't get calls when I'm home. I have enough money to sustain my lifestyle, to save a little money on the side, to go on a vacation once every 2 years, which is fine for us. And we good. Is that being complacent or?
As long as you're not complaining.
So I think that's what it boils down to. You complaining about something you don't have, but you're not trying to do anything to get it. You're just complaining. Yeah, because I remember my husband, used to work. I complained. I didn't like him working so much because he was barely home. And I wanted more time with him and him to spend more time with the kids because he was working from sun up to sundown. Like he was always working and we never had time to do anything together. So I didn't like that. I wanted more time. But also, I wasn't superficial either. I didn't ask for a whole lot of, superficial things. Because if I'm asking him to take some time off work so we can spend time together, then I'm not also asking him we need to go on these trips and do all this extra stuff because I just want the time, So I used to complain about that. How he worked so much. He never had time to do anything. And then when it changed, I didn't complain no more because I'm like, okay, now we can do things the way he ended up doing it. It didn't happen overnight, but we want to spend time with you. We don't, you got us here and we never could do anything because you're always working. So I just think it just
as long as you was okay with a downgrade in lifestyle.
Well,
so he could be home more.
It didn't even have to downgrade. That's the thing. Because it never was really super high. It wasn't really nothing crazy. He paid all the bills. We got everything we needed and wanted and occasional, things we didn't need or whatever, fun stuff for the kids. And do things with the kids and stuff like that. It wasn't really, I don't think, really over the top superficial. So it wasn't much. He could still change it up and still be able to take care of everything. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't above our means a lifestyle. It was pretty normal. And so I remember we had one car at the time. Well, he took the car to work. I was at home with the kids. If we needed anything, we would get it before, go shopping or go get stuff before he went to work, or he would go get stuff that we needed groceries. I'd make a list to go get the groceries, bring it back while I'm at so we had one car. I mean, we had one phone, which was crazy. I couldn't imagine that now. We had one phone, one car. All that changed. From then to now, it is a big difference. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm just saying, like, and that's just not for everybody. Is not going to be like that, So we raised a big family in doing that, but things progressed too over the years too. So it didn't stay that way. But so I just think it just depends on your situation.
Hey, Trey, when you talk about being established, are you talking more towards the man or both?
The men.
The men. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I told you I don't really care how much money a woman. It's never been relevant.
Yeah.
And I'm saying it as a man.
And it's easier. The reason I ask is because it is it's not easy, but it's doable. If a man waits a little longer to be more established and then he decides to get married, I think it's very much possible. More possible than if a woman does the same thing. If she waits, until later in her life to be established and then she gets married, a lot of people look, well, you're not in your 20s no more. You're in your close to 40. And now you want this kind of man, this young kind of man, and nobody wants you because you're already close to 40. You waited too long. So, but if you're talking about man, I think that I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree with a lot what you said, but I think that if we're talking about having families be successful, in my view, I think it would be a better way for both, your first date and then you talk about marriage later on, for both to grow together, to build together, instead of one, already making a lot of money and then you decide to, to build a family. But that's everybody's
Why,
different. Everybody's different.
Why would I even bother establishing myself if all women is hoes, though? What will be the point of
because it's for you. If that's what you want, that's what I want.
But I'm not going to get a family out of it.
Okay, I don't get that. If you want to go make some money, that's for you.
But that's being established. You said you got to establish yourself. I got to go get a 3-bedroom house. I got to do all this stuff. Have enough money to
if you want a family,
But what's the point if all women is hoes and I'm not going? It's
because I think like that.
I would say most. I wouldn't say all, but I would say most.
It's from something from earlier.
Because I think like that. It's very obvious that everybody else doesn't think like that. You guys are more than willing to take women who have a sexual past and marry.
Yeah, I'm just bringing this up to push the conversation, Trey. That's all I'm doing, man. I'm not coming at you.
I'm answering your question. For me, I believe that men should be in a certain position in life before they decide to take on the rigors of a family. That's just what I believe. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I don't believe that a 22-year-old man is prepared to take on the stress of providing for a wife and possible kids and bills that are coming.
Do you think a 19-year-old is prepared to go to war?
No, but I went.
Exactly.
I was in Iraq at 19.
Maybe you should. Maybe 19-year-olds need to be like.
None of us were prepared to go to war.
Let me just say this: I don't think it's a matter of age; it's a matter of maturity. Because I mean, some people can prepare themselves at a young age, or maybe it takes longer at an older age. Yeah. My best friend of 20 years had his first daughter at 18. He became a father at fucking 18 years old. I can't say I shouldn't say everybody should do that. So everybody different. Just saying.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You never prepare for anything.
And besides,
really, I mean, you
maybe
can try
that's the
your
best time to start.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the best time to start at 28, at 20, 20. I'm gonna say 25 at the oldest. That's the time you should start, building yourself, going through that grinding state.
Yeah, and this
Do it
is
while you're
another thing
young.
that a lot of people say. I will marry, or I will build my family when I'm ready. When is that? When are you ready? Like, if I said that to myself when I'm ready, then I wouldn't have the kids that I have today, and I would not be married.
I know my sister-in-law, she said she didn't want to be married until, she got married and had a man that was same thing Trey is saying. She was adamant about that. She was like, she don't want to have children and all of that until, till she meets a man who is financially stable.
What's that for her?
Huh?
What is that for her though?
They end up getting married and they weren't financially stable.
Okay.
They didn't have a whole lot of money. They got married and they had one child, but they still never got to that level. They still didn't get to that level. You know what I'm saying? Of financial stability. I think she was mean. I don't know because people say that, but you never know exactly how much they're talking. But I think they end up getting married before that happened, and they had a child. They still married. I mean, they still married.
Makes sense.
Still together.
Still together.
Yeah,
20-some
let me
years.
say
A little
this.
bit longer than me and my husband. Yeah, they was married like before us, but they still married. Daughter is grown. They still married.
And that's the thing. Let me say this, to be fair, I don't think you should have a set point or a set cutoff point to when you want to get married. Like, for example, don't say, I want to be married by 25. I want to have my kids by 28, 29, and all that kind of stuff. No. Sometimes, because when you plan out like that, it doesn't go right. You're left with nothing but disappointment and scars. So that whole I'm gonna get married when I'm ready, there is some benefit to that because people be delusional, think they're gonna get married at age 19, 20, 21 years old, whatever age. It don't happen. Now they're disappointed. So you gotta let things go with the flow instead of having a set point, starting end point when you want to actually do that.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Or do what you that's the beauty of being your own person, and having your own standards of what you want in life and not letting people sway you to other possibilities or whatever. You know what you want, you have the right to go after what you want and do what you want to do. And so I think that's the beauty in being yourself, and choosing how you want things to go, whether you get the outcomes you expect or not. At least you know where you stand, what you want, or whatever. And I just think, people have certain ideas of what they want or expectations, and then when it doesn't, when they don't get it, then that be the ones complaining. That be the ones complaining about it. And because they didn't get what they wanted out of it. But I think if you made a choice, whether you get married young, old, or whatever, and if it's working for you, you usually don't hear those people complaining. That's all I'm saying. They live in their life. They happy with where they are. And once again, I just want to say, what you choose and how you choose to live your life doesn't have to meet other people's expectations or other people's standards that they choose for themselves. That's why I think the only pushback I have with Trey is that your life is your life and what you choose. And once again, I'm not going to try to push, even though I think marriage is great because it's great for me. I'm not going to just push it. I'm not trying to push it on everybody because it may not be for you. It may not be something that you want. If you don't want it, I can respect that. But I just think people don't respect you when you say marriage is great. I'm having a great, because that's my experience. I love my husband. I love my life. My life is happy. I'm happy with where I am and the choices we're making. I want people to respect that too. Don't try to tell me you're like, hey, is it really? Because other people got problems in their marriage. That's them. If they wife is horrible and they want to leave and she ain't giving them none, that's their business. That ain't mine. That ain't my experience. If you ain't getting no loving from your wife, that's something y'all got to figure out. That's not everybody's experience. If I'm happy over here with a certain thing, just respect that I'm happy there, and I respect the way you are. I think people try to force and push stuff on others because it's your choice. No, your choice is yours. That's not everybody else. And one is not less or greater than the other. And I think that's where the like the issue comes in for me. You know what I'm saying? Because like again, I'm not super materialistic either. I don't care for cars. I don't care for none of that like expensive stuff. I have a range, you know, like a where I'm okay with, but it's not like, you know, I don't. If you like certain things, that's you can afford it, you get it, that's your thing. If you don't, oh well. I don't see it as a, you know what I'm saying? I don't see one as better as the other. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever is for you is for you. I can respect what you like or what you don't like, and I just respect what I like or what I don't like or whatever. That makes sense?
Absolutely. And that's why I say, and that's kind of why I understand why some married couples don't, you know, give marital advice or don't try to persuade marriages on everybody, because they understand marriage is not for everybody. I've been saying that for years. What's good for you ain't good for everybody. And marriage is no different. Marriage is not for everybody. Some of us are just not fit to be husbands or wives for one reason or another. But I guess we're fed this narrative that all it takes is common sense to make a marriage work. All this is just having a head on your shoulders to make a marriage work. If that's okay, why is the divorce rate so damn high? Explain that to me. And that's all it takes to make a marriage work. Just asking.
Because I said this before, y'all. Then we're gonna wrap this up. I said before me and my husband got married, people were like, "Don't do it," you know, marriage is for the birds. And you know, this lady told me she was getting a divorce when I was getting my license changed to my married name. She was like, "Oh, I'm getting a divorce." And you know, I heard nothing but horrible things about marriage. Nothing but horrible things about marriage, but it didn't matter because if you love the person, you take that chance. I think I'm not telling people to do it and take the chance. That's up to you. I'm just saying, like, everything is just not one way. And I think a lot of times, to be honest, I think it's a fear thing. I think it becomes a fear thing where people don't want to take the chance out of fear, you know. And so I think that's what it boils down, in my opinion. It's the fear thing. You don't want to be hurt or you don't want to be taken advantage of. And who wants that? Nobody wants it. But I think, you know, when you're making that decision, you're not thinking about that. And I think a lot of times people get taken advantage of because of that very reason. So you just don't know how is you really, you know what I'm saying? You can't really predict how it's going to turn out. And the only way you're going to know if you take the chance. I'm not saying do it. If you don't want to take the chance, don't take the chance. But what I'm saying, it is a chance. But I think when I was getting married, I wasn't caring about what nobody else said, even though I had horrible influences, horrible people. I hate to say it, but y'all training probably know. My own family people close to me was like, you know, had negative things to say with no real reasoning behind it. It's just because they weren't married. They hadn't experienced it. All they had was, you know, people telling them this, you know, telling them, oh, marriage is bad without even experiencing it themselves. So when you do that, then you telling me something you have never experienced. And I'm supposed to just go with that. But I know, no, I love this person. I want to be married to this person. And that's what I'm going to do. And so did it. And it seems to be working out so far. We're still together all these years later. That's not the case for everybody, but I do think it is a chance. And I wouldn't force people to just do something because I chose to do it or whatever. But, you know, it's a chance. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
All I'm saying is if you want to take that risk, put yourself in a position of leverage and options and protect yourself. That's all I'm saying.
Trey, are you together with the mother of your two kids?
No.
Do you think your kids would like that?
Yes.
I mean, are y'all co-parenting at least? Just asking.
We co-parent well.
Well, I guess that's all that matters at the end of the day, because both mom and dad are clean.
No. This is a great example, because had I married her, she would have filed for divorce. And who knows
I
where
get
I
what
would
you're saying, but
who knows where I would have been had I done that. I certainly wouldn't be in the financial situation that I'm in now. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, but nobody knows.
Yeah.
So
and this idea that you're going to capture lightning in a bottle and it's not going to be you. Well, I think that's misleading to give to young men. I think that's irresponsible to give to young men when we can look at statistics and say that you are literally flipping a coin on whether or not your marriage will make it.
But at the same time, it's like
8-year average on the length of a marriage.
Yeah, but
Just think it's irresponsible.
but at the same time, like if you are going to if that's what you're going to push to young adults, men specifically, then might as well put it like that with anything else. Why do you buy that car? That car can blow up. I mean,
No,
Even
again,
closer than
you're
that.
missing my point.
I
I'm
wouldn't
pushing
say that.
protection. I'm pushing protection. So what I would push
Sure.
to him, you can buy that car, make sure you have the proper insurance. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But you,
I mean, you
but you
can
did
apply that
something
to
just
all
like me,
aspects of your
Trey.
life.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you can
You
apply
enlisted in the military.
right.
You enlisted
I mean,
in the
if he had,
military, and we didn't know where that was going to take us.
Right.
Yes, I did. I knew
but he took
exactly
a,
where I was
but he
going.
took a chance on it. He took a
No, I
chance on
didn't.
it, man.
No, I didn't. I didn't take a chance. I knew exactly what was going on in the world. I joined in 2004. I was in high school when 9/11 happened. I knew exactly what was going on in the
Damn.
world. Exactly what was going on in the world.
Yep,
I didn't
so
take a
was I.
chance. I knew exactly what was happening in the world. I knew exactly where I was going to go once I enlisted.
So 2004, 2003, 2004, I
Oh,
was on an aircraft carrier. We was dropping bombs on people. We were. I mean,
shit.
But the point you're making
I guess
is
I'm a
that I
little late
take
to the party.
but
I guess I'm a
the
little.
point you're trying to
Go
trying to
ahead.
make a point that I didn't know what I was getting myself into. I did know what I was getting myself into. At 19 years old, I knew exactly what I was getting myself into, and I signed up anyway.
Okay.
no,
But what I was saying was, you wasn't sure how the outcome was going to be. Are you going to make it back home alive? You know,
Right,
something
that's
like
what I was
that.
thinking. Like, yeah, you took the chance.
You took the chance.
In DC, that could have happened
I hear
anytime.
too.
You want me to not go? You want me to not go outside?
but that's what I'm saying. Life is always
Most
going to
guys,
have
most
these
guys
You
who
risks.
see
So
my
why
age,
is marriage any different?
It's not. It's
because I'm
Marriage,
not because I'm not in control of the other person. So if she wakes up in the morning, she says she doesn't want to do this anymore. There's nothing I can do about it.
But it's
See,
the
when I
same
was in
thing.
the air, when
we're only
no,
we're all only in control of one person,
Yeah,
regardless of
it's like
anything.
saying,
if
how many
I
people
was
die of
gonna
a car
die,
accident?
if
How
I
many
was gonna die, if I was gonna, it's crazy to me that you guys are comparing death to marriage. That's insane to me. But
No,
anyway,
I'm
No,
comparing
if I
choices.
was
I'm
gonna
comparing
I mean,
die,
marriage is
choices.
nice, you know.
choices, yeah, outcomes.
It's just
I'm not
that too.
comparing death.
but I don't have any choice of what she does.
All right, fair enough.
I have no choices.
Well, you also have no choice of
I'll
somebody
give you a
hitting
prime
you
example.
with their
When she
car
decided to
on the street.
take me to child support court, that wasn't my choice. I wanted to work it out without the court system. She didn't.
The same
Did I
thing
have a
goes with,
choice?
why do
Or
you
did I have to
drive?
pay $27,000 to a lawyer so I can go to court, so I can see my kid?
Fair enough.
But it's the same thing.
I
Why do you drive
understand.
knowing that there's a lot of people dying from car accidents? Why do you drive? Why do you make that decision to get in the
Again,
car and
you're
drive?
comparing death. You're comparing death
No,
and
no, not
marriage.
death, not death, but
Choice.
it's like the outcome of something. Because if you only
If I
look
get
at the
if I get if I
negative,
get into a car
Negative
accident,
outcome.
if you only look
if
at the
I okay,
negative
cool.
outcome of a choice, then you don't make any choices. You just
But
say
I
no
do
to
look at the
everything.
negative outcome of driving. I put my seatbelt on every day. I
Yeah,
drive
we
the speed
still
limit.
and
But
we
you
still
still
take those
drive.
risks.
But you still drive and
Absolutely,
put yourself at
absolutely. And
risk.
if my car gets into an accident, can I replace
Yes.
the car with insurance?
You can, but you can also lose your life.
Okay, again, so we are comparing death to marriage then.
No, no,
So
no,
it's,
no,
so
no,
vet
no.
so
It's the risk.
vetting a woman and choosing and choosing the right woman to marry based on her trends, her background, her family is the same as getting that insurance and driving the speed limit and putting your seatbelt on. You're mitigating risks.
Can I get my money back if she divorces me?
You can get a prenup.
Well, I know.
And still
I know,
marry.
but can a prenup be broken?
But if you hydroplane or if you get on some black ice and you slide, can you get your legs back after they break? After
Here
your
we go. So
spine
now we're talking
snaps?
about talking about permanent injury.
Okay, but that is what you're talking about is from your standpoint is a permanent injury to your finances.
Right.
I'm talking about a permanent injury to your body.
I'm talking about protecting myself so I don't have any permanent injuries at all.
But if you want to protect yourself as
Because
well,
if I don't get married, I don't have any permanent injury.
If you never drive, you never get in a car accident.
Right. But that's what we're talking about. Because if you push
you
that,
guys are telling guys to take the risk.
well, I'm
It's
telling
going to be all
no,
right.
I'm not telling you to take the risk.
Take the risk at your
want to take the risk.
Take the risk at your own discretion.
Let me tell you what I
Take it
know.
at your own discretion.
Let me tell you what I know. When these guys get divorced, neither one of you will be in that courtroom to help them out. I know that for a fact. Because you don't know these people that you're talking to. So you.
We can't anyway.
I won't be there either if they get into a car accident either.
Exactly. So where am I wrong? Where am I wrong for telling people to protect themselves?
You're not
wrong.
wrong.
You're not wrong.
Honestly, you're not wrong.
He keeps asking me the same questions. Why you keep asking? My stance has been clear. You want to get married? Great.
Okay, let me say this.
Protect yourself.
Let me say this. I get where Trey is coming from. I don't think he's saying don't take the risk. He's saying do it, but protect yourself. Cover your asses, as we say. Go into the situation with your ass covered and protected, just in case something go down.
But how do you do that though? Because Trey, you said
asset protection.
Okay, because I remember you saying
I want to say prenuptial agreements.
Remember, the prenups aren't all the way.
What's the soccer player who put all his? I'm not telling you to do this, but I'm giving you an example of asset protection. The soccer player, he was married, and he gave up, put all his stuff in his mom's name.
Yeah.
That's
him.
I'm simply saying to protect yourself. You don't know what type of woman you get when she decides she wants to get a divorce. You think is she gonna be the same sweet woman that you met when y'all first got started? No, you're at war. Especially if you got something. If you got something she can take from you, she want to take it.
But so now if you have a solid way of protecting your assets, then the other stuff, then you shouldn't worry. If you met a woman who you really liked and she really was into you and seemed like y'all been dating for a while and you really like her and you consider marriage, would you do it if you know all your assets are protected? Would you still do it? Because you say you
would. If I know that it's bulletproof and I can't get, she can't get anything other than obviously we have kids. You can't really work out the kids. That's a different court. But the child support is a different court. But if I know that she can't take my house or take, that's all this stuff. I know that stuff. Yeah, I would consider it if she's a virgin. I'll consider it. Yeah.
She can be a virgin and still do that.
Hey, DeeDee.
Yeah.
When's your expiration date? When you getting ready to change on your husband and flip it up on him?
What you mean?
Ever.
Right.
Hey, that's
right.
I mean, it's inevitable.
Till death do us part.
It's inevitable. You gonna change on that man.
She said,
again, you put words on it because I never said inevitable. But I never said it's inevitable. I said you got to protect yourself in case it happens.
Nah, baby.
I've never been in a car accident. I've been driving since I was 16. Never been in a car accident.
I haven't either.
But I haven't missed an insurance payment.
Unless you want to count me running into a plastic dumpster that has an accident.
somebody could scam you. Hell, they can scam you out all your money. Just one wrong move, and somebody could steal your money from under you too. Like stuff can happen. I'm just saying.
Trey, how do you know in the future? How do you know you don't meet that girl that she is faithful to you until death? How do you know that?
You don't.
I don't know.
Exactly, you don't. So for you to say, I'm never getting married because I don't want to put myself in that position, or you tell other people, like, I know you're not saying, like, don't get married. You're not saying, you're not going against marriage. But I know that there's people who say, don't marry because of this thing that can happen. She can take everything. But in your position, you said moments earlier that you're never getting married, right? You don't want to get married, right? You don't want to have that commitment with another woman as in marriage. But how do you know in the future you meet that girl, that woman, that she's faithful to you for life till death?
How do I know? I don't know.
You don't.
I don't know if she's faithful or if she's not faithful. I don't know either.
But you're saying I don't even want to put myself in that position. That's what you're saying, right?
How would I? What am I gaining from putting myself in
I'm
that
just
position?
trying to understand that. Okay.
I get what you're saying. That yes, I'm not saying that marriages fail. I got family members that have been married. I got great uncles and aunts been married 60 some odd years. They've been together for a long time.
It's just if people start thinking, young adults especially start thinking the way you do, then we're putting fear. We're putting fear, a little bit of fear into, and maybe it's good fear because we got to be careful, right? We got to be cautious, but at the same time, it's I don't know. I don't know if that's the good fear that we should be putting on.
Have fear.
I
You
don't
should
know.
have fear. You never been in family court, have you?
No.
I have. You should be scared. You should be terrified.
No, family court needs to change. Family court is wild.
So me telling men to protect themselves so they don't have to go through what I went through or what other men that have been on this panels have had to go through, I don't see the issue with it. And I'm going to continue to keep telling men to be cautious. Yeah, you should be scared. You should be fearful because I'm trying to tell you, if she does decide that she don't want to do this anymore, you are up shit's creek without a paddle.
Yeah,
and the only thing that will save you, the only cases I've seen where men truly win, they have a lot of money. Most of the time, they got a lot of money.
Or she's down
Or
bad.
she's so far, she's so far gone. She's a drug addict and a whole bunch.
Mental health.
Yeah, she's so far gone. But most of the time, the guys that I see winning, they had to hire a lawyer, a good lawyer, because there are bad for family attorneys. They're terrible family attorneys. And there's good ones. You had to hire a good attorney, and you got to go in there and fight. And it doesn't always work out because if she's normal, she's mentally sane, more than likely they're gonna give her them kids.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate.
They really are. Maybe.
No, go ahead.
This isn't to disparage marriage. Yeah. I'm not on record telling any of my friends never to get married, and all of my friends are married. All of them. I'm the only single guy. They're all married. I've never once ever told them anything. I've always asked them the same question: are you prepared in case this shit goes left? And almost all of them are not.
Okay. What kind of response?
What I found out is the ones that are not, they immediately, after they've been married for 5-6 years, they start to ask questions. How do I start to protect? And there's nothing wrong with their marriage, and that marriage isn't bad. But they're starting to see it like, I should probably, but it's too late by then. You 5 years in, y'all bought a house together. You done, you cooked. Yeah. Meanwhile, the other friends that I have that said, nah, we signed a prenup from jump. Got a homeboy that works for MGM. He's making good money. And he said, nah, I need you to sign this right here. Because he knew where he was going. And they've been married the longest out of all of them. So I think oftentimes we have this idea that because somebody wants to protect themselves, that somehow means that these marriages won't work either. Yeah, the people who get prenups, those marriages work too. And people who are wealthy, those marriages work too. Right? Just as well as the marriages that work when they were young and they got together when they were young. Those marriages work too. I just don't see anything wrong with telling men to make sure you just protect yourself and to be ready. And to be ready.
I understand.
I agree. Yeah.
I mean, do you get any kind of backlash for telling these men that, like, oh, you just married because you ain't got nobody, or you just a hater, you just don't like women, shit like that?
If
I used to get them same responses
from their wives. Yeah. Like a few of their wives absolutely despise me. They can't stand me. And the other wives love me to death because they're like, you're always looking out for him. And that's good. You're a good friend. They respect it. But then there's the other ones that's like, no, you're trying to throw a wrench. And I'm like, I've never once told my friends not to get married. I've never told them to divorce. As a matter of fact, I had one of my homeboys was sleeping on my couch for 2 weeks. Him and his wife got into it. And I told him, you need to fix this and you need to go home. You're married. I believe in marriage if it's done properly. I'm not one of them type of guys, but I'll be damned if I get out here and get ass out. That's not gonna be me.
Now, to be fair, you do have them friends out there that try to discourage you from doing some because they're jealous of what you're going for, what you already have. So that may play a part in it. I don't know. But I'm not saying you're one of them. I'm just stating a fact.
Yeah, as long you're not complaining about your situation. I mean, like you said it before. If you're complaining about your situation and you're not doing anything about it, then yeah, there's a conversation that needs to be had. But if you're not complaining, you love where you are in your life, and you love your kids and all that. Hey, more power to you. Yeah.
All right, y'all.
I'm out of here. I see DeeDee, she yawning over there, so I'm gonna be gone. Great conversation, fellas. Great
Appreciate
conversation.
the convo,
Yeah.
bro.
Take care, Trey.
Absolutely.
Till next time. All right, y'all. We're gonna wrap this up. Any final words? Thank y'all for being here. I
Nope.
appreciate the conversation.
I wish I could see more women in your chat and on your panels, DeeDee. That's what I
I
really
wish
wish
too.
in your
I wish
space.
too.
Well, that's my first time.
Oh,
So
well, I appreciate you.
yeah, it's
I
my first
appreciate it.
time. I just kind of stumbled on your channel, and I
Oh,
appreciate
wow.
you having me.
No problem. You subscribe to the channel?
I did.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here. Great conversation, y'all. Y'all make me think more, so I like it. Y'all be safe, and yeah, definitely pop. If I'm up here, pop up if you see me up here anytime. All right, y'all. I want to read this super chat. C. Irvin says, "Yep, I met a woman who was married, and she said, dead in my face, she ain't attracted to him, but he has a good job. She complains about him at work." That's crazy. Thank you, C. Irvin, for the super chat and for the support. I appreciate you once again. Shout out to everybody in the chat, everybody watching, everybody who supports the channel, everybody on the panel. I appreciate you guys for being here. Definitely, if you're new to the channel, you like the content, hit the subscribe button. It is free to subscribe. Share and like the video, and hit that notification bell to be notified when I upload new content. I go live. You guys, make sure y'all go watch the videos that are already posted on the channel. Hit a like on those videos if you can. I would really appreciate if you guys would do that. Also, stay tuned for more, y'all. I will be back really, really soon with more content. So once again, thank y'all so much for being here. Hit the like button on your way out, y'all. Thank y'all once again. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Y'all stay safe. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I will catch you guys really, really soon. I'm out of here. Y'all take care. Bye.